Oh
The
yeah,
little
I had some
stickies.
fun on that Mortal Kombat earlier. I was damn near undefeated.
I
The
saw you
little
said
sticky.
that you almost got the platinum on it, Mortal Kombat 1.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know
I'm
how,
almost
because there is a
there.
lot of things you got to do
A lot.
to get trophies in that game.
It's more. I'm gonna say it's more generous than the other ones. It's more generous.
But I'm saying you have to play that invasion mode. I couldn't stand that crash.
Yeah, because the cameo characters. But I mean, yeah, because you got to get like 5 cameo characters. Like
The invasion mode on MK1 was like that.
It's not that bad though. It's
board game mode, right?
Yeah, that you go in, then you have to do something, either fight somebody or do something.
Different missions.
But it was
It's
so
like
repetitive, man. It's so, and it's like each world, it was forever. I'm like, this is just too long, too repetitive. Like I couldn't do the invasion. I did a couple, but like I was stood there for a couple of hours, and then when I saw the percentage of that one world, it was 20%. I'm like, yo, I can't do this for like hours upon hours, just repetitive, same thing over and over and over. It was a very repetitive move. It was just,
yeah. I mean, it does get a little repetitive. Don't get me wrong. But like I said, when I realized I was like 70, 72, 73, 74%, I was like, man, I'm gonna have to start wrapping this up.
Man, good on you. I couldn't do it. I was like,
but yeah,
I couldn't do that. Not for Mortal Kombat.
I was just playing online earlier though. I was just playing online, but yeah,
it's not like
I was whooping their butts.
It's not like Spider-Man where you beat the game and you got like 90% of the trophies. Hell no.
Yeah.
Sure. The tedious trophy on there was watching the credits. The credits was damn near 5 minutes. I'm like, damn.
What, Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, because like it's a trophy. You gotta watch the credits. You have to watch the credits. You have to watch.
Oh yeah. There is a credit called watch the credits, so I just let it win and walk away.
It was like 5 minutes. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah, that's why it's a trophy. You actually watched it? I knew whenever I see watching the credits is a trophy, you know it's long. You know, I know, I already know. So I just walk away. Come back a half hour later.
Like, F this. I was like, F this, man.
No, just let it play and walk away.
I want the trophy.
Just walk away. You know, go take a shit,
Sheesh.
eat dinner,
do something.
Yeah.
Boo-boo the fool.
Boo-boo the fool.
You'll be all right. But yeah.
Cause that's what basically I did, man. Right. I walked off after that. I was like, fuck this shit.
All right, let's get this going. Hey, we are live. Welcome, my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. Your only friend, these YouTube streets, Puerto Rock 77. We are back with 60 Frames No Lag podcast. We got some people in the crew. Maybe the winter storm got everybody else stuck. I don't know. Especially Texas. J-Dub's out in Texas. So they got third world infrastructure. They got third world infrastructure when it comes to the winter. That place is not built for the winter.
Yeah. I mean, they chose not to be.
I live in Houston, so I know.
Yeah.
I live in Houston, so I know.
Yeah. Look at this, But anyway, here 60 Frames No Lag. We talk a lot of things game across the industry. PlayStation, Nintendo, Xbox, PC, developers, publishers, and all that good stuff. Maybe a little sidebar chat here or there and stuff like that. But hey, truly appreciate you guys for showing up. And if you're new to the channel, subscribe, stick around, enjoy the show. Don't forget to hit the like button. And there's membership opportunities. The link is in the chat pinned if you're interested. And if you don't mind, if you can help us out, share this out. Share this out to among your gaming communities, wherever you talk about gamings, whether it's X, Blue Sky, Instagram, TikTok, wherever. Get more people, get your friends on board, and we could rock out and chat out. And I truly appreciate you guys for rocking out with the show. But let's get with the crew. Do some little quick introductions. We got Chill Will.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Appreciate y'all for having me. Hit that like button.
Appreciate your setup is impressing me. Chill Will. You want to know why? Because I see less and less. Like it almost seems like every week I see less and less Dallas Cowboys memorabilia. It's like you're waking up and realizing no one wants to see that trash. So I'm really impressed. Like I'm impressed.
Apparently,
sometimes less is more. Less is more. And you are definitely.
Apparently, my daughter fucking hates it too because she ripped my poster off the wall.
Oh.
God bless your daughter. God bless. God bless. Yo, you are listen. Whatever you are doing, keep doing it. Whatever you are doing it, Listen, bro.
Keep doing it.
You are doing the right thing.
He broke my heart, so I broke her jaw.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, dude.
Like, dude,
Okay, I
dark.
wouldn't go
No,
that
he's
far now.
lying. He lying. Yo, that he's raising his daughter right. Like that's how you do it. Father of the year. She saw that trash. She's like, listen, I expect better of you, Dad. Take this damn poster off the damn wall. Good on her. Good on her. Love her. Good
I was
on her.
holding her, and she just said, "Fuck that poster."
Yeah, man. Listen, she's like, wait a minute. Like, she's looking at you, and she's looking at the poster. She's looking at you, and looking at the poster. Like,
Looking at that
what? Nah, this thing's gotta go. This thing's gotta go. So she really improved. Like, wow, it looks so much better. I don't know. I just noticed, like, man, that's a really good looking setup back there. And I couldn't explain it, but it just looked great. And now I see why. It's great, man. Good job, man. Glad you're here, brother. Henry's gonna be here for a little bit, but in a couple of hours he's out of there, right?
Yep. Hey, what's up, guys? Hit the like button. Thank you for being here. You see all my little post-its on my Avengers artwork over here. Those are little notes of my every month when my roommate told me that my share of the rent. I just kept.
Nice.
She's really good at the calculations.
Nice.
But yeah. But anyway,
Nice.
yeah. So happy to be here, and I'll be away when I go to the airport, and then I'll jump back in after I go through the customs.
Yeah, so if you don't know, we're sending. So if you don't know, here in 60 Frames Don't Like podcast, we came up with a mitigation strategy for all the shortages of RAM. So we personally are sending Henry to Taiwan. He's gobbling up all the RAM and he's bringing it here. All right. So we're gonna start a charity for RAM for those most in need. All right, because that's what we do here at 60 Frames Don't Like. So he is personally going to Taiwan and swallow up. I don't know how he's gonna do it. I saw a couple of ski masks in his luggage, but hey, I'm not saying nothing. But trust me, in a couple of months, we are going to have, we're going to be the plug. We're going to be the internet plugs for some RAM. All right. So hit us up in a couple of weeks. You need RAM. We got it. We got you.
I'm probably going to, I'm going to hijack one of those container ships.
Okay. That's it. That's it. Right? We're gonna be the plug for the community. You know, we're gonna do so. We took a proactive measure. We decided to not be on the sidelines and just let this happen. We're gonna do something about it. All right. So we're ready. All right. Hey, Sean King. What's going on, brother?
What's going on? I'm all right.
I saw on Twitter that one guy goes, Bad Bunny, you know, because he won Album of the Year at the Grammys, and I saw your reply. Like, you don't know who the hell Bad Bunny is? What?
Yeah.
I started laughing. Oh my God, when I saw your reply.
Yeah. And it actually got some traction too.
It did. I was like, oh snap. Everybody was on that. Everybody was on Homeboy.
He's like, what?
Yo, that shit was funny, right? But the truth is, I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't know who Bad Bunny is, right? Like, for example, I can't tell you who are like the rappers, like the best rappers over the last 5 years that won a Grammy. I don't know.
Right.
I don't listen to rap music. I listen to, you know, my generation rap music. So I'm like the old people that listen to the old music and not the new stuff. That's me. I don't listen to what my daughter listens. When she's in the car and she puts on her iPhone and Bluetooth, bro. I don't know. I don't even know what they're singing. I don't even know what they're talking about. I don't know. I'm like, that
sounds about right.
I don't know who's singing it. Sometimes it doesn't even sound like they're rhyming. I'm like, are they even really rhyming? Like the words rhyme? Like, I'm not sure. And sometimes I'm like, is this really rap? Because they kind of like singing. Is this like R&B? I'm like, I don't know. I can't tell. Back in the days, I knew the clear-cut line of R&B and hip-hop. Now I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's different now, man.
I'm not hating. I just can't relate.
So I miss the day when hip-hop artists talk about like their upbringing and struggles. But these days are just people bragging about their gold chains and their Lamborghinis.
You know?
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
You know, back in the day, what I miss back in the days, you know, our hip-hop, you know, we sold drugs to raise our daughters. Now they sing hip-hop talking about they use drugs. Like, what? Like, what happened? Like, we were struggling in the streets. These guys are just snorting up anything just to get high. I'm like, what's going on here? we went from
Cultures
drug.
change, man.
We went from drug dealers to drug users. Like, how did rap artists become the crackheads? Like, how did that? What happened? That's
It's all about design.
yo, that's
By
crazy.
design,
I was like,
man.
we were too broke to be
Facts.
crackheads. Like, we didn't have the money. Like,
I gotta save up to be poor.
Dang.
For real.
but
You ain't
I know
never
I saw a lot of contention on that one. I'm like, listen, I there's gonna be people that don't hear, especially the fact that there's a language barrier. So that adds on
Oh, yeah.
to there's a huge language barrier. He primarily sings in Spanish, so if you don't listen to any
Mhm.
Spanish music, of course you're not gonna know who he is and stuff like that. So I get that, right?
Sure.
but
I live in
then
Texas. I can't look. I can't help but not hear it. I live in Texas.
Oh
so.
yeah, you're in Texas, you're here all the time, right? But chances are, if you
Houston,
live
yeah,
like in
shoot,
areas like
especially
Miami,
Houston.
New York, Los Angeles, in a very Latino dominated areas, and then you'll have
very
then you have
dominated.
people like in those areas and stuff like that. You'll be familiar with it. Maybe Philadelphia, depending Latino, so you'll know because you're just around the culture so much, right?
Yep.
But the areas, so you stand, and then he's also headlining the Super Bowl, which makes it even funnier. Like, yo, this shit is so funny. That dude, and to think, 10 years ago, he was a bagger at a supermarket in Puerto Rico. They have a
Good for
picture of him.
him.
Somebody showed a picture of him in like an orange vest at the end of a register bagging stuff for people. That was in 2016. 2016 in Puerto Rico bagging stuff. And
Hey,
here it's 10 years.
that saying,
10 years later.
That saying that Don King said rings true. Only in America.
Only
Mhm.
only in America. That is
Only
why
in
you look at it.
America.
They showed a
Only in
picture of
America,
him,
man.
a bagger
Yep.
with his orange vest, and they said that So when that picture came out, some of the how in social media people they run out to the supermarket to see if anybody worked with him and stuff, and apparently there was people that's still there that worked with him. And they'd be like, "Oh, how was he? How was he as a worker?" And they were like, "He was the most humble worker there. He was on time, respectful to the
So
people.
he deserved this.
He had good value." They said like he was one of the best workers there. He had no issues, been on time, never complained about pay, really helpful to the people. Is like that like he was a very humble guy there, and they said he definitely deserves this, like for the way he was. He showed up on time, took the job serious. He said he didn't get paid a lot, got minimum wage.
Mm.
Never complained.
Yeah.
Earned his check
Sure.
and did his job
I
proudly.
respect his hustle. I
Yep,
respect his hustle, man.
I was like, wow, bro. And that was 10 years ago. A simple short 10 years. That's fast. To go from that and 10 years later, album of the year at the Grammys.
An all Spanish album at that.
Yeah, all Spanish. Yes. All Spanish, right? On top of that, he had his own residency. So if people don't know, residency is when a music artist spends time in a specific location and they do like a 2-month, concert or whatever. The most common place where you see musicians do residency is like Vegas. They go to Vegas is like the number one spot for residency because they just stay there and they just do show after show like almost every day for like 40 days, 50 days. So that's what a residency is, right? Besides, as compared to a tour, where a tour is obviously you're moving from city to city, place to place. So when you hear an artist say I'm gonna do his residency, it's just one location and everybody has to go to the artist to watch him perform. And sometimes it's like 40 days. I mean, J-Lo did it. You see, J-Lo did a couple of times.
Elvis made it famous.
Elvis, yeah, he was the originator because
I
of
think
his
Usher's
New
probably like the
Edition?
last
Usher
one.
Usher?
New Edition, yeah. So
Usher?
a lot of people
Bruno
residency.
Mars.
So Bruno Mars done it, yeah. So
Janet
Bad
Jackson
Bunny,
now?
Janet Jackson, yeah. So really, she's doing a residency? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's doing a residency over there.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
So Bad Bunny did it, but he decided to stay in Puerto Rico, which is a little bit of challenge because it's a small island. So it's not like Vegas. Vegas, people could drive to Vegas and stuff like that, right? And then Vegas has, the main airport. So, and then also on top of that, casinos and stuff like that. So to do a residency in Puerto Rico, in the area he did, which is their version of Madison Square Garden, a lot of people are like, okay, we'll see how that. And then he even did this too. He said the first it was 50 shows. I think it was 40 shows. The first 10, only people in Puerto Rico was allowed to go. So that was the first thing. He locked the first 10 shows. You had to be a resident in Puerto Rico. Nobody outside of Puerto Rico is allowed to go to the show. You had to be a verified
is
resident.
crazy.
So that was the first 10 shows, and they were like, "What the hell are you talking about?" He goes, "Nope, first 10 shows, only the people in Puerto Rico, right? Then the next, it was a total of 40 shows, so there's 30 left. The next 29 is open to the world, and then the last show, again, lockdown for the people just in Puerto Rico, and he had like an Amazon deal where they streamed it live. So only 29 shows for the globe, not all 40, only 29. Yo, that dude made almost $500 million for Puerto Rico.
Oh wow, damn.
Damn.
With the 29 shows, $500 million went into the community.
That is
They were.
crazy,
I have
bro.
family over there that was out there talking about the restaurants
Good for
was
him.
running out of food of how many people were going there. They were
Man,
running
give
out of
me
food.
$500 million.
Yeah.
I'll come up with a metrosexual name too.
$500 million his residency generated. People all over the world was flying to Puerto Rico.
Yeah, he making that good ass money too.
And that was 29 shows. The first 10 was strictly for people in Puerto Rico, 29 shows for the public, and then the last show he locked it down for Puerto Rico and ended it that way. Insane numbers. This too. Now everybody. So here's the thing. I know this is not gaming, but I'm going to say this. You know, it's a little bit of my culture, but let's not. I don't want to say be fools about this. The NFL is doing this. Everybody thinks it's political. I'm like, no, it's not It's not political. It's 100% pure capitalism. Pure capitalism, right? If people haven't noticed, the NFL is now scheduling games outside of the United States. We have games in Mexico. We have games in Germany. We have games in Spain. We have games in England. All right.
Yeah, they're moving to Japan next year.
Yes. So the reality is the NFL, America's too small. They're not going after 300 million, 400 million. They want billions. Just like the World Cup. The World Cup draws in billions. They don't draw in millions, they draw in billions. So the NFL, they just like anything else, they feel they tap the American market. You can't get more. It is what it is. To get more they need the world population, and that's what they're doing, right? So the whole thing with Bad Bunny, it isn't political, it isn't because he makes statements, whatever. It is simply because right now he is the biggest artist in the world currently. He is the biggest artist. So from here on out, you're gonna see the biggest world artist. So whoever's the next biggest world artist, that's the person that's gonna be at the Super Bowl. It's no longer catering to just the biggest American artist. They want the biggest artist for the world because they're going after the world now. That's what they're going after. They're going after.
Last year it was Kendrick. Now you got Bad Bunny. Expect it to be Taylor Swift sometime soon.
Yeah, eventually. But they want the biggest world artist.
Soon.
If you know the biggest world artist, now it's global. The biggest world artist of that period, that's who's gonna be it. They're not gonna go for just American centric popularity. They want people in South Korea, Japan, China, you know, people who are willing to stay up 3 a.m. to watch. You know what I'm saying? Because this artist is at the halftime. That's who they're gonna get.
Damn, it's only 2 artists that comes to my mind that fit that mold, and both of them are dead. Michael Jackson and Prince.
Oh yeah.
And that was the best Super Bowls. That was the best Super Bowls too.
But I think Taylor Swift, because Taylor Swift, she had a show, 100 and something countries. She made like $1.1 billion in her tour.
Yep. I believe
$1.1 billion she made, or something like that. $1 billion tour. Yo. Insane.
Yo.
She doubled the pay of the people that work for her. She instantly gave them double pay. Her dancers, the logistics, the truck drivers, they all received double the pay that they were originally contracted for. You know, insane. But insane stuff. All right. But anyway, all right. So damn, I took Sean King's spotlight and made it all about Bad Bunny.
No, that's all good.
Hey, we only care about one thing. What trophy count are you at now? What trophy count?
1992.
1992. You are 8 away from 2000.
8 away from a heartbreak.
8 away from 2000. Sony's got to give you something, man. We got to reach out to PlayStation.
They got to do something.
This guy
Fine, how do you do?
1,000 plats. That is wild. That is absolutely wild, man. Woo.
I had some tough ones this week too. I ain't gonna lie. I had a couple of tough ones.
Man's working on the Mortal Kombat one. Hell yeah.
Nice.
That's one I'm definitely.
Because some of them is, don't you have to like play on multiplayer, like fight some matches and stuff like that, and win?
The King of the Hill trophy, that's the one I'm actually gonna have to work because you have to knock off a king. So that's one of the challenges I'm gonna have to it's gonna take a little bit for me. But I'll probably try to get somebody to I might try to boost that one, but if I can get it naturally, I'm gonna try to get it naturally.
All right. Okay. Good for you, man.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try to get it naturally though.
All right. Okay. And the brain, what's going on? Philly, yo, how's the weather in Philly?
Man, it's cold as shit up here. I mean,
Sure.
it's a high of 30 degrees, and we're happy as hell because the sun is out and melting this motherfucking ice.
Yeah, finally, man. It was bad here in North Carolina.
Yeah,
I never seen snow, that much snow here. It was a lot. They shut the whole town down. They put us on curfew.
It reminds me of being out.
I never got put on curfew before.
No.
Damn, curfew?
Yeah, that's how bad. Yeah, they locked us down. They said, hey, from this time to this time, only emergency services and whatever. It was that bad. Because this town, they don't have the equipment for snow plows, salting. They don't have none of that. Nothing. Nothing. There is zero capability for snow. They have to contract it out. But the city does not have internal capabilities. You know, like New York City, they have the capability to turn every garbage truck into a snowplow truck. So every garbage truck in New York City has the capability to become a snowplow truck, and they do. They just they have an attachment. They attach the front, and now all the garbage trucks now become snowplow trucks. So you know what I'm saying? But this city has nothing.
You're in North Carolina or Florida?
Yeah, North Carolina.
Okay, yeah.
I'm in North Carolina.
Yeah, I got it
yeah,
hard.
Bad.
Yeah.
Bad.
Man, seeing all the chunks of ice on the Delaware River, because I was just saying, I haven't saw the river freeze in a long ass time, but for it to be frozen, it's crazy. And seeing all of these chunks of ice everywhere, it actually reminds me of being out in Western PA and Pittsburgh, because that's the last time I saw chunks of ice. But I'm good, man. I was about to make a joke and say, going back to the name Bad Bunny, because I feel some type of way about calling a man by the name Bunny, but
man.
Hey, close your mouth.
Man. Of course, Craig says something. He's like, oh.
Yeah, because I was about to say, only thing that's worse is calling a grown man chocolate. There is no life.
Oh, man.
There's no world that would call a grown man chocolate anything.
Chocolate. What was it? What was that comedian said? My name's Delicious. He's like, I ain't calling no graphic. I'm not Delicious. I'm going to call you D. Yo, what up, D? It's like Delicious. Right. Speaking of chocolate, Craig, what's going on?
Hey, I'm dipping in it. I'm dipping in and out because I got a whole bucket of KFC back there waiting on me. So,
oh man,
nice.
What's going on? What's going on?
Man.
Yeah.
How's Kentucky? Tuesday, bad winter in Kentucky.
Brutal. I mean, it got up to 38 today, and we were jumping around with shorts on. I mean, it's been terrible. And we're getting another storm come through here now.
Oh yeah, I heard another one's supposed to hit.
So,
I'm supposed to fly out to. Yeah, I'm supposed to fly out to Florida on Thursday.
Florida got down to 38 degrees down there. I heard. Friend of mine lives in Sarasota.
That's like the northern. I'm going to the warm part, Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
They're like at 48 and they're dying. They think it's like hell froze over at 48.
Yeah, I would love it. I'd love it to be 40. I mean, it's been crazy here. No, I'm doing all right. Jumped back on my Madden and started replaying. Going to try to platinum Detroit Become Human, and so I never platinumed it. But so yeah, that's what I'm doing. Big shout out to Strauss Selznick and Take Two getting everything rolling with Grand Theft Auto, just like I said they would. So that was big news. That was all over at least my Twitter timeline when I was at work. People were like, "Why is your phone doing that?" I'm like, "Well, I think Grand Theft Auto finally is starting to get put into the shoot." So, and it was. So, but yeah, shout out to him. Shout out to.
I don't want to rain on no one's parade, but the last investors meeting they had, they said they wouldn't delay it, and so take everything he says with a grain of salt.
Well, yeah, I mean, he did, but this was a little more detailed. But no, I don't disagree with you. I love when he says something about the staggered release. He said, well, that's not the plan, but plans can change. So they may still do their staggered release. So, but yeah, I mean, clearly that was the biggest. And I wanted it to be delayed, Chill, because there are several podcasters whose channels were going to tank if this game didn't come out. They was gonna tank. Yeah, they were, you know what I'm talking about. So I was wanting him to delay it, but yeah, it's coming out. And
He said
I
he
told you,
wants
get
to
it ready.
he wants to see them channels burn. He's like,
these channels they burn in effigy. Yeah, I agree. Oh, a friend of mine in England, he told me what the word aborigine means in English. It is a verb. Yeah, it's a verb. Aborigine in English means get it ready. That's what it means in English.
Get it ready.
I can't. I can't with this guy.
Because if you go into the outback, you better have it ready.
Valkyrie and M, they're both like, oh my god.
If you go to the outback, you better have it ready. You better have it ready.
Man.
So, and you better get it ready for Grand Theft Auto. Looks like it is coming in, and they are going to start their marketing push in May, which coincides with around the Summer Game Fest or something like that. So that'll be something to tie.
To add to that, though, like Sony did a whole entire state of play for Borderlands 4. Like it should have been clear from that point on that they had a marketing deal with Take-Two because Take-Two owns 2K. Like, it shouldn't be news.
Right. Thank you, Craig. Good for you to be here. Then I got my two favorite people from Australia. To be honest, it's the only two people I know from Australia. So you guys are my favorite by default. I don't know anybody else, so you're my favorite by default. So you know what I'm saying? It's an automatic win. 2 for 2. Can't be defeated, right? You know, of course we got Extreme. What's going on, my brother?
Yo, the ladies should go first. Come on now.
The ladies? Okay. I saved the best for last.
Oh,
so I can't have you. So I can't have you last. I can't have you last. Then.
As
the worst for first.
That's why I always go first because I know I'm not the best. So that's why I kick it off. I just, I'm like the opening act. I just get it out the way. Ain't nobody here to see. You know what I'm saying? You know.
No, it's been good. We had a heat wave. You guys were talking about the weather. So while you were deep in snow, I think we had.
I'm seeing you're growing your hair back because you were freshly shaven. You were freshly shaven last week.
Listen, it's just laziness. To be honest, I don't even realize.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. You go back to Cameroon. They expect proper shave. See, I'm telling you, there's something about M. I really think he's like royalty. Because now look at him. Now he's a normal guy. Look, he already gained like 20 pounds. Like, bro, he came back looking slim, freshly shaven, trim. Now he's like, he just let himself go. Something is up. This guy's the prince. He's the prince of something. When he goes over there, he has to show his royal duties, shave, fit into his uniform, very slim and trim. When he comes back to Australia, he's like, I'm back to my normal. I'm hanging out with the commoners. He's just hanging out with the commoners.
My bank account about my heritage because he really
he's hanging out with us commoners. He's hanging out with us commoners.
Please tell my bank account.
Please tell your bank account your royalty.
Exactly. I need some royalties in there. So
where's my trust?
Get this man some royalties, man.
Where's my trust fund? I need a trust fund.
Right, exactly. So yeah, there we go. No, I've been good. I don't actually think I've been playing much lately. I'm kind of I think I'm going to start Baldur's Gate, try to get to that backlog and everything like that. Yeah, I think Baldur's Gate 3. How you been enjoying Clay Obscure?
Love it,
Top
man.
5 game of all time.
Absolutely, I love it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to give it the all-time title. Until I beat it, I'll let you know where it ranks in all time.
Okay. All right.
No, but right now, it is definitely an amazing creation. It is. It's definitely one of the top games of the gen. I'll say that.
Yeah, and hello to the rest of the panel.
Absolutely.
Great to see you. Sean, forget about your trophies. I feel like your afro is getting bigger. Is that just me?
It is. I've been growing. It is. It's been growing, man.
I didn't even notice.
The trophies we all know are just going to be it's like I feel like
it's directly proportional to his trophy count.
Yeah, to the trophies.
It's directly proportional.
Hey, listen, if you ever lose that account, you know what you gotta do. You gotta go bold.
You gotta bold. Okay? You gotta go bold.
Yeah. You start from zero.
Lose your account?
Scratch.
Oh man.
Bold.
Oh man.
Cut it all off.
Identity. That's it.
And start all over. The Fro and the Platinums are integrated. Yeah. You lose one, you gotta lose the other.
I know, right?
Every time a hair falls, a bronze trophy disappears. Just
oh no.
There you go.
No.
All right, and then finally, like I said, last but definitely not least, we say the best for last. We got Valkyrie. onto the show. How are you doing? Our other Australian friend. And look at that. The Switch 2.
Hey.
Look at that.
Oh, what?
Look at that. As you should. As you should.
Yes.
You know, how much did that thing cost in Australia?
Yeah.
$7.49.
$7.49.
But it came with Mario Kart World.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
That's all that matters. There you go.
That's
Mario
a
Kart.
lot. God damn.
$7.49.
Well, it's only going to go up. So I was just
Right.
like, nah,
Wow.
doing it.
Damn, that's what I paid for my PS5 Pro.
She ain't wrong.
Wow.
Oh, do you don't want to know how much a PS5 here is?
How much? How much is a PS5 in Australia?
It's like 1,500 or something. Let me check.
You're talking about the Pro, right?
The Pro?
The Pro, yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, the Pro
And-
is 1,200.
1,200.
Yeah.
That didn't make it
hurts.
much better.
Like,
I mean, sure, 12 is better than 15, but ouch.
Yeah.
Made out of
Yeah.
Panda? What the hell?
It was 980 during the sales, so it was actually quite a good sale. It was at $300 off. So, yeah.
Does that come down to VAT taxes?
What?
VAT taxes in
Yeah,
Australia?
to be fair, our taxes are always built into the price, and we call it GST,
yeah.
goods and services tax. So it's always built into the price. Yeah.
Okay.
It's 10% of the value, and it's 10% across everything. We don't change depending on state, territory, or product category. As long as you buy it in Australia, you're paying a 10% tax, except for things like cars and homes that have additional taxes.
Yeah.
That's dope. Damn, that's crazy.
But the good thing is when you go to the till, you actually pay what you saw on the receipt, which America is the only country I've ever visited on the planet that makes you guess what you're going to pay off eventually. It's the most frustrating thing ever.
Hey, you can
He
live
ain't
in
lying.
you can come to New Jersey and buy, whereas you can walk across the street and they got a different tax rate across, from one township to the next.
But no,
So,
the thing is, even all of that, I get it, right? But my thing is, why isn't it just put on the price tag? Like, that's all I care about, Because then I could easily see, hey, if I go to one side of the street, it's like $12. If I go to the other side, it's $14. And then if I know why, then it's like, okay, you know why. But again, you see it on both sides, and it's not until you make it to the till that you have to figure out, oh, this is what I'm paying. That's insane. It's like your tipping culture, but even worse to me. Because the thing is, they know how much you'll be paying. Because tipping is optional, so they don't know how much you're gonna tip. But
That's
the
true.
price tag, they know the tax on it. They could just put it onto the sticker right then and there, but they don't. I don't know. That just seems evil for no reason.
because everybody here, well, not everybody, but a lot of
That's
the
America.
crooks. Yeah, America is crooks. Only in America, man. Only in America.
So that's a good point because you don't know what you don't know. Like it never dawned on me to just put all the tax up front and just give the final price from the get go until I lived in Germany. Because when I saw the prices, in Germany, I'm like, damn. So how much is gonna I was like, damn, how much is gonna cost when the VAT's applied? They're like, no, VAT's already applied. That's the price you pay. And I was like,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Like,
Just
put the sales tax right on it, and that's it. Stuff like that. The only
what the
thing
worst
I
part
could
is?
guess, the only thing someone explained to me is this though. If the challenge in America, and I honestly didn't put no much thought in it, but what they were saying is, if the price has a certain discount that's not revealed up front, say for example, military discount or this, that, or that, right? Then the whole thing has to get recalculated because the discount has to be applied before the tax. So that means you have to recalculate
that.
Huh?
Like that's what.
But I think my only question is, but how often are you going to do that to do a recalculation? I would say 80% of the time, whatever the price of the tag, that's what people are going to pay for. The 20%, okay.
Honest,
but it makes
discount
sense
for military personnel and everything. They could just apply to the whole thing after the thing. There's no rule that says that God decided that it must apply before the VAT. Oh, it's just like.
Oh no, that's an American thing. So they you would need like the state laws to change it. But you're right. There's no reason. There's no reason to create a system where you just add the tax up front, and that's the price of the food. There's no reason.
It's just like, boy, it's the most confusing thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're like, hey, this $5.99. Then you go to the window, $7.29.
Exactly.
Please. You're like, what the other dollar? it come from?
And you know what the worst part is? When you do the conversion, let's say that you have a product that is first revealed in the United States and the price is given there, and you want to convert to like Australian dollar or any other currency, you have to take into account that tax because it means that the price that the person is actually paying. So, for example, the PS5, $399 US, you're not actually paying $399. So I have to like add about 8% or something, depending on like the general like, state of the thing, and then do the conversion from there. You know, and I'm just like, what? It's very confusing, you know, because there were a lot of products that I used to like do the conversion for, and it will always be about, 10 to 20% cheaper than, it should be in American dollars. And I was like, oh, right, they add the taxes afterwards. So I have to add that tax in order to get a more accurate result over here. So yeah, it's so weird.
Hey, I got one more question, actually for both Puerto Rican and Valkyrie. So when y'all was living in Australia and when you was in Germany, is the tax rate and whole numbers, like for example, 10%, 15%, or just a whole number versus a fraction of a penny?
The whole number here is just 10%.
Okay. So
yeah, for the goods and services tax. So for things that you buy, like just anything, it's 10%, just always a flat rate. And it doesn't change between our states or territories or product categories, which you guys do. You guys change them depending on the particular thing. Ours is just a flat 10% rate. But if you have like taxes, like your actual income, that like the tax bracket that you're in, it's not just like it's like 17% for the first one and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, in Germany, I noticed the VAT taxes was whole numbers. It wasn't like
8
It wasn't like here in the US, you get 8.25% tax.
Yeah, that's just stupid. I hate that.
Like they really want that 0.25. They really want that 0.25.
They couldn't let it go.
Valkyrie's like, what, just 8 or 9? But why
just round up, round down, like
round up,
8 or 9? Like, what are you doing?
Like, listen, Valkyrie, they use the Fahrenheit system, so they're not used to like nice simple numbers that divide.
Fahrenheit's better. Fahrenheit really hits the punch. It really punches you in the face when somebody tells you something.
I can take Fahrenheit. I think out of all of your freedom units, Fahrenheit is the finest. It's the most logical. It's the other imperial units that I cannot stand. The feet, the yards.
Inches.
Like the thing is, Americans don't even know what the conversion is. If you ask the Americans, like, "Oh, how many yards are in a mile?" They'll be like, "I don't fucking know." Like,
I like feet better. I can say I'm 5 foot. It sounds better than I'm 1 meter tall. Like,
she's starting to get it. You know what? She's starting to get it. It just took a different system because when you say, "Oh, I'm 1 meter," you sound like a midget. You just sound
man. That's because a meter is a midget.
You know what I'm saying? It's just tiny.
Oh, man.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'm 78 centimeters. You sound little. But when you say I'm 6'5", you sound like Goliath in the Bible. You sound like
that's what I want to know. When you say you're 5 feet, whose foot? Like it's not even consistent.
A foot is 12 inches. It's 12 inches.
Whose foot is the universal standard of feet? Like whose foot do they measure?
12 inches. I don't know. So whoever it was 12 inches. His foot was 12 inches.
Could you imagine? Whoever it was is literally one of the most important humans in all of history because they took their foot and they made it a standard unit.
It was 12 foot. Whoever it was, he has 12 inches of feet. You know, but it's just like it's like our system exaggerates the description. It's just perfectly described. When I say, "Oh man, how hot is it?" It's 138 degrees. You know you're screwed. Again, but when you say it's 45 degrees, it doesn't sound hot. It doesn't sound hot.
Is Fahrenheit a linear scale? I don't even feel like it's a linear scale.
Like in terms of what?
Like is 74 degrees double the heat of 37 degrees?
I don't know.
So 30 degrees Celsius is 86.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't know.
And it's 15 degrees Celsius is 59.
Yeah, so it's not linear. That's another thing that I hate about it.
Because it's about feelings. Listen, it's about how you feel.
It's about feelings.
It's about
vibes.
Bro. It's like if I talk, it's the vibe. You know, that's how it is. It's cold it's cold out here, bro. Yes, like what are you talking about? I don't know. It just feels
Celsius is linear. So 100 degrees is double the heat of 50. It's so much easier.
I mean, I don't know. It just doesn't sound like 40 degrees Celsius is hot. Am I right? Like it's hot outside, right? 40 degrees Celsius.
Yeah,
It is hot.
yeah.
It is like hot.
40
Let's say
degrees
40.
is
If it's 50
unbearably hot.
degrees Celsius, how bad is it?
50 degrees Celsius is you're having heat strokes. You're dying.
You see?
It's
But it
so
doesn't
bad.
sound like you're having a heat stroke. Like, oh my God, my mom, you know, she's old. She just had a heat stroke because how hot it is. Oh snap, how hot is it? Oh, it's 50 degrees.
Well, that's 120 degrees Fahrenheit.
That doesn't sound impact like 50 degrees. Like that sounds hot.
I mean, you get
But
that.
again, I feel like the human body is a pretty good reference because we are about 35 degrees, 37 degrees when we are normal temperature. 50, nearly 1.5 times your normal body, that's hot. Again, it's a linear scale. You can use it that way.
Listen, Valkyrie gets me. She doesn't want to be known that she's like 1.6 meters. That sounds like a midget. You know, she likes 5 foot
5 foot at least.
She's like 5'2". She sounds tall.
Listen. The whole foot thing, I will never understand. That's the funniest thing. A lot of people that use the metric system use the imperial feet for height, and I'm always fucking confused. They're like, "Oh, I use 6 feet." I'm like, "No, I'm 1.82 meters." Like, what do you want me to say? Do the conversion on your own.
That's like 1.2 meters. That don't sound. Imagine like imagine like like a dating profile. I'm 1.28 meters tall.
Yeah, which is by the way 6 feet.
I don't know.
just so that we can get that.
Just say 6 feet.
Just say you're 6 foot, all right?
Just say 6 foot. Trust me. Listen, you'll get more swipe lefts if you say you're 6 foot. Trust me. You're gonna see the metrics increase. You do that one simple change.
Thankfully, I've never needed to use a dating app, so I will not be starting.
If you do that,
that's because he's like the king of Cameroon.
The king of Cameroon. Like that's right. You don't need anything.
Just my bank account doesn't know.
The king of Cameroon. That's it. He wants to take a trip to Queens, New York, to find his bride.
My bank account.
I got that reference.
A coming to America reference.
Oh, he's wrong.
Yeah, there you go. Yes.
We all got that reference.
Oh man,
it's raw oats.
He's gonna find a shorty that says "bro" romantically and
the
says
"bro" romantic, like bro.
Yeah, say love platonically. You're gonna be confused.
There you go.
And when she mad at him, she's gonna tell him to suck her dick.
Get yourself. I still did not receive your certificate. I did not get your certificate for the training. All right,
listen, my girlfriend watches the show from time to time, so we are not making any more jokes about me having anybody else. Okay, let's just.
You didn't tell me you were the Prince of Cameroon.
Trouble. She'll be like, "Where's the money?
Where's the money?" Oh, all right. All right, let's get the show started. Let's get it kicking again. Thank you so much. But let me go through the viewer activity. It's already kicking. So we got D487 kicking it off with a super chat saying, "Let's go." So he was already ready from the jump. Thank you so much for rocking out. Thank you for being there for supporting the channel. All right, we got Major Claridge up in here. So he gifted someone free membership, So please reach out to Major. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for helping out the community to engage. Gordo P23 with a super chat. Thank you so much. Gordo says GTA 5 has now sold 225 million. For perspective, that is more than the population of Russia and Canada combined. Do you think GTA 6 can reach this milestones? Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. Unless it's
they're gonna double dip with that game.
But I think, to be honest, are they gonna shut? I don't think they're gonna shut down GTA 5. That's going to be the problem.
No, it didn't sound like it. Not early. They're not. I give it about another 5 years though.
Because so that's going to be the problem. How many people are you going to get to go from GTA 5 to GTA 6? Or how many people are just going to stay because they just invested so much? So that's going to be a challenge. So good question. Good question, Gordon.
That's a great question.
Glenzer.
I feel like the people that are invested a lot in GTA Online, they will automatically be the first ones to go.
There's gonna be a huge crowd, but like 200. Well, I would say this though, the 200 million plus sales is kind of inflated because what people were doing is they were rebuying the game because the currency in the game. It was easier to buy the game again at $30 and you get more shark cards than directly buying the shark cards directly.
Oh shit! Did not know that.
So buying the game
that's why.
again, you just get the shark cards, and you get more shark cards as compared to buying. So instead of buying $30 worth of shark cards, you buy the game for $30, and you get even more shark cards. So that's why so many rebuys. That's why so many people and Take-Two honored it. Take-Two honored if you bought the game again, yes, you can use your shark card for the game you already bought.
Yep.
So that's how they really inflated the GTA 5 sale. Glinzer, thank you for the super chat. Says PS5 equals Bad Bunny, Xbox equals Bankrupt Bunny. Oh man.
Oh,
Oh
man.
man.
God.
He said Bankrupt Bunny, baby.
Bankrupt Bunny. God.
That's funny.
That
And then
is
he
a
goes
wild
JFK
game.
TV. He goes AM. How dare you make sense out of the nonsense of this wonderful American economic system? You got some nerve. Love you.
That's why I could never go there. They'll arrest me.
How dare you? All right. How dare you? All right. Our economic system is based on freedom. Okay. We bring freedom to the world. All right. You will love us once we decide to annex you. Right now, we're focusing on Greenland, but eventually, we're gonna realize we need Australia.
All the islands. Collect all
them.
the islands.
That's it.
There.
Don't worry. We
Like
will bring
Pokemon
freedom to
cards.
you. We will bring freedom. We will take away your health care, and we will put you in debt. But the good part is that makes you want to work harder, and that's why we're the American dream. We push people to work harder.
You will work harder.
That's a rap.
You will get it. You will get it ready.
You will get it
That's
ready.
all it's about. Yeah, in America. That's all it's about.
America.
Have it ready.
But yeah, we are Team America, and we're coming to a country near you. And we got Galaxy Fur with a super chat. Thank you, Galaxy. Galaxy said each state and country controls sales tax. There are over 12,400 different tax jurisdictions in the U.S. $9.99 sounds more enticing than 1054 too. At least 1054 is what you're paying for.
Man, I'm more surprised that he knows that there's 12,400 different tax jurisdictions in the U.S.
I'm
impressed at that.
That's a lot. Listen, that is a lot of tax jurisdictions. We need to simplify the system. Can we just use one number and just be done with it? 9% sell tax across the board. Period. That's it. Done. Have a nice day. I don't know, but anyway. All right. So we did our little chit chat. Let's kick it off with the topics. I want to start off with Ubisoft. All right.
Yeah.
So here's the conversation. So Ubisoft is in a
They're a publisher.
Yeah. So they canceled apparently 6 games, including the remake to what is it? Sands of Time. So they're in real big trouble.
Yeah.
So real big trouble, right? This is my question to the audience, right? Especially if you play Ubisoft games and you enjoyed, Ubisoft games across, generations. So I want to kick it off. What went wrong? Like, what happened to Ubisoft? Like from your perspective, what happened? What do you think? What happened? And what do you think they should have done? Like, I'm just surprised because I look back, I'm like, man, these things, they had it going. They had Splinter Cell, Ghost Recon, even though multiplayer was doing great. They were doing things right, but something happened, and I'm like, I can't put my finger on it, but like, how did they stray so far? I'll kick it off. Let me start off with Valkyrie to kick it off the show. We'll start with you. Have you played Ubisoft games in the past? Are you familiar with Ubisoft games? Were you a fan of any Ubisoft games?
Used to play Prince of Persia back in the day.
Okay. All right. Can you remember how they were and how big they were, Splinter Cell and all that stuff, to what they are now? Like, in your view, can you see like where they went wrong?
I think it just, for me, I stopped playing it because gameplay, storyline, everything was just, I just lost interest. It just wasn't the same. Somehow it just became less immersive. Like, it didn't hold my attention. I just didn't have it.
As compared to the past games?
Yeah. It's past games, yeah.
Would you say that some of their stuff is like repetitive? Like, I noticed like it's just a regurgitation of the same open world formula. Far Cry.
You just reuse elements.
Yeah. Even like Ghost Recon, when I played what is it? The one with the drug lords? Um, Wildlands, I think it was
Wildland,
Wildlands.
Wildland.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Wildlands is
Wildlands.
actually kind of cool.
Yeah, it's good game, but it still felt kind of Far Cry-ish. Like they're just
Yeah.
trying to
Well,
re-replicate
go
the
ahead.
formula. Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, and with Ghost Recon, that game was based on stealth, and for some reason with Wildlands, they tried to make it open gun season. It's like, no, I mean that was supposed to be a takeoff on there was a Tom Clancy book, and I forgot the name of it. A Clear and Present Danger. It's supposed to be a takeoff on that, but they mixed it up. It's still fun. I agree. And whoever said it was still a fun game, but
I did that.
yeah,
I said that.
yeah. But there's another Ghost Recon coming out, Vietnam, that they are going to make. It survived the cuts. But go ahead, Porter Rock. My bad. I just had to get that in there.
Okay, all right. Yeah, going back to Valkyrie, stuff like that. So like, did you hear about they were originally making a Sands of Time remake, full blown, built from the ground up on current gen hardware, and then they decided to cancel it.
Heard about it. Don't know why they did it, but I was hoping it'd be
Yeah.
different. We'll never know.
Yeah, and if they canceled that game, then what game are you gonna greenlight then?
I don't know what's in their lineup. Not much.
They don't make.
I mean, you
Splinter
can't
Cell
keep
no
doing
more.
Assassin's Creed, so
That seems like that's all they do. Really?
but it's the same. Every Assassin's Creed is the same. But the books are more interesting.
I mean, they took one to Japan, but that obviously didn't sit very well with the people who are not white.
Oh my
Hey, I like that game. I like that game a lot.
Yeah, I'm loving that game. I started playing.
It's
not as good. It's not as good as Ghost of Yote, but it's still fun. I'm enjoying it. And that girl is mean, man. I like that girl. She's mean.
To me, I think that's probably one of the better Assassin's Creed in a very long time.
I agree.
And because I did like Origins. Odyssey, even though I got it, I got to play it. But the point that I was going with it is that to me, Assassin's Creed Shadows, they probably should have made that a long time ago. And I think if they would have made that a long time ago, when I say a long time ago, before Ghost of Tsushima came out, Ubisoft probably wouldn't be in this position that they're currently in right now, because if they would have listened to the fans as opposed to going to China, Russia, India, fucking France, or some other European place, they would have done really well, because people have been clamoring for a Japan setting for years. And
that's true.
And it took for Ghost, and it's crazy. It took for Ghost of Tsushima to come out for them to, oh shit, they did a better Assassin's Creed game than any Assassin's Creed game. And I'm just saying,
That's
from
true too.
perspective and opinion. But Ubisoft had the ball, and they had the ball for a while, but they dropped the ball. Hey, I got a lot to say on this, because I on one hand, I like Ubisoft, but on the other hand, they do deserve a lot of flack for a lot of the dumb shit that they do. So I'll wait my turn before I say anything more.
Okay. All right. Okay. You know what? Unless Valkyrie has anything more to say, I'll kick it over to you. It seems like
All right.
It seems like you're ready.
I'm ready.
Have it ready.
You better have it. Yeah.
Like he has it ready, coach. Craig. He has it ready.
Yeah, put me in, coach. Yeah. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
All right, so to answer your question, Rock, I think the two things that Ubisoft did wrong were, number one, shareholders. I think the moment shareholders got involved in gaming, I think this is across the board. Anytime shareholders and corporate got involved in gaming, that's always a negative. And then secondly, I also think that Ubisoft was also in that race of AAA. Well, I'm sorry, wait a minute, because Ubisoft was a quadruple A publisher with that Skull and Bones bullshit, but I'm but I think Ubisoft got messed up with the shareholders, and they also got messed up with having yearly releases as well. And I think with a even though Ubisoft is a big time publisher, I think games coming out on a yearly basis doesn't do any company any good. I even feel that way about EA with Madden and FIFA, but Ubisoft really dropped the ball I would say after Assassin's Creed, um,
Mm.
after Assassin's Creed 2, after Assassin's Creed 2, the trilogy, I think once they start doing damn, what was the one they was in America? Assassin's Creed 3 and then the Assassin's Creed Rogue. I think, in my opinion, it was a drop off in the quality in the within that particular franchise, because it's like, hey, if I Assassin's Creed 3 Assassin's Creed Rogue plays just like Assassin's Creed. Granted that they both during the same type of time period, but they're two different games. Like, why couldn't Rogue been a DLC for 3? Like, why does this have to be another $60 game? I think Assassin's Creed 4, and I think they kind of came back. Then they came out with Assassin's Creed Unity, and with all of the jankiness and the issues that that particular game had, it's just like, to me, Ubisoft was just hit or miss, hit or miss, hit or miss, and I didn't think that they really came to their stride, specifically in the Assassin's Creed series, until they got to Odyssey, and even then, I know even from Odyssey on down to Shadows, which would include Odyssey, excuse me, I'm sorry, Origins, Odyssey, what's the Viking one, Valkyrie, and
Valhalla.
Valhalla. Thank you, Valhalla and Shadows, is because of, even though those those kind of board, the Assassin's Creed more palatable to people, it was still polarizing because of the fact that, hey, is this am I playing an Assassin's Creed game, or am I playing another RPG? Because at that point, Assassin's Creed had a lot of RPG elements to it. Um, but but again, they got to answer to their shareholders, and if your shareholders say, hey, these are the metrics, and we want, and you got to make $60 million within quarter 4, we don't give a fuck if your competition is Call of Duty or Battlefield or on off years, either a Sony title or a Grand Theft Auto series, or a Grand Theft Auto game back in 2013. You got to do it. So I think between, as I said earlier, shareholders, them
Mm.
stretching themselves out too thin, and competing, and with the yearly releases, it didn't do them any favors at all. I would make a joke and say, because I'm not too sure if they are a Acadian, if they French Canadian, or they're actually a true French, in France, a France studio.
They're in France.
They're
They're in France.
French.
Okay.
Yeah.
France.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we in bum buns.
False.
As a person that speaks French, I'm extremely offended by whatever that was supposed to be.
He said, was that
Well,
right?
it simply means yes, yes, and candy. Yes, yes, candy.
Yeah, I know.
We is yeah. Okay. All right.
Except we don't say that, we don't pronounce the S at the end. It's just bonbon.
No, bum bun.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair
the
enough.
S.
I'll take the
Anyways,
pause.
continue.
Go ahead, Brain.
Yeah. Ubisoft was just doing too much all at one particular time, and that's pretty much it for me.
I want to pick up on what he said because, first of all, I agree with everything. I will also speak mostly from the Assassin's Creed franchise because that ties directly to the Prince of Persia franchise, because Assassin's Creed
Mhm.
was first conceived as a Prince of Persia game, and Prince of Persia was one of the first games I ever played. Never saved that princess; she's still locked. But anyways, I always feel bad about that. What I will say is that they just simply lost their soul, right? After Assassin's Creed 3, it just completely. I feel like the series was written really well with Assassin's Creed
Mhm.
1, Assassin's Creed 2, and Assassin's Creed 3 in mind. And they kind of had a Bible, a design Bible for what the story was. And Assassin's Creed was always kind of RPG ish, but it was a very particular flavor of that. And I think that is the thing that Ubisoft completely lost sight of. Like, whenever it came to the Assassin's Creed franchise, they just, after 3, and, they kind of got rid of the importance of the modern day, they completely lost focus on what even an Assassin's Creed was. What is an assassin?
Mm.
Like you're playing like the newer Assassin's Creed, Origins and Odyssey, Valhalla, and everything. And it's like sometimes you're not even an assassin. Sometimes you do things that an assassin wouldn't do. Like when they say Assassin's Creed Shadows, fantastic that you're able to play two different characters and everything. But Yasuke is an assassin. You're just like in many of the games, the person was not even an assassin, and so they don't have the mythos, they don't have the mythology
Odyssey.
that goes with that character, and you're just like, what am I playing? It's lost its identity. And I will tie this back to Clear Obscure because those devs were first under Ubisoft. That's the biggest difference. Clear Obscure has a lot of soul. And it's one of those things that you've got to experience to be able to know, you've got to be able to connect with, to be like, this game has a soul, it has a spirit, it has something that it is delivering that makes it different enough from everything else as to be unique. After a while, the Assassin's Creed games, they just were just like generic random RPG in a mythological time period, basically, right? Like I think you were fighting like beasts of mythology, like you were fighting like
An
snakes and
Odyssey,
gods and everything.
yeah,
That was
Cyclops
Yes,
and
never
Medusa.
part of
Odyssey. That was Odyssey.
the very first
Odyssey.
thing that was in the old design Bible for the Assassin's Creed series is that everything that we do can be explained by science.
Mhm.
Our science is so advanced in our fiction that it appears to be magic, but it's always scientifically based. We don't do actual magic systems. So it was always like that. Like you think about. I remember they released like a DLC for one of those later games, and it was like this glowing armor, this glowing horse, and it's like, how does that make sense in Assassin's Creed? How would the people just walk around, see you with a glowing horse, and be like, oh yeah, that's just a regular Joe. And it's just like, when you break the mythos of a game so much, I say you have kind of lost its soul. So it became this soulless thing. And just like the brain was saying, the yearly releases that would not even give
Mm.
the writers a chance to, conceive what is next for the world, or does it even have to continue? I always said that they should have gotten rid of the Assassin's Creed name and they should have just called it like the Animus Chronicles or something. And then in world, it could have just been like a fictional like piece of content created by the Abstergo Industries because they had the capacity to do that with the Animus. They could have had their cake and eaten it too, but then made it canonical to the actual world and be like, okay, this is just like a piece of propaganda that they are releasing, and then the next major Assassin's Creed game is going to like deal with the state of the world as it is now because right now you're just playing through this propagandized version of what history is. And that would have been really, really cool to see the implications of that. Anyways, that would have been far too much creativity, far too much writing for what the brain was saying. The pressure from shareholders to, okay,
Mhm.
Assassin's Creed 2 made X amount of money, Assassin's Creed 3, Assassin's Creed 4, go ahead and top that year after year after year. And then the same thing with the Far Cry series happened because with Far Cry, when we have Far Cry 3, one of the best villains ever created in Vast, right? I think it's Vast, that's the villain in
Yeah.
there. And he had a real relationship with both the player character and the player yourself because they just did something miraculous in the way that they were able to shoot the cinematography for that game where it felt like he was talking directly through you, so he was talking directly to you through your character. And they tried to chase that so many times, come up with this hype villain in Far Cry 4. I think it was at the Jesus one. And then Far Cry 5, it was like another. I think Far
That was
Cry 5 was. No,
that was
no,
a
Far Cry
Jesus.
5 was a Jesus one. Far Cry 4 was the twins or something?
That one
The
was the
girls?
one. I forget his name, but that one was based in Nepal.
Oh,
It
that was
was
the
like,
Nepal one. That was the
yeah,
Nepal one with the
Yeah.
pink suit.
yeah.
And every single
Yeah.
time they try to like find this villain and find a relationship with them, and it just did not connect as much. And I think in the is it Far Cry 6, the one with uh what's
Esposito.
his name?
Yeah, Juan
Yeah,
Carlo, John
with
Carlo.
Juan Carlo,
Yeah.
right? Exactly.
Yeah.
With him, he's not even in the game for 95% of it. And it's
That's
like
true.
you try to establish this relationship between you and the villain, and it's like you see a little bit of him, but I think he only ever meets the player character like twice or three times. And it's like two of those times are at the end of the game. You don't get to build that relationship with him. It's just like I don't know. It's like they don't understand what made the games good, and they don't understand what made the games unique. And then eventually, because I guess they wanted to have the same processes in order to make these things as quickly as possible, Far Cry started to feel a lot like Assassin's Creed 3. The difference is that in one of the games you were using swords, the other one you were using guns. But in terms of like the actual design philosophy of the world, it became extremely similar to the point where they were basically interchangeable. You were still climbing towers to see things. You were still, unlocking areas of the map. You were still going through different checkpoints to find out what this question mark is over there, what that question mark is over there. I don't know. I feel like they lost the gamers' trust. They simply didn't deliver products that felt unique and enticing enough for most gamers. And frankly, they've never actually tried to achieve that back again, which is a shame because they had like side titles like Immortals, Phoenix Rising, and other side titles that came out of their studios that actually had a soul, that were actually unique. But then the name Ubisoft was so tainted by then that people were just not interested. So I don't know. I just think it's just people being greedy and shareholders proving once again that capitalism eventually kills creativity.
Well, I don't disagree overall. I agree with the Brain said. I think when you try to make too many things good, you get away from what you do great, and that happens. That happened to them. I think they overextended, and the quality of the games, like Extreme is saying, is correct. The quality did go down. I'll just simply say about Assassin's Creed, because I'm a big fan of that series. If you go back and you do play it, you will see that you are finding artifacts from a precursor race that was extremely advanced, and that's why you're finding all the crazy stuff. If you do find it, but overall, I agree with the Brain with Extreme said. I think I hate the fact they canceled Prince of Persia, because that's one of the very first Ubisoft, maybe the first Ubisoft game I played. And just I like the system where you were running and jumping and stuff like that. It was just fun to try to speed run and stuff like that through it. But I just think they got overextended. And they even did an Assassin's Creed movie that was terrible. I mean, it's one of the worst movies I've ever seen in my life. So but they overextended, and kind of what the Brain is talking about. It just, if you're good at one or two, it's like a football team that's good at running the football, and then you try to throw the ball 40 times. Well, you're probably not getting out of your game plan. And so I agree with what Valkyrie M and the Brain said here. Just remember, if you're playing Assassin's Creed, you're finding artifacts from a precursor race. It wasn't human. It was humanoid, and they had all these fantastical things that we think is magic. That for us, we perceive it. He was talking about the magic. Yeah, we perceive it as that, but that's not what it is. But overall, I think the series is good. I agree with what Henry said about it going to Japan. I've enjoyed playing that game. I just got caught up in Ghost of Yote because that's a better game. But there is nothing wrong, especially on the Pro. If you're playing that Assassin's Creed, is it Shadows? Yeah, I think it's Shadows. That's one of the best looking games that you will play on the Pro from a third party. That's ipso facto. You can say the game is trash. That's fine. But the game itself, it's very buttery smooth. The graphics are top notch. So congratulations to them on how they got that game to work. But I think it's kind of drifted away. When the guy that was in charge of Assassin's Creed, he said he wanted to rebrand it and make it more like The Witcher. The Witcher 3, because The Witcher 3 was so successful. And that's what he did. He made it more open world. The games look great. I mean, you can't play Origins and say it's a bad looking game. Odyssey's a great looking game. And so Odyssey, if you play as Cassandra, she's in essence, she's Wonder Woman. She's like a scaled down version of Wonder Woman. So, but overall, I think I agree that they just got away from what they do really, really good. And Mirage, they kind of got back to it because Mirage was a throwback. The way the system, the way the climbing went back to what they did well with that series. Ubisoft itself, if they could just concentrate on a handful of things, the shooting game, the Ghost Recon game, the other game, the Rainbow Six series, online series, that still does I don't know, they got a pretty good player count.
Yeah, that's
with that.
A well-playing game. The Siege, Rainbow Six.
Yeah, Siege, that was called. Yeah, that's played in like tournaments and stuff like that. So they can concentrate on that. And with Ghost Recon, get back to stealth. That Ghost Recon was a stealth-based game. You were going and rescuing people and interrogating people, stuff like that. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how they do it. Because this year, when you look at the release schedule, that it's tough. I mean, Phantom Blade Zero, Forza, MLB The Show's coming out. That always does a big number now. So whether we like it or not, so there's a heavy schedule. So if they do something this year, they got to knock it out of the park. So we'll see. Even the game, The Crew, that's not a bad game. But you know, they just they have that. They've just got too much of everything. Like you go to a picnic and there's a ton of food and everybody, and it's like, well, it was okay. That's because it was too much shit there. So, but yeah, I don't disagree with what's been said here on the panel. Shout out to the panel for putting that together. Appreciate me chiming in on that.
All right.
I mean,
Hey,
to follow
Sean,
what Craig said, I think what they forgot is that the mythos of the game was actually really important because the precursor race is talking about at the issue. They created the human race as a docile workforce, and the pieces of Eden make us hallucinate because there's like a chip inside our DNA that makes those advanced pieces of technology, cause all of those effects. So it's like it was really cool. And to me, I would compare it to like playing Batman with him using guns. Like they went to Assassin's Creed and then they wanted to fix the gameplay, and it's like they forgot about the mythos of the characters and the world, right? Like Batman using guns isn't Batman. You could have like amazing gameplay, but you put that character there and it's like it doesn't work
throws
anymore
off the
because
world.
Batman has an ethos. He has a mythos to him that you have to respect, right?
Yeah.
And it's just like it is what it is. So yeah.
You know.
I
Like,
agree.
What I hated is Black Flag. I don't know why people like that game. I mean, everybody has their own choice, but I hated that one. That is, to me, that was so far off.
That's one of the most
Assassin's
popular
Assassin's Creed
ones.
was,
I
though.
know, but that is so anti
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed. Like you're literally
no,
on a
you're-
ship
you're
blowing
not
shit up.
assassin.
There is nothing
Not an assassin.
secret. There is nothing.
Yeah.
You are out in the
Yeah.
open, ready to blow everything up. That is like
agree.
completely opposite. I never seen a
Yeah.
game so far. Like that game should have been its own game and call it
Now
something
the
else.
DLC. Did you play the DLC? Cry Freedom.
Hell no.
That
hell
was an Assassin's Creed game. So
Yeah.
you're not wrong.
I hated Black
they just
Flag.
wanted
I'm
to
like,
take,
this is not a.
They just wanted to take the boating and they make a separate game. That's what they have said that. But
I
they're
never
supposed to be
forgave
remaking
Ubisoft.
that game.
I never forgave Ubisoft for that one. They suckered me out of my $60 thinking I bought an Assassin's Creed game. That was not an Assassin's Creed game. That's
You know
false
what's funny?
advertisement.
That for me, everybody that love Black Flag, I'm like, you're not an Assassin's Creed fan.
No,
because
that is
there's
not
nothing
Assassin's
assassin about that.
Nothing.
I'm
I'm
just
glad.
like,
I agree.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. There is nothing Assassin's Creed in that game. Nothing. I'm like, holy, this is. I'm playing this game. I'm like, I'm not playing Assassin's Creed at all. Like this is not Assassin's Creed at all.
I played that game from the very beginning. You kill an assassin, and I'm like, the fuck, some random pirate kills an assassin?
Yeah,
I'm just
that's
like,
it.
what the?
Yeah.
I just like because they had Blackbeard in it. I like that. I like that guy. I like that guy. So, but yeah, you're right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And then it becomes like really good because I thought like, okay, maybe he like get to train with the assassins.
Yeah, I
No,
thought,
just like,
okay,
yeah,
he's gonna meet
yeah.
like a master trainer and take over.
exactly.
Nope.
Yeah, no,
No, not even
he's
close.
good to go.
Now you're just like a bigger captain of a ship. Now you get your. I'm
Exactly.
like, this is terrible. You know.
Yeah.
Okay. Sean, any thoughts? You play a lot of Ubisoft games. Do you have a contract with Ubisoft?
I'm actually partner.
So he ain't gonna tell the truth.
Of course he is.
He not gonna tell the truth.
Get ready, Sean.
I'm actually partner.
He
with
loves.
them, actually.
They're doing great, aren't they? They're
Sean,
fantastic.
before you go, I don't have a PlayStation partner, share play partner. This is weird. How I always say that. Just so you know, just for your information, I don't have a. Anyways, go ahead.
No. I mean, I'm gonna speak what's real. I mean, like I said, I don't sugarcoat anything, but I'm gonna feel like where Ubisoft actually fell off, in my perspective. I'm gonna just say the Assassin's Creed fatigue just actually diminished after Valhalla. So I'm gonna just say it like after that. But as far as the good ones, I mean, we started off with Rayman back in the day. I mean, Rayman was one.
Yeah.
You know the original Rainbow Six on PlayStation 1. So
I remember that.
I'm
Rainbow
familiar.
Six.
Look, I'm OG, so I know.
My favorite was Vegas.
So
Rainbow Six Vegas
yeah,
was awesome.
yeah.
Oh, wasn't that phenomenal? They did a
Vegas
remake.
on,
It was phenomenal.
I seen that on 360 a couple of times. I seen that on 360.
Oh, that game's phenomenal.
I played on PS. I played on PS3 at 12 frames.
When I used to work at GameStop, when I used to work at GameStop, I used to see that game a lot.
Struggling.
So, yeah, I used to work at GameStop too at one time. So yeah. So I had to separate those game cases and everything. So yeah, I was a GameStop worker at one time. But yeah, I'm gonna just say I'm gonna just say they basically everybody think they going woke. because you got to think about the
Yeah.
Star Wars Outlaws and
Yeah.
Oh man,
So I
oh
think
yeah,
once
that
you
was
start
theirs. That
going
was
woke,
theirs too, right?
that's
Star Wars
and
Outlaws.
Yeah.
the DEI
I love
thing
it.
started going on, and
Love it.
like I said, people got sick of it, man. People don't want that stuff in their games, bro. Like people don't want that DEI stuff in there. So
I do.
once
I
they
want it
start,
fine.
so once
So
they
hey,
start
let me
doing
ask you
that,
this. So Sean, when like for you from your perspective, what aspects of DEI that you see that you're like this shouldn't be in the game? Like this is completely not
okay,
related to the
so basically
game.
the
Distracts from the
Because the main
game.
characters
Like what?
the
black.
characters from like basically like the character from Star Wars Outlaws, like they wanted to
Yeah.
make that character butt ugly and stuff. Like I don't know why they did that. But I mean,
She's
I
not
got the
ugly.
game.
They
I got the
purposely
game.
they purposely made the character
But some
ugly.
people think she's ugly. I'm not saying from my perspective. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying from other people. What I'm seeing from people tweeting and everything. I'm just saying that.
Are they playing the
I'm not
game,
saying-
or are they just joining the chorus?
I actually played it. I actually liked the game. I actually played
Well,
it.
I'm not saying you
Actually,
didn't.
So you
I'm just saying
played
the
it.
people
You
that
played
criticize it.
Outlaws?
Are they playing?
I don't know. I don't know if they did or not. I can't say.
Probably not. Yeah.
I agree. She
You know,
looks. To me, she looks like a normal girl. Most women aren't.
Yeah, for me,
don't look like
I had no
Eve
issue.
to celebrate. You know, like that girl's exaggerated. I mean, and they said they exaggerated her. So, but that girl from Star Outlaw, that's
felt
the
like
way
it was a
women
good game.
look.
I
I'm
felt like it was a
not
good
saying
game.
that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you're not.
But it's
I'm not
modeled
saying
though
you're
for a
critiquing
real
the game.
actress. So
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
So-
are they gamers that
then-
want everyone to look like an OF model or something? Like
Yeah, that's what they
what's
want. Is what it
going on
sounds
here?
like.
Like, bro,
Yeah,
watch
that's
your
why
ass.
they're buying themselves.
Like,
Because
The
people
women.
like,
I
Google.
guess.
like, what kind of
guess they
satisfaction
want
are you
people-
really looking for from a game? If
I
what
guess
are you
people
what
want-
are you really looking for? You
Yeah.
might
I
be
guess
you
they
might be
want-
in the
I
wrong
guess they
entertainment industry.
Like I guess they want characters like they play on Stellar Blade. You know, they want
Mhm.
characters like that.
Well, all those girls were D cups. Those girls were D
I'm just saying, but
They were.
I'm just going by
Most women
perspective.
don't want
I'm
like
going by
that.
perspective. I'm going
No,
by
you're not
perspective.
wrong, but that's not most women aren't built like that. They're built like the girl in
Exactly.
Star Wars games. I don't get why they're saying. I know you're not saying she's ugly, but do you think? I want to ask you this, Sean. Do you think the people that are saying that she's ugly are playing the game, or are they just kind of
100%
joining in
no.
on a chorus? So no, all right, because
100%
that's
no.
what I agree with you. I agree with that. Yeah,
100% no. I don't
They're
think
not
they're playing the
playing
game at all.
yeah.
I
all right,
think
because I
they
agree.
doing it to-
I agree.
I think they're doing it to grift. A lot of grifters will be
Absolutely.
on there. I agree.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of grifters.
But back to Porter Rock's question, what DEI is in those games with Ubi? Because you're a partner. What do you see this DEI, which is affirmative action? That's DEI is affirmative action. So
Okay, so like
what-
Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yeah.
Shadows. That's a good
Yeah.
example.
Okay, what's DI in there?
or is the girl ugly?
No.
Oh,
I'm
she
talking
cool.
about as far as like cultural backgrounds, like Yasuke. Like a lot of people really resonating with Yasuke in Japan and all that. So that's why I said a lot of people. Like I said, grifters are doing that.
Well, here's the
But,
thing, though.
yeah.
So for Yasuke, he's not the like. This is what I didn't understand about the game, because this is not the first game that he was referenced as a black samurai. He's referenced as a black samurai in Neo. It's an actual armor that you get called the Yasuke armor.
Yeah.
So it's like there's even like anime about him. So this is why, why did this game get flack over something that's like not new to Japanese culture? There's a lot of references to Yasuke as a black samurai in games, in movies, in anime,
I guess a lot of people
manga. So why did Assassin's Creed Shadows get so much flack over something that's like not even a new concept?
I think because of the story was over exaggerated. That's why a lot of people was a lot.
Every Assassin's Creed game is over
it's been a little exaggerated. Yeah. So
have they played I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Did they play Odyssey?
Yeah. Well,
These people want magic and dragons, and then this is where they draw the line. Oh yeah, no, the black people can't be like that. No.
But I can understand if Ubisoft invented it. They invented the character Yasuke, right? Invented it completely. Then maybe I could see what the hell is Ubisoft inventing? But the character is not new. Like the character's been around for decades, in Japanese lore. Whether he's actually a real samurai or not, are we really gonna have that discussion in a video game like Assassin's Creed, which is fake? Like it's not actually documenting history. That game, maybe that's how it started in Assassin's Creed 1 and 2, but they went Fast and the Furious a long time ago. They completely went off the rails in a whole new direction, right? And now you have cars in space. Now you got cars in space with a rocket engine, right? But it's not like they created the character from scratch. That character has been in Japanese law for decades. You know what I'm saying? Books, movies, manga, anime. Like I said, Neo. I think it was either Neo or Neo 2. You know, if you play that on PlayStation, he's mentioned. You know, he has an armor piece that you can use. So it's like, I mean, hell, in Neo, the samurai's white, and nobody has an issue with that.
Yeah, and even Tom Cruise played a white.
His name is Sir William.
The Last Samurai.
Right.
His name is Sir William. I think it is, right? In Neo, that's his name, Sir William.
Man, I'm just holding back. I'm just waiting.
Man. Oh man, we got him. He's about to stand up and yell at the chat. He's like,
I don't understand.
He's about to stand up. I don't know.
But I don't understand how it's. I mean, I don't get it. I don't. If they're putting in a historically. Now, granted, if the guy is real or not, I mean, who cares? It's a video game. It's escapism, and I just think it's hilarious. But yeah, if it's woke, I buy it. I bought Assassin's Creed day one. Wait till Resident Evil 9. Wait till the wokeness of Resident Evil 9 comes out.
That game is woke too.
Don't do that.
How?
Yeah,
don't do that.
Is.
No, it's
I'm not gonna spoil anything. Let's just say one of the characters in there may have a husband, and we're gonna leave it there. I'm gonna let you guess who that is.
I don't think so.
You're gonna find out. You're gonna find out. That's all I can say.
Trust me, I keep up with Resident Evil lore since day one. So
somebody got a husband on that game. I ain't gonna say who it is.
Okay, brother Craig.
That's one thing about lore about Resident Evil. That's something else that nobody can tell me about because I lived that fucking shit.
And also the fact I was told it was woke because a black man gave a white woman orders to go into that town. I guess the woman is going into the town.
Hold on, let's go back. Let's backtrack. Are you saying Leon S. Kennedy?
I ain't saying that in a word. One of the characters got a husband.
That's not true.
I can see. Look at your face.
Brother Craig,
Grace was kidnapped.
Listen, bro. Listen,
brother
Craig.
Grace was kidnapped.
Listen, Leon. Hey, listen, Will.
Brother Craig, legit.
Will, listen.
Brother man. Hold on. This man really turned in. Hold on. This man, brother Craig, really turned into our fucking boomstick of the podcast. That's crazy.
Listen, I'm gonna help you out. Listen here, Will. Listen, Will. Leon's sexuality plays no importance. That man is a hero.
I agree.
He is an absolute. I don't care.
I'm not saying it's him.
That man is the man. Whatever is his preference, it's all right, bro. You can depend on him. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't care. Listen, he's a good dude no matter what. You know what I'm saying?
He's a good dude.
He's going back to Raccoon City. You understand? And if he's going back to find his husband, then you goddamn right. You need to go back. Go back and get your man, Leon. Find your man. Go back.
I just want to say that the word woke means staying aware of like the
Will's like
people and people of minorities. It has nothing to do with whether a person is gay or not, or it has nothing to do with DEI. It has nothing to do with any of that. So please stop calling games woke just because they have something that you disagree with. If you don't like Leon listen, I'm just saying it shouldn't be called woke when it has nothing to do with us. It does not have anything to do with African American struggles. So listen, I don't care if Leon is gay as fucking Santa Claus. Okay, he's not
Santa Claus is gay
for that. Okay,
what happened to Mrs. Claus?
Well, clearly, you ever seen Mrs. Santa Claus?
There will be no Leon Santa here.
Oh snap!
Okay,
you know what? I gotta add something to what M just said.
Okay.
Because I hate the fact that politics are in video games. The whole purpose for me playing video games is to have some sort of escape from reality. If I want to think about politics, I'm gonna look at the fucking news, right? If I want to hear about politics, I'll go to work. You know, so for people to get and everybody said something that was I don't want to say that people call y'all call up hypocrisies without actually calling it out. As far as saying, hey, wait a minute, the guy from Neo, even though I know he was based off of I know he was an exaggeration of a real life person back in the 16th century. But where was this same energy with Samurai Showdown? Like you got like how many you got the woman Charlotte and you got the one the white ninja. I forget the name. I forget his name, but that walks around with the German Shepherd. But that's not where I really want to go with this.
Yeah.
At one point in time, woke was to me. This is where woke and DEI all come down to. To me, it's just a euphemism for saying things that is supposed to be pejorative. Either A is pejorative, or B that it has something to do with blackness. To me, woke about 15 years ago was never anything negative. In fact, if you was from New York or Philly or some other urban place in the United States, if you call somebody woke, that was like one of the highest. That was like one of the highest esteems that you can call somebody. So for the fact that woke is such a pejorative word, or even DEI or affirmative action is such a pejorative and such a negative, that's because politics got involved in it. Secondly, I know a lot of the issues, at least from my perspective, as far as like the whole politics and representation in games, which I do get to a certain extent, but I do feel as though that a lot of things were kind of forced, going back to the whole Gamergate, because of I'm gonna call out anybody names, but people calling out as far as what's so realistic about this particular woman that got double Z titties in the 45 and the 45-inch waist with she's scantily clad. Well, it's a video game. It's based in fantasy. It's whatever you wanted. It's whatever the hell the developer wanted to be. So why are we questioning? Why are we questioning things that isn't even real in the first place? The only thing I care about video games is whether or not A, if this shit is fun, and B, is it worth my money? If it doesn't meet those two criteria, then I don't care. So it's the fact, again, as much as I can say, as far as shareholders and corporate culture got involved in video games, you also had a bunch of grifters. They did just as much damage to the video games as well too. So it's to me, I hate not the fact that we having this conversation, but over the past 12 years, because I'll say for me, in 2014, that's when I really start seeing gaming really start going down the drain, because of people are inputting things that have no business being in video game talk at all, or at least, all right, if you want to talk about that, but okay, so don't call it out just on this side. Don't just call out Yusuke, because I do know that Yusuke was based off of a real character, and whether or not if he was Yasuke, thank you. Yes. I do know that Yasuke, that he was based off of a real character, and whether regardless if he was actually a real samurai or not, is a whole nother question. But I do know that he was a real person. That's the whole point of video games. Video games are not supposed to be real. Now, if you want to give me a double D breasted woman playing football in Madden, now I got an issue, because I know Madden is based on actual real life on that particular year for rosters, man. Like this, like, to tell you the truth, as I get older, it is becoming harder for me to play video games, and I thought just because of me getting older and me being more tired, that is part of it. But the other part of it,
the tired part's still there. It's still true.
Yeah, the tired part is still there, but the other part is a bunch of it's the grifters, and this kind of goes back to the conversation that we had last week. I'm pretty sure if the grifters wasn't in video games the way that they were, or people just spreading so much misinformation or being hypocritical, to me, video games, we probably wouldn't even be dealing with some of the shit that we're dealing with in video games, because of it would be a non-issue. It'd be like, well, fuck, it's a fuck this. I don't care. Who cares? Like, as you said, if whoever Resident Evil character got a husband, fuck, I don't care.
Yeah, I know most people are not gonna care.
Craig started some shit, man, and Will's like, "Oh my god."
Well, no,
I like to chime in on this. Right?
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
So, it's not because it's the people make it about politics, and it's loosely political because it's got representations and people that were overlooked over the years of decades of whatever it is that the representation it is in media, right? So, I think games, regardless of whether they meant to be political or not, they are kind of political. but but people who are grifting are making it sound like it's very political. Is what I'm saying.
Agree.
Right? So yeah. So that's also what I've said. So in regards to Ubisoft, I think they canceled this not Assassin's Creed, Prince of Persia game because that previous one, which was critically acclaimed, the side scroller, didn't do very well, unfortunately, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And do y'all remember Vivendi Universal? They tried to do this hostile takeover. I used to work in the same building, and I would take the elevator past Activision to get to my office. But
oh wow,
But I used to, like I would run into those guys in the lobby sometimes, and I would talk to these people, and they were not simply. Vivendi Universal used to own Ubisoft for a while, but they didn't try to hostily take over, and then you could tell like the people that are running these business, they're not. They're not into video games, and I think that's the biggest thing. They start looking at numbers, and and I agree with it. What Craig said earlier, that they started spamming the market with Me Too games, right? So it's kind of like how we're about to get a bunch of, samey looking Chinese games that are coming because it's being spammed into the market.
Yeah.
Well, but what else are they supposed to make? They're going to make this it's like an African Hero. I expect the African studios to make games about their own culture and their own likeness. But I know what you're saying. I don't think it's not going to stop me because I'm a buy fan on Blade. I don't care I don't care what the game is about. The game looks fun. So
I'm not criticizing.
I know you're not. I got you.
Right. So
I understand.
I think what I had a thing with Ubisoft is I always felt like the controls of the games, mechanics in general, are kind of clunky compared to other games that could come out in the same. Like, somebody told me, oh yeah, you should play Assassin's Creed for its parkour, right? And I was playing it, and then Infamous came out. Guess what? Infamous did it better, right? And my favorite was Rainbow Six Vegas 2. I had a 360 version, and when I migrated to PS3, I bought it again on PS3. The PS3 version didn't play as well, right? It didn't play as well as the 360 version.
I know.
Regardless.
Right? So
the
360 version was better.
Yeah, and I just, maybe it's time for them to evolve a little bit in regards to their approach to the game. But they, the thing is, when it comes to public traded company, I don't know if they are. It seems like they are. They just always look at the numbers, and then that's going to influence how they produce their games. But anyway, I digress. So I'll hand it back to all the brothers who are talking about representation and Yasuke.
I'm done.
But
yeah, I
would just say, as far as Ubisoft, some of their games are still solid. Like I said, like the Shadows.
Yes.
The Shadows
I'm playing the Division 2. So
like Division. You got Division, the Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, they're still doing good. But like as far as like the experimental titles, that's not doing really good. Like you got the Just Dance people. That's gonna come out every year. Everybody loves Just Dance. The families be playing that.
How's that game surviving?
The families play that. Families play that. It's a family game.
Crazy.
I work with a streamer that streams herself dancing like that, and then Ubisoft took notice.
Still going good, so.
Those are solid. Those are solid games. Those are solid.
As long as they keep their main franchises up and actually try to bring back Splinter Cell, we need Splinter Cell. Actually, a real good Splinter Cell or a remake, we good. We're Gucci.
I don't disagree. That last Splinter Cell was real good. It's been,
like Convention on PS3. That was the best one. I love that.
Yeah. How Ubisoft went away from Splinter Cell is beyond me. That's like their
flagship. Well, they got away from Tom Clancy. I don't know if it was something that fell out, but they had a big contract with Tom Clancy from. Tom Clancy's always. I mean, his games, Red Storm Rising, the video game back on PC. His games have always been. Well received. You may not have liked them, but. It's like a Ryan Coogler movie. Ryan Coogler's not made a bad film. You may not like the film, but it's like the film is choppy or sounds bad. So, but they just seem to have gotten away from that because even Splinter Cell is based on Tom Clancy. So
and we still have a lot of fun, but they're very political. the backstory is very political, right?
Oh, isn't it though? Yeah.
yeah.
You get told to execute the
But you know, as long as they keep it,
right?
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it's a matter of these non-gamers, these tourists, right? They just want to make it more than what it is, right? So yeah. So, but it really is about
there you go.
exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
It really is about representation, and it really is about putting people who are underrepresented up on the front, right? So, and it's not about like their desire to see sexy women and jerk off while they play or something.
Oh, man.
That's what it sounds like. But yeah, I agree.
Look, I'm all for representation, but it has to be done right. That's all I gotta say. Like if it's done right, I respect it. If it's done right.
Yeah, for what it's
worth, don't force it. Don't force it though. Don't force it.
I mean, sometimes you get the mistake. Look at what Insomniac. They confused the Puerto Rican flag with the Cuban one.
Oh, that is true.
They had to do a patch. I'm like, I was like,
you tell them though.
See, for the people who don't know, all right, look at this screen right here.
Spider-Man 2.
Yeah,
the Cuban flag.
Miles Morales.
The Cuban flag. This blue area is red, and the red area is blue. So it's the opposite. So they put the
messed
Cuban
up.
flag. I was like, oh boy, I was like, wow, like there's a lack of quality control. Like somebody didn't notice that. Like,
but they got the salsa dancing right.
Oh,
they were
did,
salsa dancing. Yeah, that was actually pretty cool. But no, you're right. They did get that wrong. So and people were mad at that game because you took over playing as a girl that was deaf. And people got mad and said it was woke because you know. I'm
gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. So for something like that, I don't get into the woke shit. I actually hate pointless things that really don't add to the game. So like the Mary Jane sections, right? I agree. Right. It doesn't do anything. It's a very pointless way of. I'd rather just watch 5 minutes of cinematics than to actually play and push the story forward with characters that are not really interesting. You know how much of a downgrade it is to go from Peter Parker and Miles Morales, and now you're playing as Mary Jane with a gun. Yeah, I don't care how powerful the gun is.
Unlike
Spider-Man. And that's another thing. She's like one shot in the creatures. I'm like, holy shit. She's like you play a Spider-Man, you're like jumping, doing all these backflips. All right, got this one guy killed after 10 minutes of combat. And you play as Mary Jane. Boom. I just don't like pointless gameplay for the sake of intermission stuff like that. It's just I never really like games that they added stuff that was really unnecessary and they didn't really do anything. I don't mind if they trying to experiment with a new type of gameplay that could potentially lead to a new IP. Okay, but the Mary Jane segments ain't gonna lead to a new unique IP. You know what I'm saying?
Well, for me, Mary Jane's entire section is just about a change of pace in the game. But that's the way I've always taken it. Is that okay? This is just kind of a change of pace.
Wasn't that bad.
But is it needed though? Is it really needed?
It's just a change of pace. It's just a change of pace.
But is it needed?
So,
did you feel? I
mean, again, for that to push the story forward, where Peter and Miles were, I don't want to spoil anything in that part. That was part 2. That's or part 2. That's the second act. I'm sorry. That her part was needed for a change of pace. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing in principle, but I understood it was just a change of pace. So
I just think
that's why I look at it. That's why I looked at it.
Like if you still so let's say if it is to change a pace, you still have to make the gameplay good.
I don't disagree with that.
And it wasn't good.
I'm all with you on that one.
The mechanics, the whole thing, it just wasn't good. So it's like
that's what makes Miles Morales so sweet, right? Short and sweet.
Yeah. Right? So. Yes. Yeah. It was concise. You didn't do any. Yeah, that's true. Miles Morales, you didn't do any of that weird stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he's not going to do that. And this is a change of. It's just like the next one. It's going to be called Woke 2, and here's why: because they're going to introduce Silk. No, they're going to introduce Silk, the female Spider-Man. Silk. So that's going to be attacked immediately.
That'd be cool, though.
I agree. I'm not. You're right, but it's just they're going to be saying that the game is woke. We got to play as this girl, and on top of that, she's Korean. So, so they're going to be, and she lives in Koreatown, all right, something like that. So all that can be introduced into the game. You know, that's not part of the world, but Cindy Moon is Silk. That her character is. She's a really cool character if you read the comic books, but they're going to say this is being forced. And I'm telling you, so I agree with the brain. It's just something that a lot of grifters and stuff are saying. It's unfortunate because I'm not going to let it spoil what I like to do. But because I embrace woke, you listen to my podcast. That's all I talk about. We go 100% woke. I talk about it all the time. Woke is good. We embrace woke on my podcast. And Ghost of Yote proved that. Some guy was arguing with me the other day on Twitter saying that Atsu is not is an ugly girl. And I said, well, she looks like most women. Like if she look, I mean, her body type and everything, that's what most women look like. So I
had no issues with her at all.
Okay.
No, I agree.
Let me roll this over to Will because I don't think Will said anything about Ubisoft, right?
Yeah, Will, man.
So Will, roll this over to you. Your thoughts on Ubisoft?
Well, can I cut him off real quick?
Yeah, sure.
All right, dude. Go ahead.
One point. Yeah.
No, go ahead.
So in regards to Star Wars Outlaw, I just thought like they were just trying to design her to look like Sigourney Weaver, and I feel like these people who criticize the looks never seen Aliens, right? Because I mean,
and they don't say it's woke. They'll say Ripley is woke.
Right. Do they expect like the a cargo ship driver to spend an hour in front of the makeup before they jump on the...
It's not gonna. You're not gonna look like you're ready for
she just looks
Miss
like
Universe competition.
Aliens.
You're not gonna be ready for the Miss Universe competition.
Or you're being a girl from is an intergalactic. The girl who's playing that lead is pretty, but I agree on a cargo ship. You out in outer space, you're not gonna be sitting up there trying to get it ready for somebody, you're not. So, but I mean, to Henry's point, I agree with the Sigourney Weaver thing. I didn't really look at her like that, but that's a good point. But these idiots would be saying that Ripley is woke. That's what they would turn around and say. They'll say, "Oh, that's woke, and she shouldn't be doing that," and all that. So it's stupid at this point.
Yeah.
So let me get Will's point. So let me get your thoughts on Ubisoft. And then also your thoughts on learning that Leon S. Kennedy's gay. So let's go.
That is false.
Oh my god. I really gotta know where Craig gets his information from, bro. Because this shit is
Craig is wild, bro. Craig is wild.
When you play, I'm not saying a word. I ain't gonna spoil it for nobody. A lot of people buy that game.
Where it is, somebody has a husband.
Bro, this man, I swear,
they out there with some man love.
This motherfucker went full boomstick in the last couple weeks, bro. This shit is wild. He said Sony's gonna buy out Ubisoft, like brother.
They are, yeah, they are.
Real quick. Do you know how many employees?
Man love going on in.
Do you know, brother Craig? Do you know how many employees Sony has under their Sony studios?
Oh, probably a bunch. I do not know the number.
Like 9,000?
12,000. 12,000. Okay. Do you want to know how much Ubisoft has under their handful of studios?
This I know.
17, right?
They got
Say that again?
How many? Don't they have like a ridiculous 17,000 something?
Brother man, they have 20,000.
Or 20,000.
Yeah, Sony's not buying them. Job. Somebody's gonna lose their job.
No. Oh yeah, Sony's not buying Ubisoft. Didn't they already? But didn't wait a minute? Didn't Ubisoft already sell to a portion to the Saudis?
A lot to Take Two. To Take Two.
To Take Two or Saudis?
It wasn't Take
Two. It was the Saudis.
It wasn't Take Two.
No, it wasn't. It was Take Two. They sold a bunch of shares to them.
Oh shit.
Well, anyways. Me personally, going back to the topic, I think it's just bad management, dude. Like, it sucks that they lost the sense of time. I guess I was going through like development hell because it was going through like Ubisoft India, and then they put it back to like Ubisoft Quebec, and it was just under development hell. Like, how do you take a project that's just fucked? You know what I mean? The 3 unannounced projects, I mean, they're unannounced, so who gives a fuck about them? And they canceled a mobile game. I'm not really a mobile gamer, but I think it goes back to the Guillermo brothers. Like, they just don't know how to run that company no more. I think the company got too big for them to just keep into a small scope. So they have all these studios working on games. Like, you have an Assassin's Creed coming out damn near every other year. Before this 4-year gap from Valhalla to Shadows, they had a game damn near coming out every year. And they're just too formulaic to where everything is like rinse and repeat, just with a new coat of paint. So like Valhalla was just open settings, checklist of bullshit that you had to do. And Assassin's Creed was the same thing. That was just another coat of paint.
Well, Mirage came out before Shadows, didn't it?
That's why I said they had games coming out every year. Yeah. But it's just bad management, dude. You have it to the point where they laid off like 4,000 people last year. I
Mhm.
guess what's his name? Yves Guillemot, the CEO of Ubisoft, he was going to go to France HQ to see what their upcoming projects are looking like because they had to push a lot back after these cancellations. Like Assassin's Creed Black Flag was supposed to come out. I think it was supposed to be like Shadow Drop or something from what the rumors are stating. So
Yeah.
he's supposed to go look at them, and they're saying that there's going to be like a whole walkout of all the developers that work there. You know what I mean?
Wow.
And like they just don't know how to run their shit. They had a server maintenance and it crashed all their games for several hours. You couldn't play none of their games that were online only for several hours because they're maintaining their stupid ass servers. Like it's getting to the point where a union rep is calling for his resignation. That's how bad it is. And then
Wow.
on top of that, on top of firing people and just talent leaving because they're not working on what they want to, you have people like who created an Expedition 33 and shit like that. You know what I mean? Because they want to try to force out another Far Cry, another Assassin's Creed, and whatever. It's just too formulaic to where you have Star Wars Outlaws, Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. It feels like they're all the same open world formulaic like bullshit. You know what I mean? When I saw reviews for Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, everyone kept comparing it to like the Far Cry games. I was like, what? I've never played the Far Cry games, so I couldn't like see that comparison for myself. But you know your games are just getting way too formulaic when you're comparing one property to another one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's just
It's
bad
like the
management.
Call
To me,
of
they
Duty
went
franchise.
safe. Yeah, to me, they went safe with the Avatar thing because that's, you're dealing with Disney and a $1 billion movie franchise. And from what I've heard, I haven't played the game. What I've heard, the game is solid, especially now that they've added like was a third
I actually
person.
have it
Third person
too.
mode.
Yeah,
I actually have that game too.
allegedly. Yeah, allegedly, it's really it's not bad, but I agree that it does look. This one, I've seen people streaming it on Twitch. Shout out to Twitch. It does remind
He
you of
says,
Far
"Shout out
Cry.
to
So I agree with
Twitch."
the
Shout
formula.
out to a
That's a person.
platform.
Shout
Yeah,
out
shout
to
out to
Twitch. Like if it's a
Yeah.
person. Yo, that's
But
hilarious. I
anyways,
never heard of
it's
that.
just
And
it's
I
just
said,
bad
"Shout out to
management, dude.
Twitch."
When you got your developers wanting to stage a walkout, when you got union reps calling for resignation, when your stock
Facts.
has been fucking plummeting for like the last 10 years, bro, it's
Yeah.
management. It's fucking management.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, that's where I would look at it. Yeah, man.
They're learning all the worst things from what to them is their golden era. Like Valhalla sold 25 million fucking copies. So all their open world games are kind of like that. It's open world checklist fucking bullshit. It's just they're learning from the wrong things.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm.
I don't disagree.
Okay, and then to move on, what do you think about Leon?
Well,
Leon's fucking awesome.
clearly he didn't watch my last stream where I played Resident Evil 2 and he was fucking making out with Ada. Like, okay. But he's gay. That's gonna make sense.
You know what I'm saying? He could
That
just be
doesn't
doing
make
that.
Bi-curious? Bi-curious?
He could just be like.
What did he
could just-
make out with Ada?
He could be.
Oh my god, apparently you didn't play the game.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
like, oh man.
No, you
know what I'm saying?
didn't.
Yeah, I did because I was
Like,
getting
no,
chased
you
by that
didn't.
dude, that gray dude in a black suit. He kept just following me around. It was
Mr. X.
unsettling. Yeah, it was
He's
unsettling.
He experienced Mr. X.
That thing scared me. It was just coming out of nowhere. I'm like, where the
I
hell
beat
this
both-
dude come from?
I beat both.
Yeah, but how do you
scenarios, so I
do
know.
that? And he just keeps showing up, like, he just shows up, like you're drunk.
Yeah,
uncle, you don't want it to
Yeah,
party.
you get it ready.
I beat
Well, Will
Resident
Evil
ready,
2.
though.
You get it ready. That's literally get it ready. I'm coming.
I guess
Look
I
at
need to.
yo, look at Will.
Because people would-
yo,
no, people
I never seen
lied
Will
and
so
said-
frustrated. Yo.
But people, I was told that he couldn't go into the save room. Like you go to save the game when you're doing on that
Yeah,
typewriter.
he don't go in the same room.
Yeah, he does. He was in there. He was trying to get me. I was like, man, I'm in there trying to get my save on. He was in the room, and then he hit me. And then in my little thing, that thing that tells you how your health, it went from green to like red, like in one punch.
Will.
Yo, Will's
Will.
killing me, bro.
Will.
I can't.
Will. Really? Will? Really?
I can't. Yo, all right. Hey, let me move on to the next topic. Yo, Will. Will is befuddled. I never seen.
I
Will
really
so
think
befuddled.
Brother Craig is going senile, dog. Like, what the fuck is going on?
He's befuddled. My man is befuddled in this episode. All right. Hey, hit the like button. Thank you so much for rocking out. If you just joined the show and this is your first time, welcome to Super Praise No Lag Podcast. Hey, subscribe, stick around. We're gonna move on to the second topic, but I just want to say I really appreciate you. Major Claridge gifted another membership, so somebody in the chat received
Shout out
another
Major
membership.
Claridge, you're not a platform.
Shout out. You know,
Yes,
truly appreciate that, you know, you're taking care of the community. Really thank you for that, right? So I want to talk about, this is for my handheld. You know, I know Valkyrie, you're a handheld gamer, right? So
Yeah.
so there's a lot of conversation right now. Nothing confirmed. A lot of it's rumor, conversation, hearsays. Potentially could be true. But what I want to talk about is, all right. So Sony's strategy with PlayStation. So far, you hear two rumors. One, well, currently we know they have the portal. We know what that's about. Remote streaming capability. They enhanced the capability where now, if you're a PS Plus premium subscriber, you now have access to cloud gaming. And because they access cloud gaming, you can also cloud run the games you own. So now you don't have to technically remote stream it directly from your console. If it's in your library, you have access to it via the cloud, via their servers and stuff like that. So as a PS Plus subscriber, I know some people feel like that's messed up, that in order to access my game directly through a cloud server, I have to pay whatever, right? But there's that capability. And then there's talk of another PlayStation Portal coming, but this time with an OLED screen, potential upgrades in Wi-Fi, and maybe a few other capabilities, you know, to give that premium experience that separates it from the original Portal. But then there's also talk in 2027, they're handheld. You know, some are calling the PlayStation 6 handheld. Other people are saying that it's not. It's just a unique handheld by PlayStation that can play at a minimum PlayStation 5 games due to its power resources, right? So to me, there's just a lot of stuff, right? A lot of talk. Let's ignore the noise. If PlayStation is going to get back into the proper handheld game, what do you think they should do that you would say this is the smart, successful strategy? This is what consumers want. This is what Sony should do. If Sony's going to get into handheld gaming, what would you like to see out of it? What would you think would make it worthwhile to? And now keep in mind, this is not going to have exclusives. I'll say that. That's not going to happen. So really, this is really a device that's going to play what you could play on your console already if you had a PS5. That's all it is. So what do you think Sony should do, or what strategy to really make this handheld successful, to make it be like, this is worth it? In your eyes, like, what would make you interested in seeing this is the new PlayStation Portable 2? Or whatever they want to call it. I have no idea. The Vita 2. God help them if they call it the Vita 2. Because that ain't going to work.
But I mean, they had the PSP, didn't they? Like ages ago.
Yeah,
Remember when they tried
PSP.
that? But that
Yeah,
wasn't, you
and the
could play games off that. And the Vita, yeah. So one is I actually
She's
wouldn't.
you
Like
need
if I have a
needed to play Mario
PSP.
Kart with it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Go ahead, go
Well,
Like, it needs to play Mario
I mean,
Kart. Yeah.
to be fair, I was looking at the Steam Portable like as well because I don't want to buy. I don't want to buy a new computer, but it
I don't
has
blame
to
you.
be a really good reason. Like if I've already dropped Australian wise 1,200 on a PS5 Pro, how much is the price point for this portable going to be before I even contemplate that I need both?
Yeah.
And realistically, I'm not playing half my games that if I was playing on the PS5 portable. What am I going to do? Sit on the train for that? I'm not on the train for 2 hours, maybe, depending where you are. It's not the same. So it's you're going to have to look at maybe games that don't require the same attention and concentration that we're going to have, that I need to see on a big screen. They're going to have to think about it really carefully. It's not just price point. It's the length of time, it's attention. That's for me. I don't know about the rest of you, but I play with a PS5 for different reasons.
Now,
if I took my Switch and we're playing quick games.
Some people mentioned that there's potential this thing could be docked, and now it is your PS5.
So then are you going to make the same mistake of releasing, maybe go back to Ubisoft, you're releasing too many titles, too many things, too quickly? Are you then, what do you take away? Do I buy this or do I buy that? You're going to see a drop in your console buyers versus this?
Good point, because like if the new handheld can do what the PS5 does, then what's the point? Or at least the digital. What's the point of the digital PS5? Why don't you just cancel that and say this is the new? To me, it also depends how you market it, right? If that's the route they're going, right, that they're going to create this handheld, and performance-wise, you dock it, and it is at the performance of your PS5. But when you undock it, lower power mode is more handheld. If that's the case, it depends how you dock it. Because what I would do is, hey, this is the new PlayStation 5 that you could take on the go. I wouldn't call it the handheld. I will call it, hey, this is a new PS5, but now you could take it on the go. And in the cycle reverse, and the reason why I say I would do it that way is because then I will stop making the PS5s. The only PS5 I will make is the disc-based one, because that legitimately has its reason. It's the disc.
Yep.
But then this new one is the new Slim. It's the new all-digital Slim. It's your PS5. It has all the power docked. But now you can undock it and take it on the go. I get that. But then you're talking about people who what if you already own a PS5? Then they're gonna be like, well, I don't need to buy that. So now once again, you're talking about a small market. This is a tricky situation, because, and this is why I preface about. Let's look at Nintendo Switch. Why did you buy the Nintendo Switch 2? What was your main reason?
Because I cracked it at the Nintendo Switch 1.
yeah. And why did you buy the Switch 1?
Because I needed to play it on the train, and it's portable. I can't play it on a GameCube, or I'm not plugging it into my TV.
That's the thing. It's the Nintendo exclusives. That's it. And that's why I try to tell people. That's why I try to tell people. Portable gaming just to play multiplats isn't a very popular thing. It's not. I think people are looking at Nintendo Switch as, oh, Nintendo Switch did it. Yeah, we could tap into this 100 million market. Like, no. Nintendo is selling this 100 million, 150 million Switches because of exclusives. If Nintendo made a basic home console that's more powerful than their Switch, but it is just a dedicated console, and it has all the games the Switch 2 has or the Switch has, not that many people be buying a Switch. They would just rather buy the console because they could play their games there. That's why, like, for example, in the PC realm, well, think about it. Look at the PC realm. Not a lot of PC gamers have a Steam Deck or a Lenovo Legion Go or an MSI. I think right now they're saying in total between Steam Deck, MSI, Lenovo, all the PC handhelds combined, it's like 6 million. Think about it. Think of how many people own PC, that AAA PC gamers. There's like 180 million AAA PC gamers. And over the course of when these handles started coming out, 2002. So now about 4 years. So in a 4-year span, you got 6 million PC handhelds sold. There's not a lot of interest in portable multiplat gaming. You need a hook. Nintendo has the hook. Either you buy my Switch or you just don't play Nintendo. You don't play Mario Kart.
You don't say it depends on the games. It depends on your games.
Yeah.
Think about it. Switch. I'm taking my Switch. Sorry, I cut you off. The Switch is, I can take it to go play with my friends. That was a whole part of the Switch. You had Smash Brothers, you had everything. And if you had 2 Switches or whatever in the same, it's a different type of gameplay. Half the stuff I'm playing on my PS5, one, I'm not doing that. 2, if I am, I'm sitting here, you're sitting there, and I don't need to. I'm not going to come to your house and do this and sit next to each other. Like, why? Like, no.
I think that, right? Who else is a handheld gamer? Yeah. Who's a big handheld? Any handheld gamers here? I'm not really having. Nobody?
I got my handheld. I
Henry, you a handheld guy. You got a Switch too. You got a Switch too.
I do have a Switch
what would you like to see the PlayStation do to make this successful?
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, I think we talked about this. I also hated that Sony Studios has to divert their resources to work on another console. So I would look at this like it should be a PS Portal plus the ability to play games by storing things to it.
Okay.
That's how I would look at it.
So just make the next Portal. Just make it the handheld, not just an OLED screen upgrade. Make it a dedicated handheld.
Right. But the portability should still be there, I guess, somehow, right? Or I guess they could probably just download it to their hard drive for what it is, right? So that it could just be a portable PS5, I guess. But I understand that. I don't know. Yeah. It just feels like that's what I want, because I don't want them to make dedicated games for it. Like I don't want the resources, because we're already not getting enough games per generation.
They have a challenge.
Well, Right. So, and yeah, it's a tricky one. I'm not really looking at a Portal, but can it be docked? Then the performance gets spiked or spiked rather, like it gets raised. You get better frame rates or whatnot. But I understand that according to some other podcasts or videos that I've seen, that it is rumored that Sony is asking their developers to take advantage of the power saving or low power mode.
Lower power
Yeah,
consumption.
that's actually happening now. I've seen it with subtitles now.
Yeah,
I've been seeing it now.
So they're definitely having that option for a portable console, right? So and that tells me our battery technology, it still has some room to be desired. Yeah, but I like to play things docked because while the Portal was great, I always felt like my hands are so far apart sometimes. It just makes me feel kind of weird. It's not that it's not a good ergonomics. It's just I'm used to holding my controllers with my hands much closer together with the controller.
That's weird.
So mechanically, but yeah. So hopefully it's not a console that plays different games or a different medium, right? So
it won't. It's gonna be. It's not gonna have no exclusives. It's just gonna be your PS5 games on the go.
Would you?
The portable console.
Yeah. Would the people in this room get something like that? If maybe someone who didn't have the PS5 already, or
Nope. No.
No,
I could maybe see. So if this could play, here's the tricky part. If this could play the PS5 games portably, I can see people who didn't buy a PS5 would get this. I just don't know how big of an audience exists for that. Like, for example, I think one region that probably would adopt this considerably would be Japan. I think Japan would. I think Japan would be a big adopter of this.
And the UK.
That sounds about right.
I think definitely Japan.
Yeah, and I think the target.
Your PS5,
like
you can play on the go. They'll probably be more apt for a portable PS5 versus the actual console, because you can see, Japan. You can see the buying habits and consoles is not. I mean, PlayStation does okay, but definitely not the days of the PlayStation 1 and 2 type sales. Their sales of PlayStation has considerably dropped. They do okay. They're not dog crap like Xbox, but you can see there's a huge disparity.
Yeah.
Between Switch
See
and
that the last Windows update broke all the fucking ROG allies.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow,
that's funny. That's funny.
Did it?
That's funny as hell.
Yeah.
But the Vita had its chance,
man.
right? In Japan, but
yeah.
The Vita had its chance in Japan.
Yeah.
Glad you brought up the Vita.
You still got one.
Yeah, that Vita.
Yeah,
it may or may not. I have mine too.
It may or may not be tinkered with.
But my thing is, I don't know why the Vita failed, because I thought Vita was great, but I do know I have an idea why it failed. It's because
this is what's funny. So the PSP sold like 80 million, but it didn't sell a lot of games. A lot of people don't realize the actual game sales was pretty poor. And then Vita, even combined with the memory card, a lot of people were pissed off that had.
That's an issue, I think.
That was a huge issue, and they were expensive too, so they weren't cheap either, right? But the main issue at the time was people didn't really want to play console games on a lower quality handheld when they could just play it on the actual PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 3 and get the better fidelity. They didn't want to play dumbed down console games, right? And that was a big thing. Now Nintendo got over that hill. They got over that hurdle because they stopped creating a console. When they created the Switch, they didn't create a console. They said, this is your console. Here's the adapter to play on your TV. But this is the only way you're gonna play Nintendo games. And that's the hook with the Switch. That's the primary hook. There is no console version that you can say, I don't need a Switch, I'll just play the console version. There's no Switch is your console. It's a hybrid.
Yeah.
That's where you get to play.
That's true.
Yeah, and for the people that came from 3DS, it's amazing. It's amazing jump.
Yes, it's a huge jump, right?
Can I just say, it's also the nature of Nintendo games. When Valkyrie was talking earlier, it's like she spoke about the way that she plays those games, which is you pick up and play them. You think about the biggest Nintendo exclusives from themselves, and they usually are pick up and play in nature. They're not games that require you to sit down for 3 hours and get lost in the story
to
and everything
to
like
really
that.
make progress. I know what you mean.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like I play
Like
Zelda
Claire
Breath
Scare
of the Wild.
Obscure, I can't play for 10 minutes or 20 minutes. I'm like, I
Yeah,
gotta sit down
exactly.
and
You,
really
you've
put
got
in.
to sit down.
It's
It's a
amazing,
cinematic
but you
experience.
gotta
Yeah.
play. Yeah, you
But
gotta
it's
put
a
in time.
different kind of a thing. It's a bit like reading a book. You can read there are different types of books, obviously, but there are some books that are very much pick up and read. You can just pick them up wherever you left off and you can continue with the story. And then there are some books that require you to be immersed in that world to actually get the experience out of it. And so that's basically it. You know, Nintendo creates games that are well in line with the nature of the console that they've created. They know they have a handheld console. They know that people want to pick up and play this, so they create games that are very pick up and play nature. Take The Last of Us, put it on the Switch, and it's not a good experience.
No, you're
Not
not.
just because
No.
of the smaller screen and everything, but because The Last of Us requires you to be there and to think things through and everything like that. And so that was the thing. Now, I don't know who I interrupted, but when it's my turn, I'll talk about what version of handheld I would like, I guess.
Okay, all right. No, anybody? I think. I mean, but we could go with you. We could finish off. What do you think it would
Yeah.
take to make this venture successful instead of creating another device and now you end up like with PSVR 2, very niche product that
Exactly.
good, but hardly anyone
Yeah,
is getting it.
exactly, right. And the funny thing is that it's still one of the best VR you can get on
It
PlayStation and
is,
PC, right?
but
So
yeah,
it's
a
like,
lot of
but
people
people
doing
just
it.
do not accept it.
Yeah.
Listen, I've already talked about this. Have what Henry was hinting at earlier, which is basically you just need a portal with some kind of offline play capability. So for me, create like a Steam Deck verified profile, target PlayStation 4 games for the majority of it, right? Because again, there's 4,000 PlayStation 4 games. This idea that people have, which is they can magically shrink down the PlayStation 5 SoC to a portable format that will be enjoyable and at the same time only costs us $500. Like, you guys are fucking insane. Like, they can't even get this thing to drop that in price. You
No.
think that they're going to bring out a handheld for $500 that is a PlayStation 5? You like, what kind of, it's bonkers, absolute bonkers. It will cost at least $1,000, and that would just be for like the bare minimum. Just accept it. To make it a premium experience, it will be easily closer to 1,500. But not talking about that. I say target primarily the PlayStation 4 library and allow a verified program that can accept PlayStation 5 games. Because, for example, take a game like Balatro, right? It's a card game. Take a game like Slay the Spire. They might be PlayStation 5 only, but they don't require anything in terms of processing power. Allow those to be going through, but you don't have to have Horizon Forbidden West running on this handheld. So, anyways, there's 8,000 games for the PlayStation 5 generation, 4,000 games for the PlayStation 4 generation. Allowing some kind of crossover titles, let's say there's 10,000 games overall that you have access to. If only 20% of those games were available on this portable, that would be 2,000 games that people have to choose from. The only thing to make it nicer for the customer is that they will have to do a lot of this work ahead of time, as in have most of the certification done ahead of time, so that a person can go to a website and find out the games that will be able to be downloaded offline ahead of time before they can make the purchase. So, for example, you have like a lot of top-down JRPGs, that are still, they are still great games. They're still immersive. But for example, take a look at is it Triangle Strategy or Octopath Traveler? Those kind of games they could work really well in a handheld format. Okay, they don't require that much power, and so you could just download them offline and go. So, for example, I went on a 7-week trip, to Africa, and I didn't take my portal with me because I knew that the internet infrastructure over there was not going to support any kind of remote play gaming. This would just be like a third pillar that you
Plus, you were
add,
too busy with
kind
your
of like
royal
as a
duties. You wouldn't have time for.
exactly. You don't have time. Running a kingdom is time
It's
consuming
hard.
work.
It's hard. You ain't got time for
Yeah,
games.
even if it's just a kingdom of one, that's even harder. you know,
Okay.
but yeah. So in reality, I definitely think that if you had offline capacity for games that you have certified, games that don't require lots of processing, you could still come in around $300 to $400 with this handheld, you know, and it would just be a PlayStation Portal Pro. It would just take what the Portal does and then just add an extra element to it. That's it. And the name should be either the PlayStation Portal Pro, or like you suggested in your last video, Portal, a PlayStation 5 Portal Edge. Just keep it simple so that people know that at this fundamental core, it is a portal. It just has this extra capability to it. And now to play your PlayStation 6 games, your PlayStation 5 games, your big blockbuster games, if you just want to complete some trophies or whatever, you will still have to use either remote play or in cloud play, whatever they call it, right? So you will still be doing a remote access into a more powerful system in order to handle those duties. But if, like me, you're going to go on a vacation, you're going to go somewhere, and you just want to download some offline games, at least you have some options to choose from. That would be nice. That's what I think would be good.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Any thoughts? Me, I'll be honest. I'm cool with my Portal. Like I said, I was never a huge handheld gamer ever. I mean, and you know what's funny? I own a decent amount of handhelds, and for whatever reason, I tried even with Nintendo, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy, DS, 3DS. I had the PSP. I didn't do the Vita. I think I think the 3DS was the last handheld I bought. Well, now that I have the Portal, but I think Portal's just right. It wasn't expensive. Where I'm at generally has decent internet, has good internet. But I'm not a big handheld to invest in a $500, $600, $700 handheld. I'm just not gonna play. I'm not gonna play that much, just for me personally.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat with you, Porter Rock. I've had handhelds, like I've had a Game Boy, I had the God of War PSP, I have the PS Vita, but I never really used them like that. I think I use the Portal more just because I can, like, instead of sitting at my desk, I can go sit in the living room, watch football, and play some Madden on Portal. It's more convenient for me, Like, I don't know. I'm more curious to see if this PS Portal Pro is the thing, because they're talking about it being a OLED, 120 hertz screen, a bigger battery, and apparently from a lot of the reports, you can download some games to it, but I think it's only the power saving ones. Those are the ones that you'll be able to download. I don't know how accurate that report is, but when it comes to the new Portal and to whatever the Switch PlayStation is going to be, it's all going to come down to the price. That's where it's really going to come down to. Price is going to be the deciding factor. If it's over $1,000, no one's going to buy it. If it's going to be around 400 to 450 like the Switch, it has some legs. Maybe 600, I don't know, but that's ultimately what it comes down to. And apparently, someone pointed out it's supposed to have a better Wi-Fi chip too. But fuck. I think that motherfucker Hideaki Nishino is just working overtime with all this fucking hardware he's putting out.
I think he's not.
It's fucking wild.
Somebody's not really having a good strategy, because, like you said, 450. But if you look at the Switch, it can't play all the games PS5 can, because it doesn't have the hardware. If this hardware is supposed to play with a PS5 game, you gotta be north of 450. You gotta be at least 650, and that's putting it lightly. I think even that's like. I mean, Extreme said it best. Look at the handhelds that are out there now. They're $1,000 to play these PC games, to play these AAA games. 12. I think the new Legion goes 1,300.
Yeah, that's what it takes.
That's the expensive. These are very expensive handhelds. So I'm like,
I honestly
what
think
audience is Sony going after with a $1,300 handheld, or even an $800? Let's say $800 handheld. I think so too.
I think the Portal OLED is a bad idea. I think
they should skip it.
Yeah, it's a bad idea. Why? Because the thing is, the Portal itself is a niche device. Now you want to split an origin niche device between. I think the only way they create a Portal OLED is if they replace that model, like they replace the current model with that. Like it's just like, okay,
they end the old model. Don't have both.
Yeah, exactly.
And the life cycle.
The old model. Exactly.
And this is the new model.
To me,
I think they would too.
Honestly, I think that all of these rumors are just people speculating and just, they're just like, oh, Nintendo has a handheld, Sony should have one. Let's start creating rumors out of the because you look at even the PlayStation handheld, let's even give it everything, right? Let's give it PlayStation 5 level power, PlayStation 5 level performance, PlayStation 5 level price somehow. Who's buying that? Like you guys said before, like, is it then going to replace the PlayStation 5? Like you were saying, like it will have to. Because why would I have a PlayStation 5 that can be taken away or docked, right? And then have a standard brick console that doesn't have half of that. Like,
I'm sorry.
That makes no sense.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. So apparently this is supposed to. I'm sorry, Extreme, I don't mean to cut you off, but apparently the new Switch like handheld is supposed to come out like a year after the PS6 is supposed to come out, so it can play PS5 titles and go well into the cross generation games. That's what the
That's funny
report
because then
That's what the
that's why
report is. Go
the
ahead.
thing is, I'm just like that's funny because then you just confuse your audience even more. Now you have a
Right.
PlayStation 6 and you're saying this is a new generation. Oh, by the way, here's a new handheld. Oh no, that's a PlayStation 5 focused device. Like, yeah, no, you're going back with that. If you want the new one, you're gonna get the console. But no, it's just I don't know, man. And the thing is the PlayStation
I genuinely
audience.
don't know either. I think it's wild. I just
I don't
think
know.
Hideaki Nishino, he's just working overtime right now. That's all.
Yeah.
Can I get some PS5 Pro plates?
I think
That's
he's,
what
I
I
think he's
want.
working under time. I think all of these things are made up. I think all of these handhelds are made up. Every single one. The OLED, the PlayStation handheld, everything about it, I don't believe a single piece of it, you know. And I know, I've been wrong before. Like, for example, PlayStation 5 Pro didn't think it needed to happen. Obviously it did. But this whole handheld, I just don't see the use case scenario, you know. For me, the PlayStation 5 Pro always made sense if they were going to commit to the price that it was going to take
And they
to
did.
bring such a product to
Right.
market. And they did. And I was right about that. You know, even the Asus ROG Ally X, that made sense to me if they were going to commit to the price, which I was right about. $1,000. People were like, "Oh my god, $1,000!" It was $1,000. You know, that's it. You know, and to me, it's like every single product has to commit to a certain price point. The problem with the handheld way I see is that people want to be between price points. They want to be somewhere between PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 5 Pro. And I'm like, no, you cannot miniaturize a product, you know, and then say
it's
that
cheaper.
it's going to be the same price as the version that was not miniaturized. Like, it's like, are you crazy? No, that doesn't matter. But then when you push it to $1,000, it no longer makes any sense for the consumer. That's the problem. It doesn't have a place in the market where it can hit that thing and say, okay, that makes sense.
One of the reasons why.
Damn.
All the entities here.
Oh, sorry.
AI got his driver. He got his update.
You're right.
And now he's online.
It's
Cool.
okay. We can
So-
manually reduce your volume. That's good.
I got it.
All right, thank you. So one of the reasons I think why the Portal makes sense for me is I don't see it as a handheld, right? I see it as an extra controller. It's just a controller with a display. I think it's a complementary device to the current system that you have, and I agree 100% with them. Is that the best thing for the Portal 2 or the Portal 3, if they're gonna keep continuing to be successes, to add to that, right? The capability to add to that. I can play Silk Song on it while I'm on the move and I don't have internet connection. But to be honest, I don't want to be playing Wolverine on it because I want to I want to enjoy that specific title on the largest screen and the best sound system that I have. If, let's say, they release the system and potentially degrades the current titles that we like from the SIA studios that are coming out, I think they're going to go on the wrong path because currently, for the lack of smaller games, PlayStation has now a reputation, right? They are the premium of premiums. If you start building a dedicated handheld, it's not going to work out. I just think that the best solution of it is keep it at a hand, like an extra controller level. Of course, I don't have the current Portal, and two of the reasons that I don't have it actually is one of it is it's not OLED, and the second one is it doesn't have any back buttons because I've gotten too used to playing with the DualSense
The
Edge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think if they do an OLED version with a back pedals, it's a day one for me. So there we go.
Yeah, I think that if they did that, they would just have to absorb the cost and just make it like maybe the old version has to be end of life. I don't see even if they had like one at 200, one at 300. I think that's just too close. That's just too confusing, for again a niche device. Because even now, I think people are saying that it has like 7% attach rate in the US, which is higher than what they were expecting. They were expecting around like 2 or 3%. But you don't want to, because what you're asking for the entity, the problem is that it's a different manufacturing line, right? Because they will have to have different molds and everything to fit the back buttons and everything like that. So for me, it's like the only way an OLED makes sense is if you end the current run, and then you just have a PlayStation 5 Portal. You just call it the Portal. You don't call it the Portal 2. But this new version has the better screen, has the back buttons, has the things that you want. That way it could just be the next thing. I think that will make sense. But this idea that they could come and sit alongside the current Portal, I just don't think there's enough people in the world that will give enough value or purchase enough of both products to keep both of them running in tandem. So that's my only concern. And again, as far as the PlayStation handheld, again, I would like a version that, like you said, plays the game offline, because if I'm going to play, again, just my indie games that for the most part do not require a lot of performance, that would be lovely. But even then, how many of me are there? How many people are going to be like, okay, let me buy this $400 handheld instead of a Switch 2 so I can play these indie experiences or these indie-like experiences rather than having a Switch 2 where I can play the entire Switch library. It's just, cool for me, great for me. But how many of me are there?
Can I ask you guys a question? Who has the Portal? How long does battery last?
4 hours
6
if
to
you're
8
lucky.
hours. Nah, 6 to
That's
8 hours.
6 hours.
4 hours if you're playing AAA games to me.
Maybe. I think the longest I played is maybe 3 hours though. That's the longest I played my Portal. And I haven't played my Portal.
Usually I'm done with the session by the time that the battery is starting to tap out, because again, it's a smaller device, different kind of experience. But I've never gone all the way to 6 hours. The longest I've ever
I've
played
gotten
for was
like
like
6 to 8 hours. That's just from
Okay.
playing like Madden or Resident Evil on the couch. Nothing too crazy.
And where I played is usually away from my house, like whatever. So I'm usually at a location where I don't have 6 hours to play. So normally when I play the
I
Portal,
guess
it's usually like at the end of the day, I'm done either hanging out, visiting my family. Now I got like 2 hours before I go to bed. So I play for 2 hours and then I go to bed. So that's why like 2 to 3 hours is really all I have. Because where I would play the Portal would probably be like if I'm visiting family in New York or I'm on holiday, vacationing. Usually it's towards the end of the day, unless I'm going to sleep immediately. If I have 2 3 hours to kill, instead of watching TV in the hotel, I'll just play a video game. So that's why I think that's why I could say 3 hours was my max. I think I played, my Portal
the
in
other
one sitting.
question I want to ask, the current Portal users is there anything that you would say, oh, I wish they added this, this would have been really good to have this in the current Portal.
Oh, back pedal. I would like back pedal.
Yeah, back buttons would be nice. Some
They
kind of
should have it.
the back. To me, the back buttons are most usable or most useful in games that are like actually critical, like games where timing is critical, because having that extra input is obviously nice. The games that I tend to play on the Portal, the Indiana games, they're typically slower anyway, so I don't miss them as much. Like I'm not playing Madden on my Portal. I'm playing things like Slay the Spire. I'm playing some indie
Dave
games.
the
I'm
Diver.
playing Dave the
I feel
Diver.
like
Thank you.
yours should last longer playing those games, no?
I mean, it's all
Yeah,
internet, so I
indie
don't
games.
really see
Yeah.
why it would change depending on that.
Mhm.
But it's true that the amount of streaming could change.
Bitrate,
I don't know.
bitrate.
Could be some back
Yeah,
back
so
thing.
like
Or maybe
Madden isn't technically a streaming title. I have to remote play that one, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
I don't get the PlayStation streaming. I only get remote play. So
Yeah.
Right.
and a
Oh,
lot
okay,
of people
okay.
don't have the
Oh
access
yeah,
to
I don't
that.
have premium.
Maybe
either.
it's just my particular Portal just has a weaker
Oh.
battery than most. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, so the kind of games that I play don't really make me miss the bad buttons, even though I would appreciate them. So for me, it would just be like, hey, can I take Dave the Diver and put it on this thing, because I know that thing could run on a TI-84 calculator. That would be really nice, to be able to have some, even if I only had like 20 games on it, again, old, top-down JRPGs, like imagine like the original Final Fantasy VII, that thing could run on like a mouse nowadays, so it's like being able to have those kind of experiences offline, that will give me way more utility for moments where like I go on a big holiday and I know that I won't have the internet infrastructure to help. But aside from that, as it is for the price point, nah, I think it's such a great deal. That screen, even though it is not an OLED, it is one of the best LCD screens you could possibly want. Like, trust me. And again, on the Portal, it's not a device where you're going to be like, I really need those like super deep blacks that an OLED will give me, because you're not going to play God of War Ragnarok on it. You know what I mean? Like, at least not the first time. You're not going to put yourself through that moment. So you're likely going to reserve your PlayStation and your full setup for those big cinematic experiences where you appreciate OLED. And then the Portal is just a companion. And I just don't think that people miss the OLED enough to make it justifiable to create a new model and keep it in tandem with the old one.
True.
Other question I wanted to ask is, it doesn't have any speakers, right? You have to have a Bluetooth or
No, it has
No,
speakers
it
on
has
it.
speakers.
Yeah,
They're not good, but yeah, it has speakers.
I want to say that's
Okay.
shit. That's not good.
Yeah, they're not good. I mean, it has them, but
yeah,
it's good. It's
Like,
good.
if
It's
you
better
listen-
if you have headsets or earbuds.
I literally keep it on -1.
I use this. But, plug it in. It's not bad. Glenzer says, "Thank you for the super chat. What would boost handheld sell? Driverless cars? I don't know.
Glenzer.
Like he's asking, what would boost handheld sales? What would get the handheld market really going? Driverless cars, like autonomous cars that you don't drive, and you have like an hour.
I mean,
to kill?
we have those. We call them trains.
Yeah.
You don't drive those.
Ubers, taxis. I just think the main thing
Glenzer's
is
funny, dude.
the main crutch about these handhelds is if it's primary a multi-plat, if it doesn't have exclusives, a lot of people just aren't interested in playing a game. Like you'll have some, but you won't have 80 million people that wants to play Grand Theft Auto 6 on a handheld or God of War.
100%.
You just don't have that.
Yeah.
Nintendo is like if there's one area that you can say that Nintendo is very unique in, that's really is different from the industry, is the Switch. It is not the norm because the Switch has something no other handheld has, and that's exclusive. You want to play Mario, you want to play Zelda, you want to play Animal Crossing, you want to play the new Pokemon, you got to get a Switch too. It has nothing to do with portability versus console. There is no discussion of, I could play this game on a more powerful platform for a better experience. It's the only experience. It's the only legit experience. Nah, I'm not talking about PC piracy and emulation. I'm talking about native, regular, customer, buy something. Oh, you like the new Mario Kart? Cool. Here's a Switch 2. I don't like the Switch 2. Then don't play new Mario Kart.
Yep.
You have no other option. You're gonna buy this.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah. Like that's just it. That's just simple. So it's not. So people like, oh, I buy Switch for portability. I'd be like, I guarantee, if Nintendo were to create a traditional console with powerful hardware, you would be playing Mario Kart on that. You would not be playing Mario Kart on the Switch 2. At that point, you would look at the Switch will have the same problem as every other portable device. Why am I going to play Mario Kart on this when I can play it on this? It's simple.
It's the same thing when people are like, oh, exclusives are anti-consumer. They're like, oh, Nintendo should put the games on PlayStation. I'm like, listen, the day Nintendo puts the game anywhere else is the day the hardware dies immediately.
It's over.
In fact, it will even pre-die because the moment the announcement is made,
just
people
the
will stop
announcement.
buying it.
The stocks will just crash.
Exactly.
It's over.
But hella backlash when they put games on mobile phones. Like what?
It's over. It's just over. Imagine if they were to announce
that
the new
ain't happening.
Zelda on the PS5. It's over. They're not gonna do that. Like
It's
Switch commodity is you got exclusives that you can only play on that. Whether or not you want to figure out, well, I could do portable, that's fine. Yeah, sure, you have the option of portable. But I guarantee the primary reason was you want to play that Zelda, you want to play Mario, you want to play these titles.
It's a bit like a restaurant.
Yeah.
There's a restaurant in town that I really like, what they do. And it's like, if I want to have that, I go there. There's thousands of restaurants, thousands of places to go, but you want this particular meal, this is where you come. They don't deliver, it is what it is.
No,
you're
come here.
your butt in this seat. Exactly. And you're fetching this meal right here. And that's the only place, So it's like, either that or you try making it at home. Good luck to you.
And you don't got the ingredients. Yeah,
exactly.
That's true. All right. Let me move on to the next topic. Unless somebody else got anything on handhelds. Nope. All right.
We can move on.
once again, thank you so much for rocking out with the channel. Please hit the like button. If you're new, this is your first time showing up, welcome. Glad you get to meet the crew. Stick around by hitting the subscribe button. So last topic. So Microsoft, Xbox, yo, their revenue is dog shit. I made a video. I saw Chill Will. He's like, I hope this is a topic. Yo, but it's even worse because even new stuff come up. I'm gonna touch on that. So their numbers is atrocious. They're like, it's bad. It's so bad that even the Microsoft CEO Amy Hood said and expect next quarter to be just as bad. Like they are down rotten. Like let me see. Let me see. Damn, I think I closed the
They
link.
trash.
Shit. You know,
I know you got the article.
Me and M were crushed down Xbox so bad to
yo,
Wait, you and me?
yeah, because you know I hate Xbox. I hate Xbox.
This guy.
Damn, tell him how you really feel.
Yeah, tell him how you really
I
feel.
love
brother.
Xbox.
Tell him how
okay?
you really
It's
feel.
just Xbox doesn't love me. Okay, that's all it is. Okay?
Oh, I thought you hated it.
No, what? No, never. You know,
Oh,
feels
me
like you.
personally, one of my favorite consoles is the OG Xbox. Love that console.
Oh, I mean, I had the OG one back in the day. I had
The OG is the GOAT. It's one of the GOATs.
Listen, I have always, it's always been a tumultuous relationship, but I've loved them from afar. Okay, I just kept
from afar.
From afar, you know.
That's brother Craig. Apparently, everything about Xbox is woke.
Well, you know, the original box was black, so you know.
Well, I mean, no lies told there.
Nowadays, that's all it takes. It's just a color.
Oh,
They're just done it
really
again.
like, damn, is this man listening to himself?
Let me see. But yeah, so really bad data when it comes to content and services, which was like the main thing was, oh, hardware sales don't matter. It's all about content and services. Their numbers negative down to thing. I had this chart that I got to find. Let me see if it's this one. There was a really good chart, and it showed what Microsoft was doing pre-Activision Blizzard, then how it jumped post Activision Blizzard, and now where they're at now. And it was just a really good chart, and I cannot find it now. Oh my God, this is terrible.
For that, you can talk about the fact that the Outer Worlds 2 and
Yes,
Avowed
bad.
Yes,
So
it was.
Avowed.
Yeah, Avowed and Outer Worlds 2 failed to meet expectations. So like that's another thing. Like if it wasn't bad enough already, now they got that going on, right? So I'll just put this up on the screen. I'll put this on the screen. We'll talk about the Avowed, and this is from the Bloomberg interview. Here's a snippet. Thanks to Okami13 for providing the snippet. But it says Grounded 2 was a big hit. Avowed and the Outer Worlds 2 failed to meet sales expectations. Both were in development for 6+ years. Josh Shorty, it's not good to release 3 games in the same year. It's the result of things going wrong. Spacing those releases helped the company manage its resources and not burn everybody out. Obsidian currently has around 280 employees. Currently, no plans for a third Outer World game, but they want to keep making games in the Avowed PoE, PoE's Path of Exile universe. Avowed was originally pitched as a multiplayer game. Of course, why not, right? But the idea was scrapped 2 years in, a crossover between Skyrim and Destiny. That's what it was supposed to be, I guess. Microsoft has enacted a 30% profit target for many Xbox studios, which has led them
I knew that fucker lied.
putting games on PlayStation. Of course they lied. Obsidian's plan for the next 3 years is to continue working on new projects, both big and small, in addition to new content for Grounded 2 and the Outer Worlds 2.
I think PoE is Pillars of Eternity.
Huh?
I don't think it's Path of Exile.
Path of Exile. I'm sorry, yes. Pillars of Eternity,
yeah.
yes. I'm sorry. Not Path of Exile.
Good call,
Pillars
good
of
call.
Eternity, yes. Good call. Thank you for the correction.
I knew that fucking fucker lied about that shit last month. It's not 30%.
That's wild. Listen,
that
not even Nintendo does that. And if anyone could even try to do that, would be them, because their game sells. A lot of their game sells 20, 30, 40 million.
Huge attach rate.
They have a low budget for all their games, but they want to price it at $70. And they don't even have that. I mean, their development cycle is not as costly as, let's say, PlayStation, but they're still charging $70. And they don't drop the price, even after 2, 3, 4 years. It's going to stay at $70. And some of this games sell 20, 30 million. And even they still won't put their developers on the cuff for 30% profit margin. So like, what is
Hold on.
Microsoft?
Xbox
Like
already messed up when he said
Microsoft is truly putting themselves in a pickle.
No,
I mean, let's
actually,
face it. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a more nefarious thing to say in regards to this 30%, right? So let's say you want to get rid of some people or some teams and you need excuses to shut them down. You give them impossible tasks to complete, impossible, key performance indicators. And if they can't reach it, right, they go down, bye bye, studio close, Now, if they reach it, it's a bonus. Oh, they've figured something out. They've went through it and they've managed. We know that they have studios that way over delivered that, right? For example, Forza Horizon 6 its return will be more than 30%, right? Maybe 50, maybe 100%. Bring it how many copies it's gonna sell. It's gonna sell hell of a lot of copies. But they need excuse, I think, to kill some studios off, and they're just giving them this task. They know some of them are unable to reach it. That's my take.
So Microsoft potentially could be like, if you can't do 30, then you're just not worth keeping around. So make the target or go away type scenario.
Yeah.
God, all this
So
money.
just quickly,
They
what
ain't
is
never
this
gonna hit that
30%
30%
thing?
then.
No,
They ain't
they're
never
not.
gonna reach that shit then.
Hold on, what's this 30% thing?
So
Apparently that's
Microsoft
the
it's now
Right.
confirmed. They expect 30% profit margin off of their game sale of their games.
Wait,
That's a
but is
joke.
that for Xbox as a whole or for each individual title?
for each
As a
individual
whole.
title.
studio.
As a whole.
The studio. The studio's bringing
Yeah.
in 30% margins
That's a
out of their games.
that's a joke. That's a
I
joke.
mean, then what the studios will probably do is create a live service game because they've got Grounded 2 in order to give them that security, right? Because then if Grounded 2 is successful, even if the other games are not, then they might still be able to meet those target expectations, right? So I think that's what they will do. That's probably why a studio like what was it Double Fine, they came out with that Kiln game announcement, which is a live service title, So I mean, if I had that expectation placed on me, that's the first thing I would do: make a live service game that might be able to keep selling over time.
But how much would your live service game have to sell and do or perform if you make other games and the other games underperform, but your studio still delivers 30% margin? Like your game has to be like 40,
Honestly,
50% margin.
Yeah, it would be. It would be. It would depend on how those microtransactions are processing. But if you have something like Grounded 2, which
You have to
they
be
seem
like
to be
Call of
happy
Duty
with,
egregious. You need some Call of Duty egregious shit.
exactly. Yeah,
We saw
I'll
how
be
Call
like,
of Duty did.
I'll be like $25
It didn't
skins.
do very
That's
well
great,
at all.
fantastic.
Okay, yo.
Do you want a
Yo.
map? That'd be 50. Just like,
yo.
hey, we're not playing around here. I've got to make this other game. You got to sponsor it. Listen, I think that I want to talk about the games themselves. Look, I keep saying this. Listen,
Disavowed.
I don't care who you are. Okay, you don't want indie-like games from first party. You just don't. Okay, that's the thing. This is why I hate it when people are like, bring back PlayStation Japan. Fuck PlayStation Japan. Fuck them. Fuck their games. Fuck their developers. Fuck all of that. Fuck that history. Okay, because people do not want to have indie-like games from first-party studios. Okay, if I was them, or if I was Phil Spencer, I would say, listen, Obsidian, you're great, you're nice, you're wonderful, you're fantastic, but we can't have a game from you that costs less than $100 million anymore. Can't have it. You cannot give us what was supposed to be, I guess, something. The original trailer was promising something that was almost Elder Scrolls like, and then you come out with Disavowed. It just doesn't happen. It doesn't work. Okay, you've got to be able to bring yourself up to, that standard of quality that is going to require all of those millions of dollars in order to fulfill your final vision. Okay, Double Fine is fantastic. We love it. We love the fact that you came out with Psychonauts, whatever the fuck, right? But here's the thing: you can't do it anymore. No more artsy fancy games. Okay, it's the same complaint that people have about PlayStation's Media Molecule. Media Molecule, fantastic. You do great games, but either you're gonna level up or you're gonna shut you down. Like I'm sorry, people do not want, like for example, we all know that Astrobot did really well for itself, right? Did really great and everything like that. Do you know what is a game that is just as good as Astrobot? That is almost the same platform or genre? Sackboy: A Big Adventure. Who the fuck cared? Who the fuck cared about Sackboy: A Big Adventure? That, it's just people do not want these kinds of experiences from first party providers. Keep that for your second party exclusive deals, keep that for your third party partnerships, keep that for third party altogether, but create blockbuster games. Okay, take the chance, take the leap of faith and create those kinds of experiences that only first party can provide, and then maybe you'll be rewarded. That's what I truly believe was the issue.
Oh, there's no lie told on that.
I mean, like this is
I mean,
like I don't
nailed
know.
it.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't even know how to put this, man. Like Microsoft just can't really get their shit together. Like one, they bought these studios and now they automatically be like, oh, you got to give us 30% like profit margins, but they still haven't established a rhythm of quality. Like it seems like
Right.
it seems like at no point when we're gonna get somebody at Microsoft to say, you know what, we're gonna start from where we're gonna have our creators build themselves to the high recognition of providing gamers game of the year level title. Like, where is that message? Like that message still hasn't been resonated. They don't talk about it. They talk about the the generic of, we're gonna make great games and we're gonna bring those great games to wherever you at. It doesn't seem like you're trying to make great games. It just seems like you're just trying to create something and then just throw shit at the wall and see what sticks and stuff like that, right? It's like they're not very methodical. The first thing is they should have been like, all right, we got these studios, we got all this stuff. You guys have to develop the skills, and it's going to take time. It's not going to be like in their first go round and stuff like that, right? You want your studios to eventually be your own Naughty Dog Studios. And I'm not talking about, for the people listening, I'm not talking about make Naughty Dog style game. I'm talking about have the stature of a Naughty Dog studio or the stature of a Rockstar, a stature of a CD Project Red and stuff like that. The stature of studios that are well known crafts, some of the top studios in the game, like Capcom Dev Studios, and build your first party studios to have that stature, and it just doesn't seem like it. Like these studios already getting put on the mark for 30%, which is unrealistic because Nintendo doesn't even do that. And if anyone probably could do it, it would probably be them. But that's because they have, lower costing game development, but yet it's at the price of a high AAA game development, $70. They don't drop the price, so the game's gonna be $70 2 years later. And a lot of the game sells like 30 million, 40 million. You know what I'm saying? So if anyone could try the whole 30% thing, it would probably be them. And they don't even do that. Some games you're not going to get 30% margin. 18% margin, 15% margin. And guess what? That's a good thing because that's normal practices. That's normal successful games, right? Normal successful game. A game bringing you 50%, 17% profit margin is great. Why would you purposely diminish that? I think, and Extreme mentioned this, it's Game Pass, man. Just say it. Just be like, this model ain't working. It's okay. I think it would be okay for Microsoft to say, hey, this Game Pass thing ain't working for us. We tried, we pushed it for as long as we can. We gave you guys $1. We even gave you guys $1 deal. You guys literally had Game Pass for free, or not, for $1 for 3 years, and you paid nothing into it. It's just not working for us. It's not helping the business model. So we're gonna have
For The
to,
Rock.
we're
it's
gonna
been
have
killing it
to,
since day
we're
one.
gonna have to eventually get rid of the day and date, and or come up with a different model
Technically,
or
they
something
have.
or whatever.
I think technically they have gotten rid of the day and date because how much is costing now, right? To subscribe to the premium tier with day one titles, it's like almost worth of half a title per month. So I think their probably aim is whoever remains, hey, happy to you guys to remain. They're gonna keep putting up the price, maybe to $30, $40, and see how it goes. From that subscription perspective, I think that the reason that the prices keep increasing this much is an acknowledgement that the old strategy is out and the new strategy is in terms of Game Pass. But in terms of the quality, I do think that with the Horizon series, with the Forza Horizon series, and Fable, we've seen it, well, snippets of it. We didn't see, full, long, continuous gameplay. Still have my doubts, but hopefully this year they'll deliver some quality titles, and then next year they'll deliver, of course, Gears. I'm not sure anything else is coming. Some of the Bethesda studios might start doing some interesting things. We know that Blade is in development with them. We know that, well, Skyrim and Fallout is another thing. So let's forget about that. But I know that they are secretly working on potentially another Wolfenstein that is going to come out. So I think from IP and studios and quality perspective, they are working on things. It's just that the reputation is gone, right? Um, it's gone, so they need to gain it back. It's when you talk about, and I'll tell you this, right? When you talk about Playground, which is developing Forza and Fable, you don't you know you don't think of them as Xbox, right? You say, oh, Playground. When you talk about, for example, Mario or Zelda, oh, it's Nintendo. Nintendo's amazing, right? Or if you're talking about Horizon or God of War, you say, oh, PlayStation is amazing. But with Xbox, somehow it doesn't happen. With the Xbox fans, it's like, oh, we're so excited about Fable and Horizon because Playground is developing. They don't say it's Xbox, which is sad, to be honest.
I mean, that's a good point. Anybody have any more thoughts on this?
Well,
Yeah, I
listen.
think. Oh, go
I
ahead.
know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh,
No, please, chill.
I know
Go
Will
ahead,
was
Extreme.
waiting.
I'll speak over.
I'm curious to hear Extreme's point. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that when it comes to the whole Microsoft failing, I definitely think that Game Pass has had a huge role to play. The perception of it, I always say to people that when you put something on subscription service, it just cheapens it. It just automatically does. It doesn't matter what the product is, what the title is. Even Horizon Forbidden West, when they put it on PlayStation Plus too early, it cheapened it. It cheapens the product, and it cheapens the value in the eyes of people. And psychology is a big part of why we make purchases. Most of the time, most of the things that we buy generally are not things that we actually need. They're things that we just have a particular feeling about. And I would say all of the things that we buy in the world of gaming are things that are optional. So if you cheapen what is already an optional purchase, you're really not encouraging people to like go out there and quote unquote support the product. And when you have then the double disadvantage with Xbox titles, that not only are the games do they feel cheaper from being on Game Pass, but a lot of them just feel cheap in general. Like I'm sorry, but the Outer Worlds too. I look at that and I'm just like, okay, at least it's better than Disavowed, but Disavowed felt cheap. I was watching a lot of those. I'm sorry, but it does. Like Disavow feels like a game that you can tell what budget it is.
It's
That you
avoid.
can play for a while, and you're just like, yeah, this probably costs around $30 million. You're just like, yeah, I can feel this budget at every turn. I remember I made a video on this, on the channel, but I remember there was like this gameplay presentation, and there was this waterfall, and this water did not look like water. At best, it looked like milk. I'm just like, and then the person talking was like, "Oh my god, look how great the water looks," and I'm like, "Does that look like water to you? Like, it looks like a river of milk." To be fair, I called it something different, but I won't repeat that over here. But the point is, it did not look like water. It looked like a white substance that was just falling down, and I'm just like, "That's not how water looks." And this person was literally like, "Look how great the water looks." I'm like, "This is cheap. How do you like? You didn't even color it blue, like at all. You didn't even try." Anyways, go ahead, Chiwi.
I just, God, they're marketing is just all over the place, dude. Like, you put out 9 games last year in a 12-month year, 10 of them on fucking PlayStation. If you want to add Forza, you got to let your games breathe to sell. You know what I mean? Like, Forza came out for PlayStation the same month, south of midnight. You guys published Ninja Gaiden 4, and it came out the same month as Outer Worlds 2. You got to let your games fucking breathe. You know what I mean? You threw Indiana Jones in December, and I've heard a lot of developers say like December is where a lot of games go to fucking die. You know, because no one's shopping for a brand new game. They're shopping for deals and Black Friday shit. You know what I mean? They don't know what they're doing over there. You know, you're not giving your games time to sell, and it just seems like you're rushing them out like Avowed to Game Pass to try to keep people more and more subscribed. Like, look at the PS5 release of Avowed. It's gonna have New Game Plus. Like, it's taking you guys a year to put New Game Plus in Avowed. You guys should have just delayed that. You know what I mean? I don't know. They're fucking morons.
Mhm. It was complete departure from the original Avowed. Remember, the original Avowed was more realistic. People were
It was
comparing it to
dark. It looked like a Skyrim. Yeah.
And then when they brought it back, it was this cartoony,
colorful shit,
like Outer Worlds
Purple.
type thing. I'm like, what the hell? What happened to the realistic setting that was
Went
design and
downhill
stuff,
after that.
man? Yeah,
let me
you
tell
know,
you, it went woke. That's the one game that I
oh
would
my
let
god,
that title
that
be
was
useful.
woke graphics, woke
Yeah.
graphics.
I have to
Yeah,
agree.
it went from dark and gritty to like, oh, rainbows and colors. I'm just like, what the fuck is this?
Unicorns and rainbows.
You know, it looked like it was designed in San Francisco. That's what it did.
No, man, shots fired.
Reforge Gaming, he
Yeah,
said
that's
this on
fucked up.
Twitter. He says, I found 2 things very worrying from the Bloomberg article about Obsidian. First, that they are trying to shrink project timelines to 3 to 4 years instead of 5 to 6.
Instead of 4 to 6.
5 to 6. With roughly 300 employees and building games like Avowed and Outer Worlds 2, I feel this will unlikely lead to high quality games. Second, they launched 3 games in 1 year, which stretched them incredibly thin. And the one that shipped in the best state was outsourced, Grounded 2. This all smells like Microsoft pushing for cadence over quality rather than genuine emergent strategies and timing at the company. He's kind of right because guess what needs cadence? Game Pass. That's you can't go months and months and months and months and months and months without any new titles on that service. It's just right. And I will say there's less and less big AAA, publishers ready to put games they want on Game Pass. It's more or less the smaller, which I think we could all guess that was eventually was going to happen. It would be the smaller publishers that would give Game Pass day one taste, but the big AAA's, they're not doing that. I mean, Capcom is not even doing Play Anywhere day one with Resident Evil 9, so they're not even doing that, let alone
Not even on the Xbox PC storefront.
No,
I mean, they're following the Netflix model.
cadence is what you need for a service.
Yeah, that's what Netflix realized, right? Because if you take a look at the licensing fees that Netflix was paying for things like The Office, Friends, and those other big legacy shows, I mean, they just realized that, wait a second, we could pay hundreds of millions of dollars every single year to keep these kind of legacy shows on our platform, or for a fraction of that cost, we could try 5 shows original of our own, right? And even shows like Stranger Things, which go on to cost a lot of money to make, right? Those shows are the ones that Netflix has already knows that it's a guaranteed revenue on that particular expense. So Netflix decided that it's better for them to own a whole bunch of studios and to create a whole bunch of original content and to feed their service with the majority of Netflix originals. And I think that's what Microsoft was trying to do. That's why they purchased ABK and ZeniMax and all those other things. They were like, wait a second, hold on. If we're going to have a big title like GTA 6, it's going to cost us hundreds of millions of dollars every single year, wanting in Game Pass, or we can just pay for the farm outright, and then we'll have Call of Duty in Game Pass every year, and we want you to keep paying those licensing fees, or even negotiate with anybody about whether this title can go on Game Pass in the first place. The problem simply is, and we talked about it before, that Netflix and a game subscription are fundamentally different. The amount of subscribers is fundamentally different. The nature of the actual media that is consumed is fundamentally different. So I think the Netflix strategy could have worked if they had 300 million subscribers, like Netflix did, but you don't, and you were never going to be
And
there.
it took Netflix a while. Netflix
Never.
stood that pain for a long time,
Right.
not having their 200, 300 million subscribers, but they fought at it. But the thing is, you can produce more content, and I think generally, I, you know, movies and shows. I mean, you have things like the Oscars and all these awards, but generally, from the consumer level, it doesn't take much for a consumer to watch a show or a movie. And M brought that up is because you have access to the entire content. There is no gatekeeping, which is your skill and time to move on to the next stage, right?
Yeah.
So gaming, most gamers, we put a little bit of effort and thought into, do I want to play this title or spend time on this title? Because in order to enjoy the content, you have to put in work. Movies,
Yeah.
I mean, I think we talked about it last week. They have to make movies where they have to reiterate the plot like 10 times now because the audience does this.
Mm-hmm.
That's how simple movies are. You're like this. That's
Absolutely.
it. You can't play gaming like this. If you do this, that game is going nowhere. That character is just gonna stare at you like we're no closer to the Mario's gonna look at you like, hey bro, we're no closer to the princess compared to 10 minutes ago. I'm just sitting here. Sometimes if the games are intuitive, they have the character just be like, I like those games when the character stood around.
Don't let it be
like,
OG Sonic.
You know
Don't
what I'm
let it
saying?
be
Yeah.
OG Sonic. He'll kill
Oh yeah,
himself.
yeah. You know what I'm saying? I love that stuff. But you play a game and you do this, that game is going nowhere. You ain't seeing nothing new. You're just gonna be there. Yep, still in the same spot. Yep.
Listen,
Joel
in
and
my
Ellie,
history,
they're gonna be like, "Yep, still in the same spot, brother. We ain't
they're
progressed
surrounded by
nowhere into this
clickers.
game, right?"
The funny thing is that all of the girlfriends that I've had, they're all distracted viewers. Like they all watch shows with a phone in their hand. And
Yes.
I'm like, what are you watching? She's like, oh, I'm on TikTok, and I'm like, how are you on TikTok and you're watching a show? And I'm like, mind your own business. Like, the fuck is this?
Like, who the fuck is you? Who made you God?
Who's the watch police over here? But that's the thing.
The
And
funny, be
that's,
like, hey, let's watch a movie together. Sure.
Yeah, exactly. Go
And you're
fetch the phone
like-
first.
You're like,
And this is why cinema is still important. Because at least at the cinema, they have to put the phone away.
you got to put the phone away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Put the phone away. But yeah, so that thing, that easy access to movies that people don't have, you could create a cadence, and some are gonna be good, some are gonna be bad. It's all right, whatever. But you can't do that with gaming because you do that with gaming, you create a game just for cadence, they'll install it, play it for like 2 minutes, and uninstall it, and you just lost so much money in revenue.
Does anyone watch anime here?
I don't.
I don't.
Anime.
Yes.
Anime.
I'm just
Yeah,
starting
okay.
to
Yes.
get
Yes,
back
I
into
do.
it. So yeah, I'm behind,
Okay,
bro.
4 people are cool on the podcast. Okay, great. So you guys know about certain shows, especially the older ones, right? In anime, where they have filler episodes, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
Naruto.
And Naruto and everything, right? And you guys know that those are just the biggest waste of time. They're just huge time wasters. They have nothing to do with the story. They often just completely ruin the pacing of the show. So I recently, downloaded Naruto for I'm like, I'm gonna show my girlfriend, right? I'm gonna show it to her. She's going to love it, right? And I took away all the filler episodes, just deleted them. I'm like, okay, we're not gonna waste our time on this boring ass because there's like 300 episodes in a season, and like 100 of them are filler episodes. And
Is
when
it
you
that
multiply
bad?
100 times 20 minutes, it's bad. When you multiply 100 times 20 minutes, that's a lot of hours of wasted
Yes.
time, in my view, right? Now she's informed me that she's refusing to watch it anymore because I deleted the filler episodes. And I was like, wait, I just saved you time. And she explained to me, like, I don't watch this thing to sit there and watch it. I have it as background noise and it just fills up the day. And that, yeah, I don't know. That is what I have. Yeah, I have to run my brain around that. So
Shows no
basically,
There's like white noise. Shows are just white noise.
That's it. It's just white noise. Like she would just check in. Like she could be on TikTok. She could be doing her thing. She could be cleaning, doing chores. She just wants it in the background. And because I deleted those, she's like, there's no continuity because it goes from like episode 140 to episode 300 or something. And she's like, no, I don't like that. Give me all the episodes back. So that is the kind of, yeah.
The filler doesn't add to the storyline, so I don't understand. You're looking at the numbers, So don't look at the numbers. But the next thing is, why are you watching it then? Go watch daytime soap opera of like Young and the Restless or some crap. I don't know.
Pretty much never-ending shows that just won't.
Do you know what
stop.
it is? You know how the final episode in the filler arc puts it back towards the canon, right? So, for example, in the original like Naruto series, there's a moment when one of the characters is in hospital. They create a filler timeline, which basically, if you don't watch filler, it basically means it's nothing, right? There's a reason for it, but we won't go into it. It's just nothing. So they create a filler mission where they go out on a mission, but the thing is, to pick back up with the canon of the show, he has to be back in hospital, right? Because that's where the actual story was meant to be, right? So what they do is the final episode of the filler arc, it merges back with what actually matters. So she clicks on it and she sees this mission that is being talked about, and she's like, wait a second, I haven't seen that mission. And I'm like, oh no, it's a filler mission. It's just fictional. Don't worry about it. And I told her, look, at the end of this episode, you remember how he was in hospital? He's going to go back to hospital so that it can continue with the storyline. And she's like, no, you fucked this up. Go find me the filler episodes. And I'm like, what do you mean? Damn. What do you mean?
You fucked this up.
Like, it's not just anime that does that. It's not just anime that does that. I was watching the Orville did it, and then they did this random thing where like some fairy book came story, and I'm just like, seriously, I'm not watching this. This is just
why?
Some shows don't progress. Like my wife, she watched a show called Blind Spot. So in the beginning, I was so show on Netflix. You heard of it? It's on Netflix. The first 2 or 3 episodes, or a couple of episodes, was great, but then I stopped watching it. Once I noticed, like one episode was about, I don't know, a kidnapper, but they didn't progress. Like the whole show's about this woman they found in the middle of Times Square, and she has all these tattoos, and the tattoos represent things that are going to happen. So, and people don't know who she is or where she's from. All right, so that's the story. That's the whole point of it. But there were episodes that had nothing to do with her. A whole 40-minute episode that had nothing to do with her. So now I'm like, oh man, I've had to just watch Law and Order. I could have watched Law and Order and see the same thing. At least Law and Order stays as Law and Order. This, like, why did we watch this episode? The whole episode was about a kidnapper. And it even had nothing to do with the tattoos either. So what are we doing here? I can't watch shows like that. And they added a whole bunch of episodes like that. I'm like, I see what they're doing. Because if they just stuck to the story, 2 seasons.
It'd be
That's
over
2 seasons, and you're done.
Yeah.
This show has 5 seasons. You cut all that filler out. 2 seasons. 2 seasons. This show could be ended.
But then that's where your writers need to do their job. Sorry, go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But you know, some plots. Listen, some shows ain't meant to be 5 seasons. It's just not. Do your 2 seasons and then create a new show.
Yep.
Pop question: what is the difference between a filler episode and a fetch quest
in a game?
Oh, I could tell you, I don't got to do the fetch quest. But if episode 9 is a filler episode, how do I know it's a filler episode until after I watch it? I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I'm just following the episode order. Yeah. Episode 23, I'm gonna play it. At the end of episode 2, I didn't need this episode. This episode had nothing to do with the main core. All right, episode 24. Oh, great, another one. Episode 25. Oh, great, another one. Episode 26. Okay, now we're back to one step closer to the identity.
Yeah.
Fetch quest. I know it's a fetch quest.
That's a good question.
I'll just skip
it. That's a good distinction.
That's the difference. You know it's a fetch quest, so you get to choose if you want to do it or not. These shows, you don't know. Like if they actually put a title, 29 bullshit episode, you don't really need it. All right. I'll skip it. Skip
we did this for the padding.
Like, yeah,
That's what we
if
used
you
to
could
call it
actually
before, right?
identify
Like
it.
padding. We used to call it padding. You know, when they would just
Yes.
have this extra story or this extra character, and would just be like, you're just padding out the season because you want to meet an episode count. You know, whatever. You know, so you have like 2 episodes on a minor character that you don't give a fuck about, that never comes back, and everything like that. Those are like in the early sitcom days. Like we have plenty of those where you just suddenly you're following like the delivery driver, and you're like, what the fuck?
You know what I
do
love?
care about this guy?
I love now they don't make enough of them, but I think they should. Is the limited series one, where they're by design just 4
Yes.
episodes. I love them.
Yes.
Because it is tailored 100% to thing, and it's over. There is no follow-on
Yep.
season. It is just 4 or 5 episodes, straight to the point. I love those limited series. When I see, it's a limited
Falcon
series.
and Winter Soldier.
I don't care what the topic is. Put it on. Because it's to the point.
Falcon
I
and Winter
love limited
Soldier was
series.
like that.
The what?
All the Disney Plus shows was like that. Falcon and Winter Soldier, Loki. That was great freaking shows.
Well, to be fair, I think those were
Well,
more,
some they
traditional
started. They
seasons.
say in the beginning they were. Then they did like
then it
what you
was
call it?
the-
What is it? Miss Marvel. Oh, that was rough.
No, I'm talking about the TV shows.
You like Miss
Yeah,
Marvel?
that's what I'm saying. Miss Marvel's a TV show.
Yeah.
Like
They
it.
started
Yeah, sorry,
doing
keep
some
going.
filler stuff. They started doing
No,
some
the
filler
Marvels
seasons.
was a movie.
No,
Yeah,
Miss
it
Marvel.
was filler
They made a
seasons,
TV
Miss
series.
Marvel.
They made a TV series, yeah.
They made
Oh,
the TV series Miss Marvel.
Oh, okay.
She-Hulk.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a filler.
Oh, yeah,
season.
okay, I
Like,
got you.
it's a whole
She-Hulk was
season.
bad.
That's a filler season.
She-Hulk was
Oh, yeah.
bad.
Yeah, it was.
Right.
Yeah. No, it was
Yeah, Valkyrie's like, it's just, you know.
No.
Oh my god, it's
But
just,
no, you are 100% right about the limited ones.
I love them.
Shows though.
They get it.
Honestly, it is
peak.
It's perfect.
Four
Like,
four
there's
episodes,
no
especially when they're like
wasted
just
second.
4 episodes. Oh, it's great. They go straight to the point, no filler, because they don't have time. They have to complete this in 4 episodes, and that's it. And they
This
don't
is
have
why
a
I
season 2.
think-
That's it. It ends. So it's almost like an extended movie, but chopped up nicely. You got a beginning, you got a middle, and you got an end. Love limited series.
I think that no show should have more than 13 episodes. Like, doesn't matter what it is in a season. I mean,
I'm
no-
used to
no
the
show
10
should have
episode
more
arc.
than 13 episodes in a season. That should be like the maximum high. You know, most of them around 8. You should find that 8 or 9 episodes.
Demon Slayer,
is like
Demon Slayer is
perfect.
like that. Demon Slayer, I think it's like.
Have you
13
seen Welcome to
episodes in one
Derry?
season.
They did a good job.
No.
Welcome to
No, I haven't
Derry.
seen that
I don't know
one.
if you're not into horror. You're not into horror, right?
Nah, I don't do horror at all.
But
I
if
need to
anyone's
watch
into
Welcome to
horror,
Derry,
and if
I
you
need to see
enjoyed
that.
Not in
the
books,
and,
not in films,
and,
not
and
in
if
TV.
and if you enjoyed the movie or the books, Welcome to Derry, good concise episodes. It was good. It was no filler episodes. I was engaged
I need
in
to
every
see that,
episode.
actually.
They didn't throw no BS. It was good. They did a good job with that.
Or
Hopefully
you
they
could do,
continue that with season
shows
2.
like what is it? Like a Black Mirror, where each episode is its own storyline and it ends within there.
Yeah.
Another great way
Perfect.
to spend your time.
Perfect. Some episodes better than the other, but there is no filler
Yeah,
because
But you know
it's-
that it's just a
it is the
self-contained thing.
episode. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that
Yeah.
video
It is
game
good.
series on Amazon. That video game series where they did like the
Oh,
Secret Level.
Secret Level.
You know what I'm talking-
Yes,
Yeah,
that
Secret
was
Level.
good.
It was awesome.
That was
shit
good.
was good.
Secret Levels. You
That
haven't
shit
seen
was
that? I
good.
recommend that. Secret Level. I definitely recommend that.
Yeah,
That Pac-Man
you gotta watch
one.
that.
Whoever thought of
Yeah.
that one, the Pac-Man one, that was. I would like to see a
That shit
game
was
based
awesome.
on that version of Pac-Man.
They made it.
On that version
Yeah,
of
the
Pac-Man.
Bandai Namco.
Yes.
The Bandai Namco one.
Yeah.
What Pac-Man is
Yeah,
that?
it's a
one?
Metroidvania. It's a Metroidvania one.
What's it called?
Oh damn! I forgot the name of that damn game. But I know what you're talking about.
That
God,
version
I
of
just can't
Pac-Man
think
that's in
about
the Secret Level episode. Because that one's
Yes.
dark.
Yeah,
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah.
Like I want to say a couple
just
months
came
ago.
out not too long ago. Like
What's it
last year.
called?
Hey,
That's
don't
what I'm
you
saying, we
dare
gotta
click
get the
Play
title.
Obscure and go play this game, okay? Just
I'm about to
hold your
stop.
horses.
Yo,
Hold
he's
your horses.
nervous. Extreme is nervous. He's like, wait a
Hold your
minute.
horses.
Don't tell him because he's gonna stop
Okay?
playing Claire Obscure to play this game.
Lumiere has to be saved.
What is this game? I need to know. What is this game they're talking about?
Yeah, can somebody put it in the chat? I forgot the name of the damn title, but it's a really good game. What I seen.
Listen. I just need it to be the next game after Clear Obscure, okay? Just finish that.
Yeah,
pause.
make it to after you
Hey,
finish
I need a
that game.
pregnant pause. Hey, Extreme, I'm just gonna take a pregnant pause. I'm gonna take a pregnant pause.
9 months. 9 months.
Shadow Labyrinth. That's the name of the game. Shadow Labyrinth.
Shadow Labyrinth.
There you go. Somebody said in the chat, Shadow Labyrinth.
He's going
Shout
to
out
come
to,
back and be like, "Hey, listen, I
JS
don't know
Black.
what the fucking
He just
picture
said it.
is. I don't
It's
know
called
what the
Shadow
picture
Labyrinth.
is. I don't know.
Yeah, look
I
at
don't know
that
what
trailer.
the
Look
name
at that
is.
trailer. You'll see what I mean. Look at that trailer.
Hold
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Shadow Labyrinth. Let me see.
Yeah. You got the Pac-Man. It's the little Pac-Man Metrovania game. Yeah, that shit. Yeah. It's dope. It's dope.
Hold on, let me put this in the screen.
Wait,
I'm not gonna put.
Did you get it because you are partnered with?
Nah, I actually got turned down from them. Actually,
I'm not gonna put the.
I feel good about that. I feel good.
Yeah,
about
they told
that.
me. They told me I have to
I'm
reapply
good
in 90
about
days.
that.
I feel good about that.
I'm not gonna put the
in 90
sound
days,
because weird stuff happens, but let me see just the
Yeah, I
visual.
have to
then
reapply in
I'll
90
listen to the
days,
sound
so.
after. Let me just see this though. Bandai Namco. There's no sound, so there's Pac-Man in there. Okay. All right. What the? I had no idea.
Oh yeah, it's what it is. Mm-hmm.
Enjoy Porter.
Oh,
Anyway,
and you know, normally I don't mess with like indie games, the 2D side scrollers. But I think I'm gonna go for this because man, why couldn't they do AAA though? But still, oh snap!
I don't know. God of War is supposed to be a 2D. I'm day one for that.
I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm gonna have to say that it's gonna catch your attention. I'm gonna say that.
Yo, that is wild. They actually did it. Cause yo, that episode was crazy. That episode was crazy.
That episode was supposed to be like free marketing for them or some type of marketing for that game.
That episode was crazy.
True. They showed a lot of games on that secret level thing.
Yeah.
It was one-off too.
You know, it was secret level that made me want to play Warhammer. I never played Warhammer until I saw secret level.
Yeah.
I never played
Space
Warhammer.
Marine 2 is a shit.
Yeah. And then I played Space Marine 2 because when I saw that episode, I'm like, man.
Oh, I got Space Marine too. I haven't beat it yet.
Yeah, and I went and played Space Marine 2 and I beat it. I'm like, man, this is awesome.
Yeah, that game's a shit.
Awesome. That is awesome. Yo,
Brother
Space
Craig
Marine,
says it's woke.
Yo, Space Marine 2, I know.
Nah, that's not woke. That's not woke.
I'm curious to hear Valkyrie's opinion though on the Xbox margins.
Yeah, that's a good question for Valkyrie.
Dude, I don't play Xbox, so don't look at me.
She's like, I don't play that trash. That's why
I
they have bad margins.
I have not touched an
now we know
Xbox
why.
since God.
So it's your fault that they have bad margins. There you go.
Hold on. That's a good question. Why not? Because you must have some perspective.
Yeah. Like, when was the last time you played Xbox? When was the last time you played Xbox? And what is it that made you stop playing Xbox?
Oh, good question.
You know, we need to peer into the mind of the gamer. 8 years ago. So what, 360? Not even 8 years. 8 years ago was
the 360 would have been maybe Xbox One, yeah.
Xbox One?
I bought the 360, sat in my house for a year unopened, and then I sold it.
Oh, avoided the red ring.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. That's wild. What made you not want to play it? What were you playing at the time? Was it PS3 or the Wii?
I was on my MSI laptop and I was playing Call of Duty, Diablo, and Overwatch.
Oh, you were a PC
I had
gamer through and
absolutely no reason to open that box of the Xbox.
Really? So games like Gears of War didn't interest you or anything like that? Halo?
I tried Halo. Only baddie. Overwatch was enough.
2016?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I was on my laptop for a really long time ago. So I just stopped playing Xbox because there were so many other games. Like I was playing Call of Duty all the time. Like every single
because the 360 is 2006 to 2013, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
2013.
Like I said, I've never opened it. Yeah.
You never opened it, so you wouldn't know. So So yeah, so the distinction of generation. If you're on that's one thing on PC. There's no generational distinction.
You forget
It's
about
just one
the generation
consistent.
lines.
Yeah, there's no generation. Like it's easy to have a distinction of generations on console because you're looking at a particular game is only on one side. Like if you're talking about The Last of Us 2, you know you're not talking about the PS3. You're talking about the PS4 or newer. So it's easier. With PC, you could be like, you know, was this during the 360 era? You'd be like, I don't know. It's like you don't track generations
So
on
did you have a
PC. You just play.
PlayStation during that time when you were not playing your OG board 360?
Nope.
Okay. So you were just PC
So
only.
you just skip that generation. You're like, yeah, this generation's cooked.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Actually, no, I think it's because my brother stole the PlayStation. Took it with him.
That rap.
So were you always on PC or did you have consoles and then from console you went to PC? And what made you go through that transition?
No.
If it was.
Oh, it was always on PC from 486 year era until we got a Super NES and then migrated to PlayStation.
Okay. So you played PS1 and PS2?
Yep.
Okay. All right. And then
Did
just
you have a PS4?
Had a PSP.
We
had a PS4 and I also even had the PSP. So yeah.
Okay, all right.
So I was very much a Sony.
But then PS3
Team Sony.
PS3 era, you decided I'm gonna go PC at this point?
Yeah. It's easier.
What did you like about it? What made you like leave console and go into the PC master race road? Was it just simplicity or
It's just on the gaming. We played a lot of, like I said, we played a lot of COD. So,
okay.
as we've already established, I do not do well with shooting games on. I need.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Because that is true, especially the PS3 controller. That controller was
What I was thinking was
terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
You need to be.
I love the PS3, but that controller.
I didn't know what I was missing. The moment I held the PS4 controller, I was like, "What the fuck was I doing?"
God, yes.
Hey,
yes.
Hey, but it was good for its time though. I have to say
it
that
wasn't.
it was good.
Yeah, no,
it's not.
It was not.
Hey,
cheap. It was not
when
good.
PS4, look, when PS4
it was out. It was out. That design
this
stood
controller
longer. That design outlived its usefulness. It should have just stopped after the PS2. That was the last time that
100%.
DualShock should have been.
100%.
The PS4 controller
Hold
should
the
have been on the
PS3
PS3
controller
gen.
next to a fucking PS5 controller. You feel like the difference in quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The PS4
I
controller.
mean, yeah, it's lighter. It's lighter, of course.
Yeah, the PS4 controller
It's
was
just cheap.
definitely.
That's what
Now
it
the
feels
Dual
like.
Sense.
We're allowed to say it now.
The DualSense. It's peak.
Yeah.
It is
No,
absolutely.
I just didn't like the 6-axis. I like the other controller. I just didn't like the 6-axis.
Listen. It was a shit controller. We are allowed to admit it. Okay.
I'm not going to say that because I disagree. I disagree with that. I disagree.
Listen, I got 2,000 platinums. I know what I'm talking about.
I disagree.
He's
I
like,
felt like it was a great controller.
He's like 1,000 platinums was on that controller.
Bro, man, that was not a good controller. I'm sorry.
So let me see. You thought the DualSense Edge 2 was a great controller?
Look, we got to.
Let me ask you. So the DualSense.
I disagree with that.
So the DualSense, but you didn't play a lot of multiplayer though, right? You were still single player centric.
No, I only started single player centric since last year. I was multiplayer. I was all multiplayer.
On the PS3, you were multiplayer, and you like the DualSense.
I was playing Call of Duty. I was playing Call of Duty back then.
And you loved that controller.
Yeah.
Oh,
I actually played all the games on my controller with that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah,
say
the PS3, but
Mortal Kombat 9, Mortal Kombat 9.
Yo, but the trigger. What do you thought about the trigger on the DualSense 2? You like the trigger? Yo,
look at this piece of shit.
Yo, that thing is bad. Boy.
Hey, at that time it was no PS4s.
I know, but didn't you notice? Didn't you notice most shooters wasn't using L2R2? They were using L1R1.
Yeah, go play Dead Space. It's set to L1R1.
Yeah, all shooters. All shooters were defaulted to R1 L1.
They all did that.
Because L2R2 sucks. They suck.
Can I just say this? I will say this. When I was playing the PS3 and I played lots of multiplayer games, Bad Company 2 was my game at the time, and I put over 1,000 hours in that, right? I did not know what I was missing, right? Then I grabbed the PlayStation 4 controller and I was like,
game changer.
I get it. What I had was shit. You know, that was it. Like I was like, okay, there we go. That was garbage, you know. And
But
then when I got the DualSense, I was like, oh, this is great. Because I thought the PlayStation 4 controller was good before. But I'm
no,
like, oh,
DualSense.
this one's great. You know,
DualSense is shit.
Now I played on a
yeah,
360 controller, and that at the time was the best
That
controller.
was
much
a
It was
better.
shit too.
great.
It was a
Yeah, that
much better
controller's a shit.
360 controller was
That controller's
great.
a shit.
I just didn't like me. I'm not an offset joystick guy.
Thumbstick guy.
Thumbstick. I'm more symmetrical, but that's
Mm.
not that big of a deal. But the feel, the triggers, it was great. It was a great
We
controller.
probably used to it by then because the PS1 was already a thing
Yeah.
with the DualShock.
My hot take is that the Xbox
You're more
One
used to
controller is
symmetrical.
actually one of the best controllers ever made.
Yeah, symmetrical. I was
The,
always
the
used to because of
Xbox One
PS1.
controller, I
Xbox
really liked.
One controller or the Xbox 360
Yeah.
Oh
controller?
no, I didn't like the
Xbox
Xbox One
One.
controller. I had the Xbox One
I
controller. I
like the
didn't like it.
Xbox One controller because
Did you?
I'm not an asymmetric, layout person. But when I got on the
You like
Xbox One
offset?
controller, I always found my place very quickly. So I liked it. I just didn't like the D-pad. The D-pad was always crappy.
Yes, the D-pad's
Yeah.
horrible on the Xbox
Yeah,
One.
the
But
Series X controllers are kind of
buckety.
cheap too. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're Series X controllers kind of cheap too.
but I like
The
the
biggest
Xbox One
problem with
controllers.
Xbox controllers is the sound it makes. It's just I
The
don't know
clicking.
how people manage to play on them and the family, you know, not just like, dude, what are you doing? Are you trying to, crack some nuts? But yeah, it's just
Yeah.
ridiculously how loud it sounds.
Listen, I will have you know
Yeah,
that
I
the
didn't go
Xbox
past
One,
360.
the
So
Xbox controllers contributed greatly to the man cave, okay? Because you had to go in a separate part of the house in order to be able to enjoy your gaming because those controllers
So
are
loud.
loud as F.
Yeah.
So you have
right.
Xbox to thank for the man cave, okay?
New man cave.
The man cave.
All
Huh?
right, let me do this. So we got Glinzer says Xbox falling like Hans Gruber at the end of Die Hard.
Die Hard.
That's tough.
That's a great Christmas movie. The best Christmas movie.
Best Christmas
Outstanding.
movie.
That was absolutely number one. And we got Glassdoor Gamer. What's going on, brother? Says Microsoft blaming gaming. You notice, hey, Glassdoor, I remember your super chat. When we talked about multiple topics, I have not seen Glassdoor Gaming. But now that I'm talking Microsoft, he magically appears. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
We talked about PlayStation. We talked about Ubisoft. He was nowhere around. We talked about Microsoft. Oh yeah, I'm in there. Shout out to you, Glassdoor Gamer. I just noticed that.
Give the people what they want.
Yeah, go ahead, give them what they want. We gotta feed.
Shout out.
We gotta entertain. But he
Shout out
says,
Glinzer and not Twitch.
Yeah, shout out to Glinzer, not Twitch. Microsoft blaming gaming for lower numbers means they are all but done publishing gaming. Phil Spencer is on an island resort playing his PS4.
Hey, that could be
I just don't know, man. Like, listen, I honestly, I'd be honest, I just don't know like to make this because quarter after quarter they're showing negative numbers. Amy Hood said that Xbox revenue is primarily attributed to their first party performance, right?
What do you say fuck me for?
Their hardware, their hardware is in the trash, is in the shitter. Now their content services is not doing great. And we got Obsidian saying that 2 out of 3 games that they released failed to meet expectations. It's like, and I don't know if the people at Microsoft, at least the suits, they're as forgiving. I don't know how they're gonna react to all this. I don't know what their plans are. Like, I don't know.
Pretty much every studio that released a game last year underperformed.
Like Sun Tzu. Like, I don't know. Are they chopping heads off? Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like I know Glassdoor Gamer. Some people say, "Oh no, they're gonna have gaming forever." I'm like, are they? Can they? Will they? Like this is a company that is $4 trillion, and right now their priority is AI. That's their baby.
The fat before their fiscal
that's
year
their
is
baby.
over.
So like in a world where AI is their baby, what place does gaming have in a $4 trillion company? If all the numbers, if they can't get there 30% across the board of what they want, how much are they willing to trim to get that 30%? How much are they willing to trim?
A lot.
And if they can't get their 30%, let's say that's not achievable, they can't do it. Do they accept a lower metric? Do they accept 20%? Do they accept 18%? Or do they say 30%?
Nah, they're trying to get that 70 billion back.
Yeah. Do they
They're
say
not ready for that
30%?
conversation.
You know? But if they can't get it in the
Hold
time
on.
frame, like I said, if they can't get their 30%, let's say the most they could do on average is 19%. Are they going to accept that and be like, all right, this is the reality, we'll keep it going? Or do they say 30% or we're shutting all this down? That's it.
I mean,
I think they're shutting down.
I think they're shutting down, but that's only because I'm going off of their past. Like last year, they had a fuck ton of layoffs before the end of the fiscal year. Remember that?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
The
just going off of
thing
their
that I
past.
would say that keeps them going, and if you disagree with me, dispute me in any shape or form, but I do believe that Phil Spencer was responsible for the greatest acquisition in gaming, Minecraft. And I think this is one of the reasons he got, approval to buy, ZeniMax and Activision or ABK, because that deal to buy the Minecraft IP was, I think, really shrewd and very smart, and it generated so much actually money, revenue, and in profits for Microsoft, specifically getting into classrooms with the Minecraft education. Of course, they had the billion-dollar movie. So, that is one of the things that I guess Spencer did. That was the greatest deal he has ever done. And I think the problem is that your successes define who you are, and he has been probably chasing that success since then, forgetting that he had other obligations to fulfill to the other fans, and just I guess they failed to realize that in some shape or form.
I mean, hey, that's a good point.
That is a good
Gotta
point,
give him his
right?
flowers. Yeah.
You gotta give him a point. The Minecraft thing was a great move by him, right? But here's the thing:
Yeah, we gotta
it's
give him
only
that.
it's one game that was already. By the time Microsoft acquired Minecraft, they were at 50 million sales on every platform, and it's just one game. So yeah, a game that sold already 50 million and keeps growing. All right, you could get your 30% margin. But when you buy, let's say Bethesda, that has multiple titles, and most of them already by default weren't the type of titles that will give you 30% margin. Like Doom is not going to get you 30% margin. What other game they have? That was out
Valve is
there.
technically Bethesda, right? Obsidian's under
Redfall. Well, Redfall is just a bad thing. No, Avowed is Obsidian. Wolfenstein. I'm gonna tell you the new.
No, I'm saying
Wolfenstein's not
isn't
gonna give you-
Obsidian under Bethesda?
No,
No, it's
they're their own. They're their own company.
No, it's their own
Obsidian was
company.
never under Bethesda. Obsidian's their own company.
Yeah, but
They developed a game for them. Fallout
That's
New
probably
Vegas.
the New Vegas. Yeah, that's probably why I'm getting mixed up.
They were hired to develop, but they're not owned by Bethesda. But if you look at Bethesda policy, Prey, not gonna give you 30% ever. Wolfenstein, not happening. Doom,
Hell no.
not happening. Maybe, but here's the thing.
No, they were acquired. Oh no, no, you're right.
No,
My
they're
fault,
not. They're not. They're not.
No, they're not. They're acquired by
Grounded.
Microsoft.
Yeah, Grounded, Avowed, and Outer Worlds have nothing to do with Bethesda.
Yeah, you're right.
But going back to things, right? Let me put you this way: Elder Scrolls on Game Pass, not gonna give you 30% margin. You're not getting that with the new Elder Scrolls. It's not happening. You're not gonna get Elder Scrolls when the game's on Game Pass for PC and Xbox. It's not gonna happen. You're not gonna get that 30% margin, right? You want that 30% margin for Elder Scrolls? Cannot be.
They do have Elder Scrolls Online, which has a dedicated. I'm not sure how large it is because we don't see the numbers, but they, I heard that is a quite successful engagement farmer, in terms of dedicated fans. And then of course they have Fallout, which with 2 successful seasons.
Fallout 76.
Oh yeah,
and
Fallout
they had
76,
with 76.
Yeah. That's what
So-
Extreme alluded to. Live service. That's your only answer. Because you're putting when in reality, it's really 30% margin. The only possible way is successful live service. Because at that point, you're making the money off of low costing DLC items and stuff.
Like I said,
I said
Horse armor.
Yeah, I said single player game, 30% margin. You're talking games that are you have to have a single player game sell 30, 40 million at $70, no price drop for that 30. Something exaggerated. I'm just throwing numbers there. Let me put it this way: you're not going to get it with a 10 million selling. You're not going to get it with a 10 million selling game at $70. It's not going to happen. You need to sell more than that. You need to sell more, especially when you're selling the games on other platforms. Because right off the bat, you're getting 30% cut. You're getting 30% cut off right off the knees. Steam's taking 30% from you, PlayStation 30%, and then on your own platform,
Nintendo.
people are playing on Game Pass, so they're not even buying it at all.
And whatever you put on Nintendo, same thing.
So you're already getting cut 30% from the platform holders on your own platform that you own, which is legitimately just the Xbox. They're not even buying it. Half the audience is on Game Pass. So you got a 30 million audience, 15 million is playing your game on Game Pass. The other 15 million that don't have Game Pass, they're probably not interested in the game anyway. All they're playing is Fortnite. You not making that 30%. The only way is like Extreme says, it's live service off the backs of money transactions. That goal, metric is way too high to have 30%.
I just feel like if you are the head of a studio and any company is like, hey, you need to make a 30% margin, all of us will just go live service. It's the only way. Because even if you had a successful title that went on to sell 20 million, copies, you don't know then that your next single player title is going to have the same success, even if it's a sequel, right? So you're just going to be like, okay, why would I keep taking a chance? Or I can make one live service thing and
it fails.
Exactly. If it goes viral, that's it. That's
good.
The thing,
Dies, he dies.
It's just there's sometimes Outer Worlds was never gonna do 30%. Neither was Avowed. I could tell you that right now. That's never.
And they're trying to make Outer Worlds $80. You remember that shit?
Oh shit! Because of the 30%.
Bro, what the fuck?
Probably because of the 30%.
Do that shit with Call of Duty. Now with fucking the Outer Worlds.
Not even Call of Duty. That game is not even doing as well as
not these ones.
For a Call of Duty game, it is not doing as well.
Oh yeah, no.
It
for
is
sure.
way
I'm not fighting
behind.
that.
It is way behind what Call of Duty.
But I'm saying, like, if you guys were gonna do it this year, like, do
yeah.
it with a Call of Duty game that before we knew it was shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. Those fucking Microsoft is all over the place. I'm telling you.
It's just that's just wild. That is absolutely, that company is, bruh. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. It's just insane how they just simply couldn't go back and just look at the 360 and say we're gonna go back to that. That's all they had to do. That's all they had to do. Be like, we're going back to the 360 era because that was the last successful venture. We're gonna go back to that, and from there on, build our platform. But they're done. I mean, there's talk right now. In fact,
they passed done. No,
Lisa Su, CEO, says that Microsoft is on track to release their new hardware in 2027.
Wow, I saw that. I didn't think you'd bring that up today.
Yeah. I mean, might as well. And I'm like, man, 2026 is a long year. And if they keep losing a lot of money,
do you know why she would say that potentially? Is maybe
using their hardware.
And this is a tinfoil hat. Is maybe the other side is trying to wiggle out of their contract. Because what would be the incentive for her to say that before?
Say that again?
Well, she said Steam Deck and Xbox is on track.
Like, technically, she wouldn't dare say
that's
about PlayStation.
I see what you're saying, because I found it weird that she's putting timelines on another company when they didn't even say what they didn't say when their console is going to come out definitively, or when Microsoft was really going to definitively reach that stuff. So technically, yeah, you're right. I understand what you're saying. For her to put out Microsoft's, like, oh yeah, Microsoft's on track for 2027. Like, whoa, wait a minute, slow down, slow your roll, Lisa. Have you not seen our latest numbers, girl? That shit is dog shit. We gotta rethink about it. We gotta, because 2026 is a long time. There's 2 years. Like we got this whole entire year, and like I'm really. I don't know how can I put it. I'm really interested to see the end of 2026 and how Microsoft is gonna start talking about hardware 2027 if they continue to spiral down in 2026. Because I'm like, you're spiraling down in software, you're starting from this, but I'm gonna introduce new hardware for what? When I'm rock bottom,
Just
like
for it to not sell.
what is my new hardware gonna do to invigorate the gaming division? Like the
Like
answer isn't
Satya
new
and Amy
hardware.
Hood see the numbers. They're like, bro, we before this quarter, they're like, our only negative was hardware was the only negative. Like publishing was up, and before the Game Pass price increase, content was up. Like,
And like, yes, I had
there's no
this.
way they can go through all of 2026 and be like, yes, that makes change.
There was this
Like,
link
I
I
don't
had,
know.
and I closed the window, and I can't find it, whatever. But it had a chart of content services before the acquisition of ABK, and then a little bit, a couple of, it shows, and then it shows a pitch point when the acquisition happened, 2024. It was a breakdown by months and years, whatever. And then you see a huge gain in revenue, and stuff like that. In percentage profit, percentage revenue after, but then towards now it sank back down. So according to the chart, it's close to the content revenue services level is back pre ABK, and that's not good. Like you're literally back to where you started, just a little bit above. You're a little bit above before you acquired ABK. So now you're back to as if you never had them. That's how far they sunk. Wild.
Damn, that's bad.
Wow. So
That
you
is
have
bad.
ABK, and now you're almost as bad as when you didn't have ABK. So like, what was the 80 billion for? If you're almost just a little bit better than, it's crazy when I saw that chart. I'm like, yo, this is bad. Like this is bad. You know what? That you just spent 80 ABK, and you saw the bump, you saw the huge increase in content services, but now over the last 6 months or so, it's sunk bad. Like you saw this huge downward spiral, and now it's just slightly above when they didn't have ABK. They're only a little bit better prior to the 80 billion spent. Mm. And I'm like, yo, that's what I'm
terrible.
saying. Are we gonna see the cutthroat Microsoft, the type of Microsoft that shut? And it's not like it's uncharacteristic because we saw they tried to compete in mobile. They spent what is it, 3 billion on Nokia, or 6 billion? 6 billion? I think it was 6 billion on
Was a lot.
Nokia.
I can't remember exactly.
It's either 3.6 is Bungie. That's what that number's always stuck in my head. I think it was 6 billion for Nokia when they purchased them because
I'm
because
surprised
Nokia was the
Nokia's
third
still living.
Nokia was the third largest phone
It
manufacturer.
was 7.2 billion.
7.2 billion because they wanted to purchase. They purchased the third largest phone manufacturer because they were serious about producing phones, and they shut that shit down.
Can you hear me
Cut
now?
the whole phone division.
That is crazy.
So they have no problem shutting stuff down. It's just whether they're cutthroat enough. So I'm wondering, like, how hard are they on top of Xbox? Are they that you give them a 30% or you're done?
Yeah,
If they have that attitude,
there's gonna be a lot more firings this year.
I actually was going to ask that because I'm like, what is it? I know they spent a lot of money on this, right? $7 billion, that's a lot. But I'm like, did they just try to liquidate and just head out of gaming altogether? Like, is there's like 3 or 4 more years of these things going on? Are they just like, we don't even want this anymore?
So
we'll just sell?
from a business strategy perspective, and I'll just try to make it as compiled and simple as possible, is that when you invest that large of a money, of course, we all know that the returns needs to be coming in, right? Of course, the 30% comes in to make sure that you don't have any dead weight. So that 30% KPI is going to kill a lot of internal studios. And then what it's going to do is it's going to filter out the best, most talented individuals, because those people should be able to reach that 30% with hit titles, right? And once that happens, technically, you're going to identify some of the IPs that didn't make the money, right? Potentially, let's say, for example, and I hope that Wolfenstein succeeds. But let's say Wolfenstein doesn't succeed and the studio is untenable and needs to be shut down. There's a chance that they could sell off that IP to several other buyers, and this is what Ubisoft has been doing, right? They have been compiling some of their IP and raising funds. It was, I think, Assassin's Creed, Rainbow Six Siege, whatever it was. So there is a chance for Microsoft to make that money back with selling some of the dead IP they have on their books. And there will be companies who are willing to do that because, they're going to buy it on the dollar, cheap, and they should be able to make a 15% or 20% return on them. I think any investor who grew up in the 90s, who is now, millionaire or, multi-billionaire should be interested in buying Doom and Wolfenstein and, several other titles. So that would be the strategy. And I think it's a textbook thing that they're doing that. You can see it. It's just obvious. So, in other words, they fucked up. Phil Spencer. Yeah.
To say the least, right?
He ain't lying.
All right. Hey, I think we wrapped up the topics. So let me see. Do I got anything? We got Galaxy Fur. Super Chat says Nintendo hit a 31.6 profit margin once in 2024.
Once.
This is Nintendo,
and their games sell like fucking crazy.
And they don't price drop. They don't spend 300 million in game production. Their console
budgets
didn't
are
get a
low.
price drop. Switch never got a price drop.
As a matter of fact, the Switch 1 got a price increase.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, the fuck? I got. Is there any more super chats? Because I got one question. So obviously, we just got done talking about the Xbox quarterly reports. Nintendo's came in today. PlayStation is supposed to come in on Thursday, I think. You guys got any predictions for that?
We'll say again.
So you know how we were just talking about Xbox's quarterly report?
Yeah.
Nintendo's came in today and they said that the Switch 2 sold 17 and a half million, I think.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think PlayStation's quarterly report comes in on Thursday or Friday. You guys got any predictions on that? Like console sales wise, or
I say at
maybe
least
Ghost of Yote? I think they would give a Ghost of Yote update.
I don't know. It's hard. I don't think they're
gonna
gonna give a Ghost of Yote,
but I was going to say over 90 million PlayStation 5 sales.
I'll say 91 million, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna say 92 because I was born in 92, so something around there. Aside from that, I don't think that PlayStation's financials are ever really that insightful for me. It can be obviously the console sold number is interesting and that's important because to me that's the most important thing. And despite what everybody says about sales not mattering and everything, we all know that's bullshit. So I would like the PlayStation. I would like the PlayStation 5 to make to be greater than the PlayStation 4 generation in terms of actual units sold.
Like
I would love for them to actually, to drop the price, on that. If they could actually be, south of, $450 for the base consoles, including the disc, that would be really, really great. Especially if the digital version was like $250. I think it's about time that they really go hard at trying to democratize the price of the PlayStation 5. The PlayStation 5 Pro, I think, was always going to stay like around $600 minimum. So that's it would be nice to have it a little bit cheaper, but I don't think it's going to have a lot of movement. But look, I don't know. Like I said, number of units sold, that would be great to see. If they give us any updates around like which game sold the most in the last fiscal year, that would be also interesting. And then if they give do they normally talk about like what they expect for the next quarter or the next year or something, what the strategy will be? I would love for them to just have a refinement strategy, right? This whole idea of like PlayStation handheld, PlayStation Portal, OLED, I feel like these are distractions, right? I feel like right now I want them to just be focused on what the PlayStation 6 will bring forward and also the PlayStation 5 Pro, right? If they could give us that PSSR 2.0 update, during the quarterly report, even if it's like vague, if they were like, hey, in the first quarter of this year, there will be a big update for PlayStation 5 Pro, that would be cool to see. But Yeah, I don't know. Sony's,
Yeah. So, well, I guess from my side of it, there's three things. Number one is PlayStation 4, I think at this time was around 94, maybe 95 million, maybe 96. I forgot what it was. But 5 is going to come a little bit under because last quarter, in their sense, it would be quarter three, sales, specifically from hardware sales, was a little bit soft. The second thing is, I'm not sure if you've seen some of the advertisements that are going in China. They are heavily marketing in China. And one of the reasons they're doing that is they have a big hitter that is coming out in September, which is the Phantom Blade Zero, right? I think they are really relying on that, and they think that it has potential to equal or surpass Wukong from a sales perspective. So, they're relying heavily on that one. And the third thing you said was, are they going to revise anything? Of course, what ends up happening with financial statements and reports is if they believe that the next quarter, which is this quarter, with that has Marathon, is gonna perform over or under, they have to report it to the market. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they have any revisions. If they say that we believe that our numbers is going to be a little bit higher than we predicted previously, it means that Marathon is tracking well. If they say,
oh, Microsoft got him.
Did you pay for the full subscription?
No.
Can't pay the full subscription.
This is a free model.
That's
The
great.
entity needs the pro update. You're back.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. The other thing they're gonna probably say is now that Take-Two has came out and said that the marketing for GTA 6 is gonna be happening. I think potentially they're gonna report that.
Oh,
got him again.
Yeah.
Microsoft got him again.
Press
cool.
refresh.
They got me on my last stream.
So did I cut off again? Sorry.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just somebody trying to call me. But what I was saying is they're gonna
Why do you have
they're gonna
friends?
say
Okay.
yes. Yeah, they're gonna say that they're gonna co-market GTA 6. I think that would be one of the things that will report. So there we go. As I said,
It'd be
as I
interesting
keep,
to see the marathon thing. Out of everything that you said, that's one that I completely forgot about.
do you want a gentleman's bet on marathon?
Well, I definitely not going to bet, but I will put my, I love,
it's a gentleman's
prediction
bet.
time.
Yeah.
You're not betting nothing on a gentleman's bet.
Oh, that's what it is? A gentleman's
Yeah,
bet?
yeah,
Oh, in that
gentleman's
case,
bet.
yeah. Oh, okay, let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah. So of course we will need numbers in terms of how well it's going to perform. What do you think? Are we going with sales numbers? Are we going with
Yeah, we have to
player
go sales
numbers?
numbers. Sales numbers, because
Okay.
it's a box title. So player count will be
Yep.
directly proportional to the sales numbers. Look, I imagine that is going to have a big spike at the beginning. Not sure how sustained it will be, so that would be the interesting part. But I imagine that within this year, or within 2026, I imagine that Marathon will sell 5 million copies across everything. But not much more
5
than that.
million? 5 million in what window?
Across PC, Xbox, and PlayStation.
Within the first week?
No, I was going to say 2026 altogether. Within 2026.
I think it'll sell more than that.
I
But
think
yeah, don't bet extreme. That's how you get 50 members.
If it's good, it's going to sell more than 5 million.
Mm-hmm.
If it is good. But the thing is, I'm not really seeing
I think it's going to be good.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's my problem with it.
I think
you wouldn't bet your house on that game.
Bungie community is really hyped for it, and I keep seeing a lot of people jumping off of Arc Raiders for some dumb shit.
No, I'm great. That's the thing. I think there'll be a big spike in the beginning. I think the first month, maybe 3 million sales. I just don't. You know how
I don't know about
that have
that
a big spike. and
Right.
then the player base kind of just like, yeah, nah, we actually we don't know what we're talking about, and then I feel like that's going to be marathon. I feel there'll be
That's
a
gonna
big
come.
spike. People will be like, oh, look at the same concurrent numbers and everything like that, and then within a month, people will be like, yeah, this wasn't exactly what it panned out to be, and the long term support is going to be minimal. That's what I think is going to happen.
Okay,
It's got to have that
so
Arc Raiders virality.
yeah, my
Mm.
my view of it is by the end of the year, or
Mhm.
September, around that reporting, they will report that it has sold more than 10 million. So
See,
that's my
Oh,
prediction.
God
that's double
damn.
mine. So okay, you know what?
Damn,
We'll
someone
see.
in the chat said 14 million. Am I like not
Am I
am I
not
not
playing
like
the same game as you
yeah,
guys? Like,
I
what
was like,
marathon are we talking about?
am I not aware of like Bungie's stature or something? Like
But
4 million
Bungie,
in
I don't
6
know.
weeks.
listen. Bungie, don't mess around. Bungie has stature. They're the naughty dog of the live service world.
I
We may
get
not
that,
see it
but
that way because we're not live service gamer, but Bungie,
X.
they the naughty dog of the live service world. I
Really?
don't know, man. I'm telling you, they are. I mean, think about it. Before Marathon, is Halo, that
Destiny.
actual Halo that everybody craved, and was the game defining. It literally helped define console competitive multiplayer first person shooters. You took a Halo 1, 2, 3, and Reach. Halo 4 and Halo 5 is not had nothing to do with them. They already gone. And then they introduced Destiny, and you saw how big Destiny 1 and 2 got.
Right.
So Halo, when it was at its biggest height, then followed by Destiny, and Destiny 2, this
Listen,
could be their first
I
flop.
guess
If this game flop,
I'm
this
comf-
is their first flop. If it is their
I'm
first flop, it would be
comfortable
their
with
first.
5 million at the end of the year.
You know what I'm saying?
I just
Well,
But
they
if this
did.
game,
Yeah.
if this game hits, it's gonna do more than 5 million. It's
Well,
gonna.
this isn't the first marathon game that they've done. Haven't they done a marathon game
No.
before?
No, Marathon was
Yes.
but it was like a story oriented game, and it was like
Yeah, that's the
on
thing.
it was on Mac.
During the 90s, it came out on Mac, and it was, I think, if correct me if I'm wrong, the first person shooter that used mouse. Like, a lot of people think it was Quake, but it wasn't. It was Marathon.
Really?
The lore is extremely interesting. So, so uh, I'll summarize it as easy as possible, right? So humanity is overpopulation. We went to Tau Ceti. Tau Ceti is the nearest similar star to our sun. And they used one of the moons of Mars. I think it's Phobos. They converted that into wrong. And the thing that went wrong is they had three AIs to control the ship. And one of the AI was given the most boring task ever, right? To open and close gates and to make sure the system is operating correctly. Of course, what ended up happening is that particular AI went crazy and the whole column collapsed. New marathon AI available at that site that went wrong. All of these corporations are descending on it to salvage it. So this is where we come in 2025, right? We are the salvage crew to collect all of the valuables and give it back to these corporations that invested trillions of dollars in it.
You know
There we
what
go.
that sounds like?
That's
A great single player story.
It sounds like
Yeah.
America.
Sounds like America.
Sounds like America.
Man, I don't know if it'll do 10 million. Someone in the chat said 14 million. I don't know if it'll do that. You're pretty much
Hey,
asking for
Steve,
all
pick it
the.
up.
You guys are pretty much asking for all the live service players to stop what they're
I
playing
will
for
say
that game.
this. I will say this. Regardless of what it does, it's a very good thing it's on the other side of Rockstar. Because
True.
if GTA Online was anywhere near that thing,
Oh
that
yeah.
thing would be dead in the water. So
Well, the good thing that it has that side of optimism too, because when they first showed the beta, everyone was like DOA. You know what I mean? So it's a good thing. Like it has that optimism now,
even I
closer
said
to its launch.
even I said it was DOA when the first alpha footage
that first
started to
showing
show
was
up.
bad.
Yeah,
That
it
first showing
was
was
horrible.
awful.
I didn't.
It
You
was
know, I made a
really
promise to
bad.
Jay Bari, and Persona said I would not give him any comments after I predicted Concord. I'm like, listen, I'm done. I'm done predicting. I like it's probably me. I'm cursing the game. I'm gonna let all live service games have a chance to survive
But if
by
you were
me
to
not
make a
saying
comment,
I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm apparently it's me. I'm cursing every game that I mentioned. So I'm not gonna predict marathon. Not me. I won't curse it.
Korok, just
listen,
say it's gonna fail.
Nope,
You
I
know,
won't do it because then they're
if
gonna
you
blame
think it's
me.
gonna fail.
Then you're not
Me
gonna get the
personally,
quarterback curse. You're not gonna get the quarterback curse.
it just needs to do well enough to get Destiny 3 out the window. That's how I look at it.
He needs to do
are they
well
doing
enough
the
to
Destiny 3?
justify $3.6 billion.
That's where Destiny
That's what I
3
was
will
gonna
come in.
say.
Mm.
That's what I was going to say. Like that's the thing. They overpaid for this studio so hard,
Yes,
and
man.
every penny of that was worth it. You know what my stance. To save Naughty Dog, every penny.
That's what we
When
got.
we play Intergalactic, we'll be
We'll be
like, yeah,
thankful.
every penny was worth it.
We'll thank Bungie.
Every penny was worth
Thank
it.
you, Bungie.
But that's the thing. But to actually justify it themselves, not just for saving Naughty Dog, but for themselves, this thing needs to do like 30 million copies this year.
Yo, $3.6 billion. And all you get is 5 billion copies. Shit.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm like, bruh.
Sony's looking for 3% margins. They moved that decimal over. They moved that decimal over 2 times to the left to get 3% margins.
It's gonna be on. It's gonna be on Steam top 10 for the rest of the year once it releases. So
I mean, I can believe that. I can believe that. I think it's a much more PC centric game anyway. Like I don't really feel it as a console game, So I'm just like,
that's what makes.
Maybe that's why I'm just so unexcited by it as a PlayStation gamer.
That's like $3.6 billion
For a studio, not a publisher that owns multiple studios. One studio. That's wild. I can see why people criticize that.
And I'm gonna say it again. And PlayStation console owners get no benefit, nothing. There is no.
Yeah. The game was gonna come anyways.
It was gonna come anyway. It was gonna be on PlayStation regardless. You didn't have to buy this. Nothing. You didn't have to go through the drama.
And I know that people keep saying that it was a response to the Activision Blizzard deal, but I don't believe it. The timeline is too tight.
Like 80 billion. I just don't believe that this is the response. $80 billion purchase versus a $3.6 billion purchase. What a response.
Yeah.
Oh, the Bungie deal was like
I could maybe understand if Sony did multiple things that would kind of, I mean, granted, Sony would never be able to spend 80 billion because their market cap is like 150, 120, whatever. That's like
I think it's like 150, yeah.
Yeah, that's like 3/4 of their value. So, but if they would have made multiple moves, like if I would have saw them, all right, they bought Bungie. I'm just making up stuff, but so that way people could see if they would have done something like bought Bungie, bought CD Projekt Red, went after Square Enix, all at the same time. Okay,
yeah,
I can see they're trying to cover their sixes with multiple developers to create that conglomerate. But all they did was buy Bungie. They didn't even go after Square Enix. Not even that.
Yeah,
true.
So right to lock down Japanese, JRPGs and stuff like that. To lock down Final Fantasy and all the other stuff that Square Enix does.
They might have dodged a bullet with Square Enix.
Probably.
Dropping games like
no, to be honest,
Stars and
dodged the bullet. But I think Square Enix under Sony would flourish because they got the titles. Yeah. I think the problem with Square Enix this gen is a technical problem. I think it's a technical problem.
I don't know. Foam Stars is not hit.
They went with Unreal. I think they're not as technically competent as they were in the past. Like in the past, you look at a Square Enix game, it's like polished, graphically look beautiful in their own way, with their style. But now I'm like, these guys can't even get frame rate right.
I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something like a hot take.
Final Fantasy 7 still on Unreal 4, and they struggle.
I'm going to say this. I feel like Square Enix isn't up to the standard, but for a Japanese studio, they are. I mean, take a look at their competition, Atlas.
Here we go.
Take a look at Atlas.
All right, look at
Metaphor with Fantasia.
Look at Capcom.
Garbage.
Capcom is great.
Yeah, Capcom is great, but they don't make open world type things. Okay.
They do, but they don't run well. Dragon's Dogma 2 and Monster Hunter, those are.
You see, there you go. There's
right.
again.
And then look at Konami. Metal Gear Solid Delta had issues. You know what?
Exactly. You see, for Japanese, I don't know. I've been disappointed in the technical accuracy of many Japanese publishers. When it comes to the bigger open world type-ish games, and everything like that. So again, I just feel like, or take a look at even From Software. The technical accuracy is really minimal. It's really bad. They're using models from like the original Dark Souls. Same animations and everything from Dark Souls.
Yeah,
Still
that engine
stiff,
is dated, dude. I completely agree. Their engine is dated.
So that's what I'm saying. Like Square Enix, like yes, in the Western context, they're really not keeping up with the times, but in the Japanese context, they're probably still ahead of the curve.
Yep, that Dragon Quest gonna be dropping too, so I'll be there in a couple.
Sad. You got a free
But you
copy?
can't
Got your
argue it, can
copy?
you?
You got your copy, dog?
I should be having it like the day before it come out, or I think the day
Oh,
after.
He's like, that's day one for me.
Sean, you are the man, bro.
You forgot I get emails from Square.
Yeah, but the way you phrase it is like, yeah, that's day one for me. Oh yeah, but I'm partnered with them.
You are the man, bro.
I'm not partnered with Square Enix. I'm not partnered with.
Oh yeah, they're the ones that.
I told you I got a lot of contacts, man. A lot of people in the industry.
This guy's Frank Lucas. He Frank White.
What?
This dude guy.
Anyways, I need a job as a writer, Sean. If
God.
need a writer,
look, that's what happens when you full time.
I need to do some fake ass guides on YouTube and shit like that.
Listen, chill. We can't keep hating on him. We just gotta use it, Just like
I am a hater.
No,
I am a hater.
Sean, I'm not a hater. I'm
If they need a janitor,
I'm like proud
know.
of you. I'm like, go do your thing. You go ahead, boy. I'm the dude in the fan stand. Be like, run, Forrest, run. You keep going. You keep going, bro. That's fantastic. Galaxy First says, clarifying. Nintendo hit 30% plus operating margins 5 times in total. Net profit in 2024 were their closest to 30% they had ever reached at 29.34.
It's still small. You think it'd be
I was
more?
going to say another thing we do from Square Enix is that they do a lot of exclusives with Nintendo. That would be another issue to buying the Nintendo thing, because that's part of the business.
Remember what was it? What's that small RPG? The sequels on
Octopath
PlayStation.
Traveler?
Yeah, the first one's not on PlayStation, right?
Awesome. Exactly. Yeah.
Only the sequel.
Yeah, all of them on there.
Oh, now it's on there. Octopath 1 is on PlayStation.
I think only the sequel.
Yeah, they have 0, they have 1 and 2. They got 0, 1. It's all
on PlayStation.
Yeah,
because I remember they put the sequel first. Because
they released.
Now it's available.
Yeah, they released it last year. They released the first one last year. Yeah, so all 3 of them on there. So 0 is the new one that just released. I have that. I have those 2, but I don't have part 1. But yeah, they're really good games. I need to get back in Octopath Zero actually, but yeah, I'm in the tough part right now, so I'm gonna have to try to beat that part.
When? All right, all right, people. I think we hit up all the topic. I think it's time to wrap this up. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna start it off. We'll start off with Henry. I think he's at the airport. Or you already in Taiwan? You made it to Taiwan that fast?
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Nah, I just went through the costume, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm in the lounge right now. I am. I'm gonna be closer to Australia, but not close enough.
Oh yeah.
But hey, sorry I missed the show. It looks like there's some interesting topics. I always want to hear perspectives about Black Americans and Black fellow Black people in general about community.
Well,
whatever. I'm looking forward to more platinums from Sean, and I'm looking for Chill Will to get partnered with Capcom. And I'm looking forward to P-Rock.
We getting him in the dough.
And P-Rock needs to be $1 million earning streamer or influencer or something.
Shit.
But
I wish.
all right.
Oh wow,
I'll see you guys next week.
All right, brother. It's good to have a safe flight.
Enjoy your flight, mate.
Your flight, brother.
Thanks,
safe travels.
Yes. Have a safe flight.
Wait, if you're in the lounge, does that mean that you're flying business?
I am.
Oh yes, man.
It's 15-hour flight. It's
that'll be
15-hour flight. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
you could,
15
what
hours.
I do is I have this,
15 hours.
yeah, I have a credit card that collects points, which you can use to upgrade from a premium economy to the business, right? So that's what I do. Yeah, I'm not buying
That's
business.
smart. That's smart.
Yeah.
Let me find out you sit next to
So do
Chris
that.
Tucker on that flight.
Look for that. Well, having some Google fish or whatever that is.
I did 14 hours in economy. It was hard. That is not
$50 million.
Do not fly
the FBI.
economy if you can help.
Kafilka fish.
I'm about to go to Taiwan. Great people, great food. Yeah.
Oh damn.
Yeah, buddy.
All right. Extreme.
Yo, people, enjoy your games. You know, I will eventually put something on the channel. I've been kind of percolating what should be my first video of the year. I'll think of something, at some point. But in the meantime, play your games, whoever you play, enjoy it. That's it. I think that we still have, even though I think that this year has started kind of slow, I think we're waiting for the games for this year. But I think that we have like 5 years of great titles, to go back to and finish. So yeah, I'm gonna try to do some of that. I think I've got Baldur's Gate on my next thing, so gonna try to get through that.
Be
one.
there a while.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm actually kind of scared of that. When it takes hundreds of hours and you're like, am I really in the mood for that experience? That's why I've been putting it off.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate.
I know the feeling.
All right. Okay, Will?
Hey, appreciate you guys for having me. You guys can follow me on my YouTube channel at It's Chill Will. I've been doing a Resident Evil marathon, so you can see that Leon does not kiss another guy. But yeah, I'm gonna start Resident Evil 4 tomorrow.
He needs time to, let the world know the truth. Ada was just his, yeah, I like women, that type of, they
Just
haven't
say he's
fully.
bi-curious.
I'm just saying,
But yeah, I'm
I'm
gonna start Resident Evil 4 tomorrow. But yeah, appreciate you guys for having me. Hit the like button and shout out to Steam or shout out to Twitch.
Oh,
well,
get that reference.
Craig saying shout out to Twitch. I was like, yo, this is wild. This is wild.
That man's on a whole nother level, man.
Yo, I never heard somebody saying shout out to Twitch.
He stays on Twitter mode, like that's what it feels like sometimes.
Yo, it's funny. It's absolutely pretty funny. All right. Hey, Sean.
What's going on? So everybody, if you want to check me out, it's gonna be Sean K the King. So I'll actually do the trophy guides, walkthroughs. But starting tomorrow, I'm actually gonna be doing big titles. So if y'all catch me in the afternoons, I should say the evening times, I'm actually gonna be playing like the bigger games now. So I'm actually starting. I think I might. I don't know what game I'm gonna start with. But just know it's gonna be big titles. So just know.
Okay. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay. All right. Entity.
All right. Everyone, good show, good discussions. If you're into Helldivers, they've added a tank, and the campaign to take over Cyberstan is now ongoing. This week's game to highlight is Aces of Thunder. It is you can play it both flat and or PSVR 2. So if you're into flight combat games, that will be the one to pick up. There we go.
Okay. All right. Okay, appreciate it. All right. And of course we got Valkyrie.
Yo, thanks for having me again. I'm gonna go east for my Switch 2 now.
Hey.
Enjoy, as you should. Mario Kart?
Mario Kart, and I've just been instructed that I have to do Just Dance. So no judgment. My nephews.
Hey, see, I told you Just Dance is popular. I told y'all Just Dance is popular. I keep saying, I told y'all.
The one Ubisoft
That's a
game.
title I forget about all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Just Dance. I told y'all.
Oh my god.
Y'all thought I was joking. Just Dance is very popular.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's an Ubisoft
It is.
game.
Yep.
That is funny.
Y'all sleeping on Just Dance. I actually got to.
He said we're sleeping on Just Dance. My man got his groove on. He's getting his groove on.
It's actually quite hard.
Oh yeah, it's difficult. Yeah, it is. Look, I agree because it's a workout. It's a workout, definitely.
Okay.
Man's gonna hit Just Dance like Grandma's Boy.
I should do that just to do it for laughs and giggles. I'm probably gonna stream Just Dance 2026 too.
What's new high score mean? Did I break it?
I don't know. I probably suck at it.
Y'all motherfuckers never seen Grandma's Boy. That's wild.
Well, that's funny. That is
like that's too white for me. I don't watch Grandma's Boy.
Real.
All right. Anyway, thank you all for rocking out. Really appreciate it. Hey, your only friend is YouTube Streets, Porter Rock 77, and on behalf of the crew, thank you so much for rocking out with the show. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe, and of course, everyone hit the like button. We will catch you again next week on Tuesday. I wasn't able to do a live on Friday. I was getting ready. I just finished my Lean Six Sigma Green Belt certification, so I was doing that. But yeah, love you guys. Thank you so much. Stand by for more videos. Anyway, we're out of here. Peace. Take care. Have a good night.